All right, we should be live again. All right, chat. Make sure to tell me whether or not you can hear Jan this time.
Even funnier the second time.
All right, but ho- actually, this is our first stream, so let's just talk
Yes.
about what this stream is. Like, what will we be doing
Yes.
today?
Yes. I've. This is the first time I'm streaming ever.
But what are we
Uh,
here? What are we here to discuss today, Jan? I know Superman. Is that related to what we'll be talking about today?
nah, man, we're talking about The Boys season 5, all right? Same
Oh,
thing.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, my favorite TV show on the streaming webs.
Wait, actually, are
Uh,
we live? Let me see.
we are, yes.
We are? Okay. Uh, need to figure out this. I just need to see chat. All right. Yeah, so I see E-Man again. I see Backseater. He says Jan is heard. I can hear his lovely voice
Yeah.
now. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, but yeah, we are here today to discuss Superman 2025. Uh, Recently, Nicholas Hoult, who played Lex Luthor, and David Cornsweet, who played Superman in the film, announced on their Instagrams or respective Instagram accounts that Superman Man Tomorrow, the sequel to Superman 2025, will be released in 2027. And this has a lot of people talking, and they're not really sure how to react to it, whether it be in a positive mindset or a pessimistic mindset, because a lot of people feel that as though James Gunn is rushing this project because the current DC cinematic universe headed under him is doesn't have a, a plan yet. Do you feel that sentiment, Jan?
Yeah, kind of. It's. I think it's worth pointing out that the MCU wasn't planned super in advance either, but this definitely does give me a vibes of if I compare Iron Man 1, the first, to Superman 2025, I don't think Superman 2025 left the world in a particularly good spot for easy follow-ups. So it's a little strange,
Right.
for
Uh,
sure. Uh,
Yeah, but what are before we get into it, let's discuss our thoughts on the film as a whole, because I gave my thoughts around a month ago, around the time it released, but uh I find it to be mid, to be quite honest. Like I gave it a 5 out of 10. I still stand by that. There are positive aspects of the film to be sure. For instance, I feel as though this film communicates a lot of the strengths of Superman's character in the comics at several points in the film. However, for a lot of times in the plot, I just found myself scratching my head saying, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. For instance, Lex Luthor's plan. I don't have an issue with his motivations of hating Superman. I see some people saying that it doesn't make sense for someone as smart as him to have this vendetta against Superman. I disagree. But I do find that his plan in wanting to humiliate and defeat Superman to be really bizarre because he has several opportunities at his disposal to kill him and just win, but he doesn't. He just chooses not to for whatever reason. And then there's also just like your standard plot holes, like that mainly that are the most egregious when Superman is imprisoned. Uh, Specifically Metamorpho. Like Metamorpho in this movie is just one big plot device, and I don't like it. Uh, but yeah, I also agree with criticisms that the cast is kind of overabundant, and we should have had a more grounded, just Superman story first, where it's him, his supporting cast, and then it builds up Luthor. But yeah, what are your thoughts, Jan?
uh, yeah, I think my thoughts have been documented across a few streams now, but I wanted to like this movie and ended up unfortunately not impressed. The I would echo much of the sentiment you've already, kind of put forward. Main problem with this movie, I would say, is dialogue writing, character work in some ways, and plot, which is a pretty damning trifecta to not really get where I would like it to. I really like the movie on first viewing. I definitely would encourage anyone, now that it's on streaming, who thinks it is one of the best movies, or best Superman movies, to rewatch it and see how they feel on a second viewing. Because it's too innumerable to cover in a short blurb, but the amount of instances in this movie where characters seem to make decisions purely for the purposes of furthering the plot. And with Superman's characterization, I think he's largely good. I think Lois Lane is largely fine as well. I think Lex perplexes me, and he seems to just be very... And I know, the argument is, he's generic in the comics a lot of the time. I just need everyone to please check that at the door. That's not a very good counter argument, I don't think. But even going off of that, there's still comic books where he has more interesting motivations than in this movie. To my understanding, his motivation isn't ultimately just "I am jelly of Superman." It tends to be on a philosophical level. It tends to be deeper than that. But that's specifics. And then I think there's been a lot of with the release of it on streaming as well, and the benefit of being able to go through individual scenes. Some of the cinematography is a bit wonky in it. Some of the VFX sometimes are a little bit but yeah, on the whole, I had the movie at a 3. I would probably keep it there pretty comfortably, which may seem harsh, but also, and I think I said this on the definitely not real first attempt at this stream, but I would say that if someone told me this was their favorite movie, or their favorite Superman movie, I would understand it a lot more than if they gave me Man of Steel or the Superman Returns, or even if they gave me something like Thunderbolts. I'd understand why someone might like this movie more. It has a neat thematic through line that I think people can easily find compelling, and Superman has some good moments in it, as does Lois, as does Mr. Terrific, the GOAT. So
Right. Yeah, yet again, there are aspects to this film I do enjoy, but it's more so I enjoy it on the level of a guilty pleasure. I wish these aspects were presented in a better movie with a tighter script. Like Mr. Terrific, for instance, I enjoyed the character. I thought he was really fun to follow. For those who haven't seen it, he's pretty much Mr. T if he were a superhero. So found that to be fun. But there, even then, his him being presented as one of the smartest men on earth, I don't buy into it because he makes some silly mistakes throughout the film, such as not alerting the Justice Gang over what he's doing immediately when he gets into when he bites more than he can chew. But just again, just a bunch of laundry list of issues. But we're not here primarily to discuss the film. Or give our takes on the film. We're also here to address some other takes on the film. From We're going to be reacting to some videos. Primarily some people you guys already know. But to start off, I want to react to a video from a smaller YouTuber named Dami. Not sure how to pronounce his name, but he's a relatively small YouTuber. But he is a Snyder fan. But I do think he makes an interesting point with his video regarding the announcement of Man Tomorrow. But yeah, we'll get into it.
So there was no real plan. They're just making it up as they go. Well, actually, plans
Also, let me know when you want me to pause it, Jan.
change.
Oh, yeah,
This
fine,
has happened with the MCU and the DCEU.
Yeah, uh-huh. Okay, sure, yeah, whatever.
My brother in Christ. Everyone, as well as their grandmother, said that the DCEU had no plan and was a mess. And Phase 4 of the MCU had no direction and was a mess. You really didn't think this one through, did you? And that's the funny thing. The DCU is just a new iteration of the same old mess. None of these projects are new. Clayface was a project in development with Matt Reeves. James Gunn put it in the DCU. Supergirl was already in development with Sasha Calle. James Gunn just put it in the DCU. A Green Lantern show was already in development. James Gunn put it in the DCU. Peacemaker Season 2 was already in development before James Gunn was hired as the head of DC.
Yeah, if you pause a second, I kind of do agree with the what he's getting at here, because even before Superman came out, I think anyone who was like trying to prognosticate on how it was going to go, the DC, like the new DC universe, could have concluded that it seems kind of in trouble with the amount of just random movies that were retroactively added into it, which is a practice that, like, Marvel, I guess they weren't really positioned to make it, because what the fuck was gonna be reintegrated, like the Ben Affleck Daredevil movie or something.
Yeah.
I guess Blade they could have put in the MCU, but like, yeah, no, I think this is fair. It's kind of it does, like, speak of fuck, we like need to compete with. Well, I don't know why they want to feel pressure to compete with the MCU, because Jesus Christ, but like volumetrically, we need more stuff in it, right? Versus just building things from scratch.
Yeah, totally. I I definitely get the sentiment that a lot of it feels rushed, and yeah, that again, that's a criticism that was levied at Superman 2025, is that with how bloated it was, instead of having like separate films building up several characters, we just have them all just put like just thrown in here seemingly to set them up, even though it's the primary it's a Superman film and it's supposed to be setting up Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also do think that like the super like new DC fanboys have been going a little bit crazy with some of the comparisons. Particularly, for example, like the overcrowded cast. Everyone's like, "Oh well, yeah, Iron Man had this many supporting characters," but it's like, no, like in terms of characters they were trying to do meaningful stuff with, Iron Man had three, just so we're clear: Tony, Obadiah, and Pepper. Right? Like, it's not, it's not the same as Superman, who has like the Daily Planet people. You have, I mean, Jimmy Olsen has, I think, a fair amount of screen time. Mr. Terrific has a fair amount of screen time, but all of the individual screen times that they have, like, is proportional to each other. When I say that, right? Like, Jimmy Olsen has a comparative amount of screen time to Mr. Terrific. Fucking why? If we're gonna be doing like this avenue with it.
Yeah, and yeah, it also would have been better if we saw Cl- uh Clark and Lois's relationship flourish instead of just have it be thrown into the middle of their relationship.
Yeah.
I feel like there are a lot
Uh,
of emotional payoffs that got overlooked to guess it to present the story James Gunn wanted to tell.
It's funny you should mention that, because so if we kind of, I guess technically they have two scenes together in Act 1 if we include their scene at the Daily Planet, and then they have literally one scene together per act.
Yeah,
I don't feel that that is.
we barely
Yeah,
see
go on.
Superman as Clark Kent in this movie at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is it's weird, right? Like, it's a little bit strange to see. And I get that the argument was, oh, everyone knows Superman, right? But like, I think that it's so interesting, because I was reading about Christopher Reeve recently, because I rewatched the 1978 Superman, and one of the things that Reeve had to say was that duality between trying to portray both Clark and Superman was the like, that was something that really drew him to the role. And if you watch that movie, you can tell he really gave a shit, about trying to portray two different people. As compared to, I don't know, listen, Marlon Brando, all right, in that movie, it was not it's not his best one. But yeah, anyway, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Marlon Brando as Jor-El, because that also was a decision that wasn't comic book accurate, the same way people are criticizing Jor-El in this movie. And just so we're clear here, I don't, a lot of people don't dislike that aspect. I don't inherently have a problem with that change, but maybe we'll address that later down the line. But
Yeah,
in terms of just like what Superman, like what Krypton in general is supposed to represent, what Superman's general parents are supposed to represent. I don't think it conflicts with a core idea of Superman or his character because again, no, it's the story of Superman is a nurture story. Like he gets his morals not from his parents on Krypton, he gets it from his parents on Earth.
Just very quickly, Leon Phonitis in chat said, "Can we actually talk about the story because saying it didn't have enough Clark isn't film criticism?" So that just objectively is film criticism. Just like, by the way, it didn't have enough of a particular character to make the story compelling or function or connect is absolutely film criticism. Just like number one. And number two, we talked about the story. All right, we'll get there. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right, chill.
Also,
It's all good.
Quick thing. Callisto. Hey, KinoFlex, I enjoyed your Boondocks video. I'm fairly busy, so I can't stay, but have a good stream and good day. Thank you. For those of you unfamiliar, Callisto is a very good channel. He makes content like that's similar to mine. I recommend checking him out. But yeah, let's get back to the video real quick because we have more bigger fish to fry after this.
James Gunn put it in DCU.
Nice cock. Perfect.
Goddamn right.
James Gunn is just structuring the DCU around himself with random projects just to look busy. There's no real connective tissue between these projects other than cameos. The very thing James Gunn said he hated about modern superhero movies. None of these projects so far have indicated that an event movie was next. An event movie that doesn't have Batman or Wonder Woman or the Justice League.
Not a great plan.
Apparently, it's a team-up movie where Lex Luthor and Superman reluctantly team up. Supergirl, Lobo, Peacemaker, and possibly Hawkgirl could show up. So this is basically a team-up movie with a billionaire in a mech suit reluctantly teaming up with Superman to fight an otherworldly threat with the Justice Gang.
We are same. Same.
Okay. Just pause a second. I think he's doing really well so far. I think this one is a little bit. Listen. Okay.
Because
yeah, it's kind of.
It's
super reductive. Yeah, it's super reductive. Like if you could. What he just described. What did he say? Like a tech billionaire teaming up with. I guess he said Justice League, but let's specifically say a team of superheroes to take down an alien threat. So that's just like Avengers, right? Like just to be clear, that is the plot of Avengers. If you really want to narrow it down. So I don't. This one is a miss. I feel.
Yeah, I feel as though he's kind of exaggerating the problem a bit. The problem isn't inherently team up movies. It's the fact that they're not well written. Like the problem with the Flash wasn't that the problem with the Flash wasn't that Batman was in it, Supergirl was in it. Like you had all these cameos and callbacks. It was that the plot was dog shit.
Yeah, and I feel if I was to like be super generous and take what I feel the strongest version of his argument is, which is that this, James Gunn is taking this already practiced plot line because superhero movies as a whole kind of struggle to deviate from each other in some ways. I would say, I guess that can be fair, but also we are like, he's reduced it down to basically genre archetypes, like billionaire tech genius. That's like an archetype character thing. And, it wouldn't be unlike saying that, like, you can reduce all of Greek mythology to Zeus gets freaky and then demigod goes on a hero journey, right? Like, yeah, that's a lot of those ones, but that doesn't mean that, like, Perseus is the same as, like, the myth of Perseus is the same as, like, the Iliad, right?
Right.
But different. But still same.
So, let's talk about with the Justice Gang.
Wait, is the top of this weird to you?
We are same. Same, but different. But still same.
So, let's talk about why James Gunn is throwing a Hail Mary this early in this universe, and why it's a desperate gamble. Let's talk about it. This reeks of desperation. James Gunn's contract ends in November 2026, and suddenly he's speedrunning an event movie.
Wait a minute!
This is...
I mean, is that confirmed? Is it an event movie? Like, do we know that?
I think we literally know nothing about it other than it's going to have Superman and probably Lex Luthor in it.
Yeah.
Literally what...
Yeah.
Walter Hamada did. He fast-tracked the 2023 DC slate of movies when he heard that new owners were coming in, but it didn't save his job. he still got kicked out. And of course he did. This isn't a bold creative gamble. This is corporate CPR. After Superman 2025 face planted at the box office, and the Fantastic Four belly flopped right beside it, Warner Bros. Don't have 10 years to patiently build a universe. They don't even have 2 years. Superhero movie fatigue is finally setting in. So
Again,
Actually,
like I have to quibble with this. Like I don't believe superhero fatigue is a thing. I think bad writing fatigue is a thing.
yeah, I actually did want to ask you about how do you, because there's been, I'd say, heated disagreements about this. How do you feel about characterizing like Superman and F4 as a flop, like those
Characterizing.
movies?
Well, I see a lot of people coping about F4 not being a flop, and people think that as long as a movie makes some sort of profit, then it can't be considered a flop. But the thing with Fantastic Four, like these MCU films, is that a lot of money is put into them, so they're expecting a bigger,
Mhm.
a bigger return in investment. And that
Y-
clearly was not the case for a lot of these MCU films that are released this year.
Yeah, which is, I think, exactly correct, and I think it's always worth like because it might be brought up in a few other videos, and we might agree with it. And I know a lot of people are saying like there's fucking I think Brooks is like the account's name fucking Superman 2025 strongest soldier on Twitter, like saying, oh, if you account for like superhero fatigue, it really made $1 billion and that sort of thing. It's like financials are complicated, and there's a lot of stuff that feeds into why a movie does the way that it does. But it's worth remembering just always if you make your money back on a project. So that's just like if let's say a film is 200 million and makes 200 million back, right? That is a flop. Just so we're clear, it making its money back is not a success. If it makes
Right.
2.5, 3 times its money back, it probably in reality made enough money to be like, okay, it kind of did its job, but we're still not super happy. If it makes like 5 times its budget, then you're like, oh yeah, we're good, like we're doing great. But like, look at every single movie. Like a very good eye test that people can do for this, just so like it's unironically just to like get your eye in. Look at like all of the hyper successful, massive cultural footprint movies that have been released. Look at their returns compared to their budget. Now, I'm not saying they're expecting every movie to be that, but if you're making a Superman movie, you would probably like it to make many times its budget, like as, also to kickstart a massive cinematic universe. In an era where, like, again, comparing it to Iron Man just isn't apt, for example, because Iron Man at that point it was like a Hail Mary, like kind of nobody really knew it was going to become this massive phenomenon, the MCU, right? But we live in a time where we know that these cinematic universes exist and we know the costs associated with successfully producing them.
Mhm.
That's just like my spiel on it. I think that people are really grossly, because I see a lot of people going back and forth about it. I think a lot of people are grossly misinformed about how like money actually works in this context. And also, by the way, tax credits are a thing. Like the studios will not include how much they got in tax credit as part of their budget. So we don't really even know the full, picture. But what we do know is when someone makes a movie and then quickly in succession is trying to push out another one, it is a little bit like, you seem like you're panicking a little bit, if you just get an out of the blue announcement.
Right.
Or I could be completely wrong and they were super happy with how it did and that's why they're eager to push out another one. It's all
Yeah.
speculation at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So what's the genius play here?
Well, we're waiting.
Just smash a bunch of random characters together. Call it an event.
Not a great plan.
By the time this movie releases, it will be the 7th DCU project, none of which would have featured Batman or Wonder Woman.
I'm an idiot! You're an idiot!
Supergirl, Lobo, Hawkgirl, and possibly Peacemaker. That is such a random roster. What is
Okay, well, random roster doesn't necessarily mean bad story though. Like it's up
Yeah.
to the writer to come up with a scenario where the story with them is justified and like makes you want to go like go to a theater and see it. And I would, yeah, a lot of people would describe. I would assume that when Guardians of the Galaxy as a film was first announced, people would say, "What? Like you have
Yep.
all these established MCU like Marvel heroes, and you're choosing the Guardians of the Galaxy, these randoms? What the hell? This is going to be a flop." Meanwhile, it's probably one of the most celebrated like MCU trilogies in like in the entirety of the MCU.
I also think it's super myopic, and like a lot of people who say this are kind of tipping their hand. I feel a little bit in terms of like the historical knowledge they have of these film franchises. Just so we're clear, Superman was a fucking sorry, not Superman, fucking hell. Iron Man was a fucking nobody before
Yeah.
that movie came out.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was like a C-list superhero that you might like. If you, the casual person probably knew Spider-Man, they might know Captain America, Black Widow, Iron Man, Thor. Not really. They probably would know the Hulk as well, because but like, yeah,
Yeah.
like half of the
unless-
Avengers roster was like C-listers.
Unless you're like a veteran comic book fan, you don't know who Iron Man is. I would
Yeah,
say
exactly.
I would say before the
Yep.
Iron Man movie, Daredevil was more popular.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, Daredevil was more popular than Iron Man.
Well, because of the cultural zeitgeist, I'm really surprised if more people knew Blade at the time than they did Iron Man
true.
or Ghost Rider.
Maybe
So, like, yeah.
maybe even Elektra, if you could make that argument. Like even Elektra
Yeah.
had a movie before
Mhm.
before Iron Man, so there is
Yeah.
some evidence of that.
Yeah, like at least this is 100% anecdotal, but from my context growing up, the only people before like Iron Man and Avengers became a big thing, the only people who knew who like Iron Man was were people who maybe were like, it was the kids who were actually like reading comic books, and mainly like this is just my personal experience, I need to stress this, but I only knew Iron Man because he had like a crossover with Spider-Man in a comic that I read at the time.
Right.
It's like the only reason.
Yeah, and yeah, so there is a purpose to having these team up movies because it gets people invested in wanting to see more of them, and that's much more there's better shots of them being better received than giving them their own standalone films with no previous setup, like Blue Beetle, which was a massive
Yeah.
flop.
It's also worth pointing out that he mentioned so Wonder Woman is like, obviously that's a separate conversation, but like Batman, I don't think James Gunn wants to be making a DCU Batman movie in the next few years when Matt Reeves is still making his movie, right? Like you don't want to cannibalize yourself like that, I feel.
Yeah.
What is Peacemaker doing here?
No, that was
what
it,
the
sorry.
fuck are we doing out here? I asked you, what in the fuck are we doing here?
It's the exact same sin that tanked the DCU years ago, according to the very same people that are jerking off to this new announcement. They are rushing into a versus-style team-up movie before half of the roster has had their own solo movies. Cameos are the only connective tissue in this universe. Snyder got crucified for the Justice League cameos in BVS, but when Gunn does it, it's A-OK.
Well, was he? I wouldn't even say like cameos was like his top 5 reason for why Zack Snyder gets shit for his superhero movies or for BVS.
Yeah. Again, completely anecdotal, but I have literally never heard this argument. I have heard the argument that BVS had to try to develop like two members of like the DC Big Three, right? Which was not feasible, especially when one of them has the acting capacity of a plant. But at the same time, it's a little bit strange, I feel, to bring that up as like, Also, would that be a cameo? Like, I think people just would be straight up wrong to call the thing at the end of BVS a cameo. That's like foreshadowing, right? Not to be like splitting hairs over it, but
Yeah, it's kind of like I don't know. Like, would Black Widow be in Iron Man 2 be classified as a cameo or what?
yeah, or like
Yeah.
Thanos in
Yeah.
Avengers, right?
Yeah, like stuff like that. I wouldn't say those are just like Easter eggs or something needless like that.
Yeah.
It's not like a
Like I'll tell you what a cameo would be. Like a cameo would be Zack Snyder, like as like a meme inserting himself into the, where like he has that guy who's like an immortal person in the universe, and he's just like randomly in some movies.
Mhm.
Like that's like a cameo, or like what Stan Lee was doing in the
Right.
MCU. Those were cameos, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that he's recycling projects like Clayface, Lanterns, and Supergirl tells you that he isn't building a universe. He's simply repackaging leftovers and slapping his name on the box. So here we go again. No plan, fugazi events, recycled scraps, and rushed desperation. This isn't a new DCU. It's the exact same DCEU mistakes. After years of the Snyderverse getting mocked for being rushed and having no plan, James Gunn is somehow repeating the same mistakes. It seems like DC is trapped in a loop. They just keep repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again. This is why they hate Snyder fans. Because we keep pulling up receipts. We don't let them move the goalpost. Every critique they used for Snyder applies twice as hard right now. And the hypocrisy of DC fans isn't...
No. As sympathetic as I am to like the procedure being, fucked up, like, just so we're clear, the James Gunn DC projects, they are better. Like, qualitatively, they are better. Like, they are better written, they're better performed, they are better shot in a lot of ways.
Mhm.
Like, they're better movies and they're better TV shows.
Yeah, I don't think any would compare, would say that David Ayer's Suicide Squad is better than the Suicide Squad. Like, I see no one, or James Gunn's The Suicide Squad. I see
Yeah.
no one making that argument.
Yeah, no one serious would really argue. I also don't think that like anyone's like, well, okay, maybe I don't know. It's hard to say like with serious because people are serious about being Snyder fans, I suppose. But like, I don't think that many people who are serious would make the argument that like BVS, Man of Steel, even the first Wonder Woman, like any of these movies are better than like the Suicide Squad. I think
Mhm.
you might be able to quibble or split hairs over one of them, like Wonder Woman maybe being better than Superman 2025, but like Superman 2025 still clears BVS
Yeah.
and Man of Steel, I'd say.
Like Wonder Woman 1984 though, like no chance.
Yeah, no chance, yeah. And like I just want to be clear, like I think as much as I loathe the Snyderverse, I think that like Man of Steel and the first Wonder Woman are probably your two best ones. In terms of, like his outings.
Mhm.
Like BVS is a catastrophe.
It
Wonder
really
Woman
is.
1984 is funny because Pedro Pascal is, he's trying his best, all right?
Maxwell
Yeah.
Lord, you need to
Max-
give me the stone.
Also, yeah, there's a reason we're not mentioning Zack Snyder's Justice League, all right? Because that one is also not very good at all. Like, dude, that movie still has like a 90% on fucking like audience score. It's actually like that one
which
is crazy to me.
Which one?
The Snyder cut of the Justice League.
Really? That has a 90%
Yeah.
on Rotten.
Or like
Wow.
90 or 80. It was like up there on Rotten
Like
Tomatoes,
audience
I'm pretty
score,
sure.
Audience score or critic score?
I think both. I think it like was critically kind of acclaimed. Oh, let me check. Snyder cut.
Yeah, to me that doesn't sound right.
So it has 71% critic score, 92% audience score.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's insane. That movie is actually dog shit.
Yeah, well, according to Birdman, we know that these numbers are totally legit because positive review bombing or positive review bombing is not a thing.
Did he really say that? Oh yeah, he did. He did say that.
Though. Yeah, he does. Always
Oh my
negative
God.
review bombing is a thing. But yeah, let's finish.
Exists.
Isn't very subtle. Man of Tomorrow isn't a bold first chapter. It's a desperate gamble. And gambles don't build cinematic universes.
I mean, you could argue that every single like big blockbuster film is a gamble.
That's just objectively untrue. If anything, gambles are what specifically builds cinematic universes. Iron Man was a gamble, all right? Like
Infinity War and Endgame were massive gambles, and they paid off.
Yeah. You could just look at specific MCU movies. Ant-Man, you could say, was a gamble. Winter Soldier was kind of a gamble, right? Like,
yeah.
They lose them. So congratulations to James Gunn. You promised the DCU of tomorrow, but somehow gave us the DCEU of yesterday. Anyways, let me know what you think in the comments. Is Man of Tomorrow just a desperate attempt to save James Gunn's job? Is there a plan for the DCU? And why do you think DC keeps repeating the same mistakes over and over again? Let me know down below. As usual, I appreciate the support.
All right, so yeah, I thought he brought up some good points at the start of the video, but then he just kind of like he kind of lost me a bit.
yeah, I think it's the listen, the Snyder fan cannot but help try to prop up Zack Snyder's works, and like Zack Snyder's works are really bad, is the unfortunate reality there. Look, the man seems like a nice guy, he has a lot of passion, clearly, he's just not very competent. It's unfortunate. But
Right. Yeah. This is the first video of several, like 3 or 4 more. And I'm gonna
Sorry.
say I'm gonna say that this is probably the least egregious video. I chose it because one, he's a smaller creator. Like I liked his editing style. I thought he's worth highlighting, even if I
Yeah.
don't agree with him on everything. Uh, but it's also like a good topic to segue us into all these other uh
I want
interesting
to
people.
highlight. I want to highlight Goof R35. Only Slipknot can save the DCU and the MCU. Listen, the man can climb anything, all right? He can climb back up to the top of the ratings charts, I'm sure.
Facts. I yeah, bring back Slipknot.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah, but
bring him back.
yeah. So moving on from Dami, if I mispronounced his name, I apologize. We're moving on to Ranting for Vengeance. This is now this was from about 3 weeks ago,
Yeah.
but it's still relevant because he's also criticizing Mr. Gunn and his handling of Superman 2025.
Uh,
I think we covered him previously on I think we covered him
we are
previously
the
on SK's stream. It was pretty funny.
wait, real quick. Can we compare Dami's fit to Ranting for Vengeance's fit? I feel like Dami put a lot more effort
Oh,
into
really?
like his personal grooming and presentation than than Ranting for Vengeance did. Like he's got the he's got the hairstyle, the trimmed beard. He's got the white the simple white sweater. Can't go wrong with it really. Kind of open at the top to show he's a bit of a bad boy. And then you got Ranting for Vengeance, who
Yeah.
you know it's an aesthetic.
Yeah. Dami, th- I mean, it kind of now that you mention it, it kind of looks like the angel on your shoulder and
And the devil.
devil on your shoulder.
Yeah, true. Dami has like the halo behind him as well,
Yeah,
and like it's a very simple aesthetic.
yeah.
Like he's a
This is a
god.
man that would greet you in heaven if you
Yeah.
immediately after
He
you
looks
die.
kind of like Morgan Freeman's God. I'm gonna be completely honest.
Yeah.
Like,
And if I see Ranting for Vengeance, I'm just gonna be like, oh, I lived a
oh
terrible
no,
life. I made a lot of bad decisions.
is that your
That's
personal
about
hell? You just have to like listen to Ranting for Vengeance videos on repeat, like on a loop.
all right. Well, let's get started.
So Fantastic Four is a flop, as I predicted in my videos before the movie even came out. And it seems that Superman is going down the same route.
Are you playing it?
but an
Because
army-
I'm not seeing it on my end.
Oh wait, yeah, sorry.
That's
Share
alright.
this tab. Let me restart it.
So Fantastic Four is a flop, as I predicted in my videos before the movie even came out. And it seems that Superman is going down the same route.
Well, yeah, that's how predictions work. Just immediately. I predicted it before it came out. Well, it'd be less impressive if you predicted it after it came out, wouldn't it? Like...
Yeah. Good point. Good point.
After a great start.
But already, like, do you agree that Superman is a flop? Because I see a lot of people saying that Superman should have earned much more compared to its predecessors.
Yeah, it goes kind of to what we were saying before. So I don't think I'd say Superman is a flop because I don't think that Superman ultimately lost money. I think which I would say a flop is probably when I would say a flop is like when you make less than 2 to 3 times your budget, because at that point it's safe to assume you're losing money. I think Superman made like 3 times its budget, which means it's I assume it made money and probably made a bit of money.
Mhm.
But also I don't think it's tempered heavily by if I'm a Disney executive and I'm watching this, I don't think I am happy with this performance. So I don't think it is a flop, but I don't think it's satisfactory.
In any case, there's at least the audience is at least communicating that they want to see more of what James Gunn and Warner Brothers is giving them. So there's that.
Yeah. I think if I was to hypothesize a conversation with like James Gunn and like the person, like the producers or the people funding it, I'd just be like, all right, yeah, you get another one, but listen, you're on thin ice, like this one
Yeah.
better be a slam dunk.
You better cook.
Yeah.
But an army of freaks, along with the mega handicapped freak, James.
Make it handicap free.
Yeah, handicap free.
James Gunn are
Alright.
coping about it. Also, across the internet, many clips from the behind the scenes of Superman have gone viral because it's revealing James Gunn to be a massive spastic and a
Massive spastic.
I just love that he says it like it is, you know, it's revealing him to be a massive spastic specifically.
lot of fans
Damn
are
it, dude.
realizing. But before we get into it, if you like these videos and you want to help out the channel, maybe consider subscribing or supporting me over on Patreon. So I've made enough goddamned videos about Superman
consider
and
it.
Fantastic Four, but this is a video I want to make because
All those other videos, he didn't want to make them. This one, he wants to make it. Trust us, guys.
Dude, it's the fucking Stephanie Sterling special. I didn't want to make this video, alright? But here I am for the 5th time making this video.
because I want to highlight the
Goddamn.
fact that James Gunn does not understand superheroes. He does not understand filmmaking. He doesn't understand Superman. He does not understand the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Why does he just put a gay flag here?
I don't know,
Chris,
man.
On Chris
I-
Pratt. On Chris Pratt.
Of all people, yeah, I feel like that's the biggest miss he could probably have. Now I was gonna say, like, he doesn't understand the Guardians of the Galaxy. Like, okay, let's treat this discussion at least with like a shred of seriousness. Let's try to remain a little serious and not pretend like the Guardians of the Galaxy had any significant comic runs before fucking the movie. All right, like. Didn't they basically get completely reimagined, or like to a large part reimagined, pretty close or around that movie's release?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Like, let's be a little bit serious about this, all right? Like,
The fact that he's at the head of DC is so retarded.
I'll say this about Rage for Vengeance. I love that he talks like a pirate.
he's Irish, all right.
Arg,
Top of the morning to you, Ranting for Vengeance. I would like to talk to you about. Arr.
Arg, matey, what ye said be mighty retarded. I'll have ye watching a plank for that.
Avast, ye hearties, gun done through the lot of us. You're
It's hilarious. But before I show you the absolute state of comic book superhero fans and the behind the scenes of Superman, first of all, I just need to get it out there that I don't care what you say, I will never ever tolerate James Gunn's freaky behavior. And I'm not alone in that. You can say what you want about this movie and you can attack people who disagree with you, but the plain and simple fact
did Ultimate
is
Joker ghostwrite his script? What the fuck is happening? Damn. Crazy.
James Gunn is a freak who likes kids.
Make you like
Like,
I haven't been to the.
great.
oh no.
Well, this is a good opportunity to look at some chat. Mac, I need you to do that voice in one of your videos, Keto Flex. The Ranting for Vengeance pirate voice. Okay, I'll try.
They deliver
Captain
I'll
Flex.
never ever give up on that. I'll never get tired of
Kino Flex beard.
saying it because some things in
Yes.
life are just a
Flex
plain
beard.
and simple fact, and this is one of them. Not to mention that his movies are also freaky woke pieces of shit. Every single one of them. There's no defending it. I've watched most of this guy's movies. They all suck. They're never accurate to the
Wait,
character.
I watched most of his movies and they all suck. So wait, is it most or all? You need to decide, please. I don't know. I guess that's a bit bad faith. I guess he's saying he's watched most of them and all of the most that he's watched suck. Yeah. Well, if you remember from the SK stream, he mentioned he's seen a bunch of different movies from a different bunch of time periods, and he watched them all in a jump cut. All right, and after that, he determined that Superman is one of the top 3 worst ever made. You know,
Characters.
Yeah, it's worse than the Flash. Well, maybe it's not worse than the Flash because he said top 3, but like
Yeah.
like Captain Marvel, the Marvels, like something it isn't adding up because there has to be
Yeah.
it definitely isn't top 3. Superman definitely isn't top 3 worst.
There's the
There
comics.
are at least 3 movies worse than it across human history, I feel. Yes, I think that's a safe bet.
And he usually creates something brand new, weird, and freaky for himself. And this is when we get onto Superman, where he just decided to ditch Superman and bring in some gay cock, which you already know if you manage to.
Gay cuck.
Wait, did you say gay cuck or gay cock? I don't know which one.
I don't understand.
I don't know either. I guess, listen, monetization is important.
Now we need to like put our heads together, Jan. What in the film would make him suspect or like come to the conclusion that David Cornsweet is a cuck, or like Superman in this film is a cuck?
Mr. Terrific shows off in front of his girlfriend, I guess.
I that has to be it because like
that's like the only.
His girlfriend goes to a black guy for help, and he immediately thinks of sex.
Well, listen. That might be deep psychological reasoning for. Dude, this is completely off topic. But did you see that? It was like a Boogie clip where he was talking about how allegedly he like ran over and killed like a small girl when he was like 14 or whatever. And he couldn't remember the girl's name, which, very strange, but he remembered his mother's black boyfriend, Johnny, and he kept emphasizing there was her black boyfriend. I was like, what the fuck? Why would you? I think Ranting for Vengeance might have a similar occurrence.
I guess Boogie's trying to bring him up frequently so that he can have like I don't know, like he can use... He can allude to having like an N-word pass in his back pocket. I don't know.
But did Johnny make a lot of money for a person of color? I wonder.
To watch this absolute abomination, but the behind the scenes really gets down to the root of this garbage.
He starts saying, I don't know if I feel this.
The whole crew's sitting around waiting like, come on, let's shoot, let's get this done.
So great, but the is it am I just demonstrating? So if I say that's what it is to be human, that feels like I'm trying to prove it still, as opposed to I really know it.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop it there because already it's extremely retarded. It's unbelievably cringe that they're hyping up this moment as if it is the best thing ever made.
Well, this is like the emotional payoff for the film, right?
You could even argue as the thesis statement of the film. So yeah. They're gonna probably agonize over it longer than like your average scene.
Yeah.
This is called work. You might want to try it sometime.
And David Cornsweet, I don't really have anything massive against the guy, but he...
You called him a cuck, didn't you?
You don't understand. He calls many people cucks that he doesn't have anything against.
Comes to James Gunn, and immediately James Gunn is laughing in his face, doing that sneering pedo laugh.
What? Do you guys have like a specific laugh?
Which is all...
It takes one to know one, I guess. That's all I'll say.
Already a terrible job at directing, where an actor comes to you and says, I don't really feel that this is what the character would do, and you laugh into their face like an absolute handicap. But all that aside, when Cornsweet himself is actually trying to talk with him, he starts putting on this voice, which is not Superman. I don't know what it is. It's an autistic teenager that needs to stop using Adderall and TikTok.
That sounds very specific.
Yeah, that's a prescription right there, right? Dr. Ranting for Vengeance. He's suggesting that. If you're an autistic teenager, stop using Adderall and TikTok.
He's a pirate, he's a doctor, what's he gonna be next?
He's like Johnny Sins, bro.
If I say, that's what it is to be human, that's what it is to be human.
What the fuck? Really, since when is Superman some weak bitch? I really don't like Zack Snyder. I don't like Man of Steel. So I'm not comparing it to that. I'm comparing it to the character of Superman. I've read John Byrne's Man of Steel. I did not hear this squeaky ass voice. But anyway.
Could that be because you read it?
Yeah, you
hear this voice. Dude, it'd be funny if John Burns could come, like, or someone like who's Sojo could come out and say, "Yeah, that's how I envisioned it." By the way, like he would blow his mind.
Anyways, let's continue
I
with this
just
dumb.
also like I think the delivery is like again, if I was to be like super nice, it's like with how the delivery is. I think he's looking for more of that like Reeve stoic Superman, less of like the very emotional, Superman. But like I don't think that it's you know that's like that's the sort of criticism where I'd be just like, okay, I guess like your mileage may vary, but I don't really know like that it's necessarily a problem unless the movie is trying to characterize him as being like a super stoic person, and this is this ends up happening kind of out of the blue, which it doesn't, to be fair. Like the movie very much makes Superman highly emotional, one might say. If you have a problem with that, that's a separate conversation, right? But like it's very consistent with how he's portrayed in the movie.
Yeah, with this iteration of Superman, they're really trying to hammer home that he's supposed to be an empathetic superhero. Like even though he has like all this power, he wants to get the right result, and he wants to make
Yeah.
sure that he's giving the right lessons to people. Like he really
Mhm.
values his status as a symbol to the world. That's what I'm saying.
Dumpster fire.
Is this not the moment where I go, I was wrong to feel that way?
That's exactly where the issue is, right? Because what he didn't tell you was it was wrong to feel that way. There are feelings and there are thoughts. Your feelings about feeling bad are okay. It's not wrong for you to feel that way. You should just, it's not right or wrong anything. None of it is right or wrong. All of it is being vulnerable.
So everything is not right and wrong. What you're feeling is not right and wrong. It's also right and wrong. Whatever the fuck that means. And also, I'm just saying, if I was David Cornsweat and I make a valid criticism, why the hell am I acting like this in a movie? And your reaction is to stop.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's like for anyone who's not getting it, what he's saying is that it's okay to feel a particular way about the way you like. Basically, Superman is in this movie feeling guilty about having an emotional response to a thing that he feels shouldn't elicit an emotional response, and like Gunn is saying that he's trying to capture the synthesis of him accepting that yes, I do feel emotional about like, for want of a better term, it seems like a bit tautological, but like I feel emotional about the fact that I like have very strong responses to things, right? Because that is like a thing that humans experience.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what he's. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, that's his entire arc. Like throughout the film, he didn't really see himself as human. He saw himself more as Kryptonian. Like he was obsessed with uh something he over living a life he never experienced. And then when he
Yeah.
found out that what the actual reality of being Kryptonian meant, it brought him to conflict with with the morals he was raised on, and so this is the culmination of that, where he decides, you know what, I'm gonna choose to stay to live the life I was nurtured to be, and not chase after a cult like a culture or life that I don't really fully understand.
Yeah. One might say that he is choosing to do this because he now has a sense of purpose rather than because he has a sense of obligation. These are different sentiments.
Yeah. Also, let me
They
know
can
if my
sometimes align, but not always.
yeah. Also, let me know if my mic is too low, guys. Yeah. This guy felt cucked because his super daddy didn't act all stoic and emotionless.
Stand up and start pushing me, I'd smash your pedo glasses back into your freaky face.
What?
What?
His pedo glasses right into his face? I don't understand why he censors this stuff.
Really,
Yes,
it's not
it's
a
a good
joke.
Christian.
People
It's a wholesome
like this,
Christian
when
channel,
they get too
right?
Then why doesn't he suck your fucking shit and whatever else? It's weird.
close to you and
I think
start.
it's TOS language, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Um,
Oh yeah. If we do end up talking about it, I know SK and Gaming Rift talked about it, but Ultimate Joker, they responded to it. SK's video got taken down, but it's now up because he censored the language. I don't know if we react to it or not. If the stream will get taken down, so we might react to it, but we also might not, depending on
Yeah.
yeah.
Spazzing out over feelings probably just need to be knocked out.
Which means showing Lex that your feelings are hurt. In the point when you really shouldn't.
Out of
Well, what do you think about that direction style, Jan? Do you think it's useful? Useful feedback?
Yes. Yeah, generally. I mean, he's trying to capture like an emotional, place. I only worked with theater. Like I worked. I say I worked in theater. I was doing acting when I was in uni, like 3-4 years ago in the UK. But yeah, the directorial style. Granted, those are amateurs, right? But like, the not like a pejorative, but like whatever. The point is, yeah, it's not an uncommon directorial style. You like try to convey a sort of feeling that you're obviously trying to then have the actor communicate to the audience, right? In terms of what he's actually saying, like I get it. I don't feel that it's the most clear, and I think that might actually there might have actually been a bit of a disagreement about David Corenswet felt like he wanted to be a bit more stoic, and James Gunn wanted to lean a bit more into the emotion. But that's his vision, right? Like that's what he's trying to make. What people make of that is up to them. But I think that there was nothing uncommon about it. In terms of like the laughing, like yeah, there is often laughing on set. People don't take themselves hyper seriously all the time when they're filming. So, that's a bit of a weird criticism.
Yeah, it is.
It again because we have a massive revelation. We know why Superman is some squeaky voiced bitch in the entire movie. Because everything from James Gunn is a self-insert. The dude does not know how to write or make movies.
Everything is a self-insert, huh?
Yeah, like Guardians of the Galaxy. That was 5 James Gunns.
I mean, it's just like yeah, there's just like so many different types of characters in the movie. Like I'm just like questioning which character is the self-insert. Like or what exactly is James Gunn's character? If
I'd go further than that.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I'd go further than that. Like writing a self-insert can be fine, even if what he said was true. That doesn't mean that it's bad. There's characters who are self-inserts that work. Like it's it's not a problem.
Yeah, not inherently. It's only a problem if the if the writer is just like is self-inserting like their bad habits and bad traits and
Wait.
like a uh, like that one shitty graphic novel I'm Not Starfire where the author just self-inserted herself as Nightwing and
Yeah.
Starfire's daughter. That was trash.
Wait. Wait till this guy finds out about autobiographies. His brain's not going to be able to process the fact that every single protagonist is a self-insert in them.
Superman is not Superman in this movie.
Yeah.
It's a self-insert of James Gunn.
That's my greatest strength.
Which means showing Lex that your feelings are hurt.
Crypto is not Superman's dog. It's James Gunn's dog. The kind of back and forth troubled relationship.
Okay, how do we feel about the criticism?
Dog nepotism.
I forgot about that one. That was a real thing that humans said. Yeah, how do we feel about the fucking I say criticism, but like the idea that a director is trying to have an actor act in a particular way that is consistent with the vision they have for the movie. It's like what every director does, no? Like,
yeah,
they are there to direct. That's director.
Job.
Yeah, like they're supposed to direct the actors to achieve a sort of thing that they're trying to get out of the movie or communicate in the movie.
Yeah, like I'm pretty like I know a lot of comedies rely on improv, but that's not something you do for like a serious drama with a tight script that relies on consistency for the plot.
If anything, it'd be highly experimental. Like, you could say Monty Python is a good example of movies that have a lot of experimentation in them, but they're also a very particular kind of movie, right?
Yeah.
Is probably like a relationship James Gunn had because he likes kids and had to break up with his wife or something. James Gunn just spat all over your face.
Like I don't know where he gets this from. I think in Ultimate Joker's video he at least brings up like the party, like the weird parties and jokes he went through. Here he's not. He's just like throwing baseless accusations.
Yeah, I think it's 100% the well, the legal case and stuff. I assume he's aware of all of it if he's making such a big ado about it. He's not read it, by the way, because nobody who fucking posts that thing has read it, and I could prove it. If we get to that video. But yeah. Anyway,
spazzing out over feelings. And you're running out there determined, okay, now I get it. This explains it, why the movie is absolutely terrible. It's undeniably, objectively a terrible movie.
I get scared. I wake up every morning and despite not knowing what to do, I put one foot in front of the other and I try to make the best choices I can. And every time you say that I don't belong, it hurts my feelings. That's being human. And that's my greatest strength.
Who is this? I feel like I should know who this is.
Same.
At first I thought it was Christopher Nolan, but is that not him?
No, I don't think so.
Sorry. Yeah, if anyone knows who this is in chat, let me know.
So, this might be the gayest video ever created.
Gayer than gay porn, really?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's gayer things out there, my friend. I can promise you.
Porn Sweat is doing his thing. Everybody's watching.
You can start by looking into a mirror, but that's
and he's just screaming and squeaking like an autistic kid. And all James Gunn can do is sit there and literally cry. The dude is weeping like a little bitch and doing whatever the hell this is with his face. It couldn't be that good. I'm sorry. Did Richard Donner, back when he made Superman the movie, grab Christopher Reeve and go, it's about feelings. What you're feeling is not right or wrong. Then pat him on the back and laugh in his face. And then
yeah, I think he probably might have said that in the scene where Superman, in Donner's version, thinks that Lois has died because he was late. That was a pretty emotional scene,
Yeah. Also, I know a lot of people might like look at this and say, "Oh man, like, oh James Gunn's such a baby," but I don't know. If I were like through a lot of controversies and I still managed to make a big budget movie telling the story of one of the greatest superhero on earth, and I'm directing the emotional payoff, I might get a bit emotional myself, because at this moment I might think to myself, this is probably me peaking in life.
Yeah.
In a way. Yeah.
I mean, that it's completely normal for people to get emotional about their work if they are very passionate about it and it means a lot to them. Yeah, like, or even the scene itself, he could find impactful. Like, there's a lot of reasons this might happen. I think making fun of it belies some emotional immaturity, but that's just like my opinion.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell this is with his face. It couldn't be that good. I'm sorry. Did Richard Donner, back when he made Superman the movie, grab Christopher Reeve and go, it's about feelings. What you're feeling is not right or wrong. Then pat him on the back and laugh in his face. And then start weeping on the sideline like a bitch. What?
Well, didn't Christopher Reeve, like in the first Superman movie, didn't Christopher Reeves like get really emotional and literally go back in time to prevent Lois from dying?
Yes. Yeah, he did. Well, it's
is that not being spastic?
Also, it's worth remembering, just like Christopher Reeve said that he was disappointed with Marlon Brando because he seemed to treat it like a paycheck, whereas everyone else kind of gave a shit. So yeah. Like, I don't think that Christopher Reeve or Donna would look at this and be like, oh yeah, what a gay little F-slur. I think they'd probably be like, man, yeah, we relate. We poured a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into our project as well.
Yeah.
What the hell is this video? I'm sorry, what the hell is this entire production? Calm the hell down. Hold off on the standing ovations. This is one of the worst superhero performances ever made. And now
one of the worst superhero performances ever made. Like, off the top of your head, can you think of any other performances, Jan?
Woman, like the old one. I think that obviously everyone in Eternals would be a start as well, like the cast. trying to think. Yeah, like Gal Gadot, obviously, she's an easy go-to for like bad performances in superhero movies. This might get controversial, but I think Ezra Miller doesn't do a very good job as the Flash.
I
Like,
don't think that's a controversial opinion at all.
Really? Because I hear a lot of people saying that like his acting, or like whatever the fuck, I don't give a shit. His acting. Listen, when you've abused women, I still give a fuck, all right? But like his acting in those movies is like good. I think a lot of people say, but he's just a terrible person.
Yeah, I mean, I might be a bit biased because I grew up with the Flash, but I look at him and I do not think the Flash like
Yeah.
like either Barry Allen, be it Wally West, be it even
What do you
Bart
think about
Allen.
Grant Gustin? What do you think about Grant
Gustin?
Gustin? Yeah, his.
Well,
I think his Flash is alright actually.
The CW Flash is a shit show, but yeah, he was all right as the Flash. He was pretty good.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. Well, I listen. That guy, it's like in Whiplash when Neiman earns the part. That's that guy, all right. He's showing up every fucking week, putting out his best on complete like the slop treadmill. You know, it's like I don't know, man. That takes guts. I feel at some point. But yeah, no, yeah, like Ezra Miller would be another one. Obviously, Amber Heard as Mira is another one, right? Like, I guess she's not a leading woman as much as she wanted to pretend that she was, but you know.
Yeah.
Now we get onto the people on the internet who are getting tens of thousands of likes, freaking out, attacking people who don't like this movie, telling people that you don't understand, you're the problem.
Yeah, do you agree with that the sentiment? Do you think gun bros are slowly becoming the new Snyder fans?
I unfortunately do, regrettably. I don't think they're quite there yet. They've not started like mass accusing someone of being like a pedophile or whatever. But like, yeah, they're quite bad. Though I do think it's worth pointing out that like all fan bases are quite bad, or have bad aspects to them. That's not to say that some aren't worse than others. But like, yeah, I do think if I was to give my honest impression of Gunn, I think he's become lazy and complacent in some ways. Now that's not to say he doesn't give a fuck, but I think he's found like his niche and he refuses to move on beyond it. If I was to draw an actor parallel, someone like The Rock might be a good example of a similar phenomenon, but for acting.
I think he's leaning into like culture war stuff, because as seen with Creature Commandos, he is not shy to I don't think like the monkey scene in Superman 2025 was intentionally supposed to be like him preemptively making fun of people who don't like his Superman film, but I do think he doesn't like I do think in like a show like Creature Commandos, he was definitely making like subtle jabs at certain people, be it political or just like different parts of the fandom, like Snyder fans.
Yeah,
So
I kind of do think that the monkey scene, if someone gave me that reading, that like it's James Gunn, venting his frustration at being cancelled and harassed online, I don't think it would take much for me to believe it. Obviously, I don't know, right?
Yeah.
But I completely agree that he does seem to have like a bend of, or like he seems to feel a need to reassert himself as like, yeah, I'm a fucking creative genius. But simultaneously, he doesn't want to escape his comfort zone while doing it, which I don't
Yeah.
think is a great recipe.
To me, it seems as though he associates any criticism or people who take gripe with his writing as people out to get him or with a vendetta against him, or like political enemies, whatever.
Yeah, I'd agree. I definitely think it's in the similar to like, I don't know if you've watched like Patrician TV's video on Starfield, but like the Emil Pagliarulo thing, where like he's completely foreclosed on the idea that like the public or the people who dislike you can have substantive things to say about why they don't like your work.
Yeah.
This is directing. He's getting what he wants out of the actor. So let me get this straight. Crying into some dude's face about your feelings is directing. Okay, I'll take notes next time.
It can be.
Yeah, I mean,
It can be, yeah.
if an actor is confused over what a character is supposed to be feeling, then yeah, like it makes
Listen,
sense
this
in that
guy,
context.
I have a perfect actor for this guy, all right, whose career I should follow closely. His name, Tug Speedman, all right, known for such movies as The Scorcher One and Tropic Thunder, of course. Produced by Lex Grossman. He can't cry, so that was a good. I think that's a good actor for him. He should follow his career.
He should.
I have another clip here that's making the rounds. It's just filled with cringe. I'm sorry. The entire thing is more of the same.
Because I didn't make it easy for him.
Step into Wig Studio.
Let me read the comments real quick. Flash and Wonder. James Gunn should have changed pace with his style while making Superman. Hopefully, he does on Man tomorrow.
Or in any of this at all. There's no ego. There's a reason why he's asking these questions, because it makes it better.
And David wrote me that night. He texted me. He said that was my favorite day ever on set with a director. And I said, yeah, I think that was my favorite day too. But that was my favorite day ever on set with a director. And I said, yeah,
I don't know who did the edit on these behind the scenes videos, but they're trying to make it out to be like an epic movie. When you watch that scene where
I mean, yeah, that's what they're supposed to do to sell you on the movie, make it look epic.
Yeah, whether or not you agree or not that they succeeded, that is also that is the intent of the movie. It is trying to be like epic storytelling, right, in a sense.
Yeah.
Where he gives the speech about hope and how he's human and how his feelings are hurt. It all gets interrupted when some little gay dog runs in and knocks over.
Gay dog.
A dog. Gay dog.
No. What about crypto makes him gay? Like, what sets his gay dog, his dog gaydar off? Like, I'm so curious.
It's the red cape, that little bundle of sticks, obviously.
Over the villain. I don't give a rat's ass about some cute little dog. Superman is in the defining moment of his character and the movie, and he's failing at that also. And the takeaway for the queers here on Twitter is that you're just misinterpreting basic human interactions because you don't go outside and you don't talk to people. It's always attacking the person.
To be fair. Wait, is he complaining about ad hominems? Like, he can't say this. Come on,
yeah. I lost track of the amount of ad hominems he just used throughout the video.
His main criticism so far has been that it's gay, right? I don't know.
It's gay. He's a pedophile. It's spastic. It's retarded.
Yeah. I don't know. He could say this.
The argument, because the argument in both clips still stands. James Gunn is an egotistical, narcissistic freak who doesn't like it when things don't go his way, and all you can do is ignore the criticism, the truth, and start attacking people for not knowing about basic social human interactions. Shove it up your ass. We have another stereotypical deluded spastic here saying that there could not be a better clip to illustrate a director doing his job incredibly well, and of course half the internet has the opposite takeaway. Sorry to break it to people like this and people who hate on my videos, but you basically just need to go watch more movies from all.
Which movies?
What should he be saying? You need to watch more behind the scenes footage? How would watching more movies help you with this?
Yeah. I hate it when someone says watch more movies, because it's basically the equivalent of saying of someone making a claim, and then when someone asks them to elaborate, they just go, "It's not my job to educate you." No, like prove what you mean. Like give some give a recommend some behind the scenes documentary films or whatever.
Yeah.
From all different time.
Watch what's the behind the scenes? Hearts of Darkness, right? Is the behind the scenes for Apocalypse Now.
Mm-hmm.
If you really want to see a director, all right, going in, watch that. There you go. Compare that to James Gunn.
time periods, genres, countries. Go away and do it. Then come back and talk about how incredible directing is. Because I'm sorry, pal, but you're shit out of luck. This is not it. Pointing into somebody's face and crying about your own
just
self.
pause for a sec, because like to the slightest degree, I kind of get it, man. Like, yes, the internet is oversaturated now, I feel, with people who've literally only ever watched like big blockbusters or Marvel movies. But it's to the slightest measure, it's also important to remember that, well, yeah, that's going to shape that person's palate, right? And like, if you could maybe recommend a movie, like a specific movie that someone would watch, that'd be more useful than watch more movies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, if you know, you could recommend something else. Like, I don't know, if we're going for like hopeful, inspiring, I guess you could watch The Incredible Life of Walter Mitty or something. That's like, you know, that has a hopeful undertone to it, about like the meaning of life.
True.
But yeah,
Self-inserted
it's more of the same of what you said, pretty much. Like, yeah, it's not a saying just watch more movies isn't helpful to anyone.
Is not directing. We have another homo here. It's so awesome how no one understands what a director's job is.
We have another homo.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, like, what's wrong with this statement? A director's job is to direct, and that's what he's doing.
Nope, I'm pretty sure I know what the director's job is, and their job is to direct the actor to do what they want on film. To do what.
Yeah, so what he did, what we saw him doing.
Yeah, I don't know what, like, you've kind of fucked yourself on this one, buddy. Like, how the fuck are you gonna square this one away to say that's not what he's doing?
The character would do.
Wait,
from
let me
the
guess, it's gonna be
script or
gay.
whatever it's based upon. He's not directing anybody to do anything other than act retarded.
That's still directing.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can sometimes direct someone to go full retard, alright?
Speaking of which, just case in point, look what they had David Cornsweet doing on set. And because James Gunn is a moron who's always online arguing with people, somebody asked him about Superman's budget and how much it needs to make to break even. And once again with the ad hominem attacks, James Gunn doesn't even address the issue. He just starts saying that you don't understand how a movie is made and you don't understand the film industry.
Okay, well, where's the ad hominem here? Like, absolutely false. Anyone saying that doesn't have an understanding of the film business, and we would be idiots to make a first in a franchise film that would need to make that much to be profitable. Yeah, where's the ad hominem?
Yeah, it's not an ad hominem there. I would absolutely disagree with what, you know, he's saying. I don't think that, like, first in a franchise film, you're not making a first in a franchise film. Like, again, I wouldn't expect James Gunn to say anything different here. Of course, he probably can't for like a number of legal reasons, right? But like, just to be clear, there's a difference between a first in a franchise film, like, well, it's not a franchise, but like someone making a movie like Good Time, right? And someone making a fucking Superman movie, right? Like, of course the expectations are going to be different.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't understand the difference, James Gunn, of being a normal, decent human being who tries their best and being a sick bastard like yourself. James Gunn knows absolutely nothing about superheroes or comic books. I'll just put that out there. He can bring up some knowledge and try to adapt some stuff he was given from a comic book, but you know nothing about Superman or Batman.
When life gives you overripe bananas.
Yeah, but does he know something about Wonder Woman?
Yeah, I mean, again, he just needs to back up his claim. Like, what is he not getting right for Superman or Batman or any of these other characters? I'm waiting for you to actually give an argument. That's the problem.
Considering he's never made a Batman movie, I'd be curious to know what he doesn't get about Batman. But anyway,
Batman. If I was doing Batman, I can get into it. Like, Batman's a maniac, so yeah, he puts on scary bat costume and goes out and tries to scare people.
Keep him away from DC, Marvel, comic books, Superman, and especially Batman. Because what the fuck are you talking about? Batman is a maniac who puts on a costume to scare criminals. I'd really get into that if I was doing Batman. People like this are a disease, and
I mean, does that not describe Batman to an extent?
yeah, like, listen, as much as I completely agree, it's so tired and dragged out the Batman should go to therapy sort of, you know, argumentation. Like, yeah, he's not mentally all there, clearly, and like many of his best comics have him acknowledging that to some level. It's part of his rationale of why he doesn't kill.
Yeah,
is his understanding.
The entire reason he's Batman in the first place is because of a traumatic event that mentally scarred him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the speech he has to, in the under the well, I guess both versions of it, but specifically, I think the more people are familiar with the movie version, the under the hood, where he speaks to Jason Todd about if he kills, that's gonna push him further beyond over where he already is because he needs to adhere to a set of principles if he's gonna do this.
Yeah, essentially, if Batman kills, then he loses self-control. He would lose self-control, and he doesn't know what would happen. Yeah.
Well,
because
it's a funny parallel. Go on.
Because Batman, as he is a pretty, pretty wild in terms of scope of what he can accomplish. But if he starts killing, that could that could be scary.
Well, I recently rewatched it because I think that at least the first part of it is legitimately really good, or the first season of it is legitimately really good. Dexter, the show, I think Dexter Morgan is a good comparison point for someone who literally has pretty much the identical backstory, although a bit more brutal. His mother was murdered in front of him, which caused him to have a antisocial personality disorder, and then he became a serial killer, and clearly causes some pretty big mental anguish. When you want to go around and you develop, so to speak, a taste for killing people that you think deserve to die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you don't have to be humble, Jan. I know you rewatched Dexter because you saw the Dokes edits.
Yes. Listen, Dokes, all right. He's season 1 and 2 of Dexter is really good. Everyone should watch season 1 and 2 of Dexter. Season 2 has some more annoying stuff in it, but season 1 is tight. People should watch them. Don't watch. Also, Original Sin is pretty good. Don't watch anything else. Maybe 3 and 4 you can tolerate.
And the only cure is, I don't know, a good right hook. And the people coping on here, fake fans of Batman and comic books, saying that if you're mad at this, you've succumbed to this propaganda about the Wayne family, you're speaking a big load of garbage. He's not a maniac, he never was, for a good 50 years. Just because some postmodernist writer comes in a brand...
I feel as though the only way you could have this take is if you don't realize that Bruce Wayne is the mask and Batman is who he truly is, beneath it all.
Yeah, also, Batman literally, correct me if I'm wrong on this, because you probably know more, but wasn't Batman originally quite heavily inspired by the Shadow?
I'm not quite sure. I could see people making that comparison, but yeah, I'm not sure about that actually. If he was directly
it's just
inspired.
because I definitely know his big thing was he was it was a detective story, right? Hence Detective Comics, right? As opposed to now, what do you have? Detective Comics, I suppose. But yeah, Batman has always had an edge to him, unless you're talking about the Adam West series or something, I guess.
Yeah. Shadow and Zorro from Dane Visser. Let me try using my other mic. Hold on.
Hello? You guys hear me? Jan, can you hear me? Jan, can you hear me?
Jan, can you hear me now? Jan, can you hear me now? All right, nice. Wait a minute. Jan, you still there? I can't hear Jan anymore. That's bad. Can you guys hear Jan now? Shoot, I think I screwed up. Can you guys hear Jan? Type 1 if you can hear Jan, because I can't hear him anymore. Oh, that's bad. All right. Hold on. Let me try to talk to him.
I am here, but I can't hear anything,
Can you hear me?
including you.
Can you hear me? Oh, he can't hear me. That's the problem. Hold on. Yeah, I just told him to leave and join again. Can you hear me now? Jan, can you hear me now?
Hello?
Can you hear me now? All right, hold on. Jan, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Yeah,
We are back.
yeah, sorry about that. I didn't know what the hell happened.
No, that's fine, no worries. I was like so confused. I was like, oh, okay, I can't hear him. That must be it.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Like I said in the previous stream, I'm still trying to get used to this. But yeah, we're almost done with this.
Brand new crappy movie or comic does not make it canon. Read any
was done with
classic
Ranting
Batman
for
comic,
vengeance.
Denny O'Neil, watch Mask of the Phantasm, the best Batman movie ever made. Is
Okay, so
No.
he's saying to watch Mask of the Phantasm, the best Batman movie ever made. I don't hate it, but does that really prove his statement of Batman not being psychotic? Because I feel like it still
Yeah,
it's
for
very
one.
psychotic. Yeah.
Yeah, not really. I'd say Under the Hood is the best Batman movie ever made, personally, at least animated Batman movie. But yeah, Master of the Phantasm was pretty good. But yeah, I don't think
What
that
about
supports
Batman
this
Year
case
One?
much at all.
Well, I would say
Year
like
One's great
Batman
as
Year
well.
One and The Dark Knight Returns are pretty good.
Dark Knight Returns is good, but I also don't think that wouldn't be one I would recommend someone to get a super accurate
Yeah.
impression of Batman necessarily.
True, that's
Year One
true.
definitely. Year One is another good one. I sometimes forget about it. I don't know why, but it's really good. Although I would say that Mask of the Phantasm, Under the Hood, and Year One, all of those are excellent, and TDK as well, of course.
Batman insane? I don't think so. He is not a maniac. Another spastic here. Actual Batman fans aren't mad at this at all. He's an effing maniac, and Bruce would admit that himself.
I mean, yeah, he would. Like he wouldn't.
He often does.
Yeah, he tells people to not follow in his footsteps because they couldn't handle it.
Yeah,
Would
like
he?
not to dilute it all the way back down to like the archetype, like trope codifier or whatever, because I don't think that's always useful. But part of like the archetypal of like the Dark Avenger, which is what he is in terms of like just so we're clear, is that yeah, he will often like it goes all the way back. If you want to go like really fundamental, like the Count of Monte Cristo is like the preeminent work on that. There's definitely always a trend that vengeance leads you. It's like a corrosive thing, right? It dissolves parts of your humanity and spreads to those around you like a cancer.
Yeah, that reminds me. There was an Italian film, from last year that was a an adaptation of the Count of Monte Cristo. I thought it was really good. For those of you who don't want to read, you should read it, but if you want to just
Yeah.
watch a movie
Don't
about
want to
it,
read the 1,200 pages of fucking absolute cinema, granted, but it's insanely long.
yeah, but I would say like the 2024 film is pretty good if you're looking to to get to the story. But yeah, moving on.
Ever, because I've never
Yeah.
seen it. Did he do it in the Denny O'Neil run? Did he do it in any run out of the 80s by Alan Grant, John Wagner, I don't know, Doug Mensch? Did he do it at any point during the animated series? Or are you just a fake fan who needs to go screw themselves and just get a load of this shit that's been making the rounds? People are saying that he should direct a Spider-Man movie and, dear God, a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie.
I mean, I can see why, because of Guardians of the Galaxy, he knows how to have characters with different personalities bounce off each other. So
I can 100% see TMNT. Yeah, I think that would actually be a pretty well-suited project for him.
yeah, unrelated, but that latest Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles film kind of aged not very well.
Hey,
don't know.
literally the only Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles associated thing, funnily enough, I've seen is the one where it's like a crossover with Batman. I thought that one was pretty fun.
Yeah.
But
Okay, so
Yeah, it's just.
I'll make this quick. If you know nothing about TMNT, they're some of the most badass and underrated comic characters of all time. You can check out my video on it if you want to get into the franchise. But even if you know just the smallest bit about it, you know that James Gunn should not be anywhere near it. Spider-Man is bad enough because he'd ruin everything about the character. He'd self-insert some gay crap. But Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I don't know who made this tweet, but you, my friend, are mentally handicapped. And to finish off this video,
Oh, he didn't really make a case for why James Gunn shouldn't direct.
yeah, we just
TMNT film, but
you just already know. If you know, you know. All right, there you go. That's this guy's entire model. If you already agree with me, you agree with me.
Yep.
has announced the Superman Saga. What a stupid name. What is it with these pretentious bullshit directors like Matt Reeves who say
Wait, I
it's
just
the
realized
Batman?
he should have said that Zack Snyder. Sorry, not James Gunn announced the SS, the Superman Saga. It's a little bit. I don't know about that one. That guy might like this though.
Shut it down! Shut it down!
Shut it down! Oh no! Cut to commercial break.
Who the hell wants that? People just want an entertaining Superman or Batman movie. We don't want the Brave and the Bold or the Superman Saga. We don't want the people making these movies crying on set, having big squeaky autistic bitch voices, talking about kids in a really weird way.
What? When did they talk about kids at all in this?
But they didn't bring up kids in Superman at all, did they? I don't remember it if they did.
No, they didn't. They didn't even say anything in what you showed us.
I guess there was that one kid that you know.
Superman, help me! And Guy Gardner showed up instead.
Guy Gardner stopped him from fucking getting shot by a 5.56 in the dome, but you know, other than that, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
People just want a comic accurate Superman or Batman movie. And the Matt Reeves Batman.
Okay, but like, again, I hate to be that guy, but like, which incarnation? Like, comic book accurate from which writer? Like, there are different eras of these characters that have different characterizations from each other.
Yeah, and they don't have like a core one definitive work, right? Like they have a bunch of different stories involving them.
If somebody said that they were going to make a comic book accurate Superman movie based on the modern take of him, I'd say no thanks. I'd rather not have a film of him at all. If you're just gonna do that, I'd prefer if his characterization was back when his character was good.
I personally think everyone should exclusively adapt Red Sun. There you go.
Saga and all of these different sagas are none of that, and any real true comic book fan out there knows it. So if you agreed with anything I said in this video and you want to see more content like this, do let me know and maybe consider subscribing. And if you're part of the horde of gay retards out there who love James Gunn and this movie,
that's me.
Go screw
well,
yourself
I guess that's not me.
And go complain to your boyfriend.
What an outro! What an outro! But
Go complain to your boyfriend. Wait, what if a woman watches this video? Is she supposed to complain to her girlfriend because she's also gay, or like how does this work?
Yeah. I guess she's
Not
not.
that he's ever. I guess he's
she's
never seen a woman.
I guess she's not a gay retard then, or he doesn't
Yeah,
think that
she's.
women would watch his content, which is I don't know. Don't sell yourself short there, buddy.
Maybe he subscribes to the left school of if a girl is gay, it's not gay, and if a guy is gay, then it is gay.
Yeah, but
That 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 makes sense.
yeah, but that's Ranting for Vengeance. Next we have our old friend, the Bird Brain.
The bird, right? Wait, is the Dodo Man on this?
Oh no.
Ah, damn.
he's not available right now.
He's the best part about his video.
All right. This video is exposing the grift, like just where he addresses like a bunch of people over not liking Superman 2025.
So, Superman released last week, and the grifters just don't know how to respond to it. Half of them are calling it woke, and the other half are saying it's not woke.
Yeah, so what's your stance on this, Jan? Is it woke or is it not woke?
I would need to know what the person even means by woke before I'm able to like before that word means anything. Like I don't.
I know that even though like we have our criticisms of Superman, Ben Shapiro's video was pretty bad. Like he said that he would actually side with Lex Luthor and throw Superman in prison.
Well, if we remember, Ben Shapiro thinks that Civil War is the worst Marvel movie because it doesn't have Iron Man being a base libertarian. So I don't know, man. Like,
I mean,
yeah, in terms of like Ben Shapiro, if I was to like conceptualize a Ben Shapiro definition of woke, I think it would probably satisfy it. But like, it's worth remembering that like his definition of woke is insane and encompasses basically everything that isn't like hyper tradcon, like content.
Exactly. Like it's very his definition of woke is very it's from the point of view of a very ultra conservative orthodox Jewish man, which is very a lot of people don't subscribe, which I imagine a lot of people wouldn't subscribe to, since a lot of
Yeah.
people aren't ultra conservative orthodox Jewish men.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Tyrone
It's like
Magnus, yeah, I don't know, like I feel as though initially when it dropped, a lot of people were mixed about it. Uh, yeah, like Nerdrotic, this is what Tyrone Magnus is reacting to. He said that's not woke, but it was a disappointment, and I guess that's more accurate. That's more agreeable.
yeah, I would generally agree. Like I would, yeah. From my understanding of Nerdrotic, I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't satisfy his definition of woke. Because there isn't really like there's not like an attempt to have much contemporary political commentary in it, or at least not none that couldn't also be extrapolated across like history. Like yes, there's a war between two countries, and a lot of people project current contemporary conflicts onto that, but that would be the same if the movie was released in 1825 as it is in 2025.
Yeah. Just real quick, Leon. I still don't agree with the argument that Lex should just kill Superman, considering he would die a hero and government and Justice Gang would come after him, especially Mr. Terrific, who is tracking Superman. So I understand that criticism, but to me, like, when I see Lex's plans outlined, I just don't understand why he can't just kill him in prison, because he already won at that point. He turned public opinion against him. He has Ultraman at his disposal. He can use him to pretend to be Superman and stage a number of crimes, or just like have him commit an atrocity within the prison trying to escape, have him say whatever he wants, like he did at the beginning of the film, and basically make any situation he wants to show the government and everyone that he went insane and that he was justified to kill him. But that's not what he does. Instead, he just has him in a jail cell with Metamorpho, not really supervised well, and allows him to escape, even though he didn't need him anymore. To me, that's just like
Well,
very confusing.
I also just people really don't like it when this one's raised, but like genuinely, I've not heard a good like what is the Justice Gang and the government going to do? They don't have anything on him in terms of a proof, so they can't, like get the court of public opinion on their side really. And then like the Justice Gang are all weaker than Superman, and he can beat Superman. So why would he be worried about the Justice Gang?
Mm-hmm.
Besides, he could probably just bribe Maxwell Lord, who's in charge of the Justice Gang. He could 100% strike a deal with that guy.
Yeah. The government wants to.
And then you could say, oh, Guy Gardner and Thingy go rogue, right? But sorry, yeah, Karen, you were going to read the follow-up.
The government wants to question Superman, and Lex thinks his plan is foolproof. His ego is a real flaw.
So he's retarded. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. Okay.
And this is probably
Like,
because none of them know.
just to address that really quickly, like the ego is a flaw. Like you do understand that people aren't egotistical in this fashion. What like ego is stopping Lex from just killing? Like, isn't Lex's entire ego inferiority predicated on the fact that Superman is like alive and existing for this movie to function? Why would he have like an ego conflict with killing Superman? And also, he verbatim says that the only thing keeping him from killing Superman is that the government wants to ask questions, but Lex Luthor would have no reason to bow to the government's whims and wishes when he is more powerful than them.
He betrayed his country, so yeah. He's already violating what the government wants him to do.
Yeah, he's willing to cross like any line at this point, right? Like,
and
also like,
and when he stormed the Fortress of Solitude, like he found everything he could. Like he doesn't really have anything to find out from to interrogate Superman on, since Krypton is no more, and that recording was all he knew.
Yeah. He also has like a private military force, and like, what is the government going to do against Ultraman and Engineer?
Yeah.
Like,
nothing.
There's nothing. They're done.
Yeah. But anyway, let's get back to this.
Know what the word woke even means.
Oh, we're about to hear his definition of woke. Oh boy.
Which is why the easiest dunk for people arguing against anti-woke losers on the internet is to ask them to define that word.
My own definition, I understand like that woke has become kind of a buzzword, but I would say the definition I find satisfactory is an aggressive push for diversity, equity, and inclusion where it's not needed. Because a lot of people tend to think of diversity, equity, and inclusion as always positive things that elevate something, when that's not necessarily the case. Like diversity of thought is a value, but having too much diversity of thought can be a detriment if not everyone's on the same page. Equity can be good if it's to actually, if there's a mutual benefit. An example I like is how you need to have wheelchair ramps for companies that need coders, because a lot of people in wheelchairs tend to go into careers that prioritize programming or stuff like that, since they can't.
That's not like heavily physical, right? Like they're not going to go into construction. Like, let's be real, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. I know what you mean.
Yeah, but it doesn't become equity doesn't become suitable for people who aren't tech literate or are not really talented in STEM and need continuous help to do their work, right? And inclusion, it's same as diversity. Not every sometimes you need to gatekeep. So a given goal or purpose remains on point, and you want to remain on task. So yeah, all of these things can be positive, sure, but there also needs to be a sufficient justification for why they're included. And you see all of this brought up in terms of writing quality because you can tend because that's where you see a lot of like bad plot points, like poor writing, like poor justifications for characters simply because of their race or identity, etc. But
Yeah.
yeah, like I understand like I don't like using the term woke. I prefer to just use tone deaf or pandering, stuff like that, because I understand there's connotations behind it. Some people assume something else when it's said, but yeah. Uh, but what are your thoughts on it, Jan?
Yeah, as to make the point, mine is slightly different. I would probably, when I say woke, or like when I heard woke said, I typically associated with people who think that they have, in some sense, had an awakening to the, in their view, reality that current, like, liberal norms and conventions and like the historical liberal norms and conventions are either erroneous or they will not actually help improve society. So an example of this might be, and why it would apply to certain projects, is like a woke idea might be like merit, like kind of what you were getting at, like meritocracy and like meritorious and fuck, what's I'm missing out on the word, like a prestige, that's the one, like a prestige based society for good behavior isn't going to lead to good outcomes on its own. You need to like have a violent revolution or something, right? So that's like, and the way that like factors into like the DEI and like the narratives, um around that, like I think that DEI pushes can absolutely satisfy the definition if they are like based on what the messaging is, right? It's like a classic example of this would be, oh, it's not your personal agency or choices that factor into your lot in life at all. It is actually just this massive systematic, discontentment that is being forced down upon you. That one is like but that's like more specific to politics. I think like for the purpose of media discussions, if somebody just said, yeah, it's like pushes for anything that like pushes for a particular strong, like outside of the Overton window political, I guess you can debate whether the Overton window is so far left, in some senses, also far right in some communities, right? That like it subsists in it. But like, the point is, uh, the average normie, right? Like their political takes, anything that deviates like past that in trying to push a particular agenda, I think would satisfy the definition.
Yeah, yeah. But maybe like a perpetual victimhood or misplaced
Yeah.
status of victimhood could be also be
If I was to
acceptable
if I was
definition.
to really dilute it down, like to a super simple like one phrase, it's the perception that there is like an overarching power structure of a particular nature that's trying to keep you down. It's like buying into that framework, and that power structure has institutional backing and it's deliberately trying to target you.
Yeah. Okay.
So like capitalism, it could be like
Certain
the
ethnic
woke
groups.
HR or whatever. Yeah,
Certain
exactly.
ethnic groups, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Which is like and I know like I have like disagreements on this because I would say like you would probably say like right wing people can't be woke, they'd be something different. Where I'd say yeah, they can be woke right wing people, but that kind of again, it all serves the bigger center point, which is that woke is super contextual based on who you're talking to.
Yeah, like a lot of people would say that since the people who would describe themselves proudly as being woke have like like are almost always like far left or progressive. I see a lot of people say that it's cultural Marxism, and to
Mm-hmm.
be like a cultural like Marxism is an inherently left wing idea. It's incompatible with right wing ideas. So that's why people
Yeah.
including myself, to be honest, like don't really buy into this like woke right framework. But I I oppose it just like based on the term. I would and say it's kind of redundant because if you want to say that someone is blaming a certain group of people for their problems, you could just you can just there are already terms for that, like
Yeah.
anti-Semitic, like crybaby, like whatever. you can think
They need
of.
to start. Someone needs to a reverse like negative universe. Jordan Peterson needs to popularize the term cultural like Hegelianists or something, and then listen, then we're golden. But yeah, no, I think that's fair. I just like it's. I just kind of like calling, listen. I just like calling the people who are like hyper far right woke because they get ass mad and it's funny. All right, so I want to have a definition that encompasses them as well. But like, yeah, and again with the Birdman, and his particular like framing. I don't know if he's going to give his definition of woke, but I would imagine that it would be something strict, like prescriptively positive, would be my assumption. Like he assumes that something being woke is like prescriptively a good thing,
Being
which
woke is simply being kind. Like that's probably what's going to be.
Yeah, that's like I would assume that's going to be some variation on that. Yeah.
Which is usually met with a swift retreat. Which is why it's curious that the cynical grifter has decided to call Superman not woke, likely due to him sensing the film would be well received and make a lot of money.
What a bad faith interpretation. Like, I said this in my
Like-
last. Like, what? Like, how did I understand that? Like, this guy has his fan base of people who just hate critical drinker, but like, how do you watch this and like come to the conclusion that this guy's at all good faith or should be a trusted source for like criticism? Like,
I said this before. I said this before, but we really need a word that's like, or like a term that's like past poisoning the well. You know what I mean? Like, I guess nuking the well or something, irradiating the well or something. Because like this is insane. Like,
shitting down the well, shitting down the well. That's
yeah,
a good one.
that'd be a good one too. Yeah, no, it's like the in the Simpsons movie where Homer dumps like the massive silo and like that happens to the water. There's like the skull and crossbones on it. Like that's what's happening to the well at the moment. But yeah, no, this is like just again, if I was to like hyper Steelman and like if a hypothetical Birdman was with us here now, I think he'd say, well, I mean, yeah, but I already know that he's a grifter because I have a much well cataloged like history of covering this guy and proving that he's a grifter. But the problem is if you look at those videos, every single one of them already pre-assumes that he's a liar. So this is like it's like an Ouroboros, right? It's like or like a tautology. We know that Drinker is a grifter because I have a video series exposing him for being a grifter, and I can have that video series exposing him for being a grifter because he is a grifter.
Something that goes against his mantra of woke thing bad and will fail. In other words, go woke, go broke.
Now, do you agree with this? Baldur's Gate 3 is woke?
I would have to say no. Yeah, I'd say pretty squarely no on that one.
He seems to like be part of this crowd that, oddly enough, is both on the left and right that think having like options is woke, and I don't really agree with that.
I kind of agree with Patrician TV's take on Baldur's Gate because I want to be clear. There's people out there like Grums and John De La Rose who are trying to spin it and as not woke, and they are being disingenuous and liars because they are disingenuous and liars. But like the way I think Patrician TV's take on this, I think was pretty nuanced, which is Baldur's Gate 3 allows you to be super woke if you want to, and it allows you to be super traditionally conservative if you want to. If you want to have a all like good neutral party, adventure where you're crusading against evil, it allows you to have that story. If you want to have a story where you team up with a bunch of like marginalized peoples and you try to, sever the bonds of tyranny's yoke, it allows you to have that story as well.
Yeah. It's trying to appeal to everyone it can.
Yeah.
Which is
it's like it would be like saying that like New Vegas is libertarian because there's a faction in it that is prominent that has a libertarian at the head of it, right? Like it's hard to apply these framings to competently made big RPGs because the entire point is they allow you to have a plurality of choices.
Yeah.
And if you were actually like to dilute down the story of like Baldur's Gate 3, like what the actual core thematic elements of it, it would be pretty much power corrupts. That would be the fundamental big takeaway that they're trying to get at.
Yeah. let's see some of the comments. Ethan, you can have sex with a bear in Baldur's Gate 3, by the way. Yeah, I think we're all aware of that.
Yeah, you
That
can.
now
Yeah,
special
yeah, it's
ability.
possible.
Yeah.
But you can also have
a druid, to be
a
clear.
druid. Yes, yes. You can also have a very nice conservative traditional sex with a goth girl. So
Yeah.
But if it didn't go broke, then it wasn't woke. I've noticed this myself, that when I gave examples of films that were woke but didn't go broke, the cope has been to suggest that those films were not woke. I still receive comments on my short from people claiming movies like Zootopia weren't actually woke.
Okay, let's see what his rationale for Zootopia being woke is.
You know, the movie that's a thin allegory for race relations and how we should accept each other despite our various differences.
Okay, so how is that not anti-woke? Because I see a lot of people who describe themselves as anti-woke, say that they're anti-woke because they oppose uh, anti-white hatred or other hatred towards other races, uh, with the uh, with the framing that racial hatred is reparations or like justice, which is a false framing.
I also want to appeal.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, like what they're a lot of people who describe themselves as anti-woke are just are doing so because they want things to be on the same playing field.
I mean, I literally just think with the case of like someone like Drinker or Nedrotic, it's like a generational gap as well. Unironically, like I think there's very much like it's like Gen X libs, right, which are used to how things used to be, and now they kind of don't want to. I guess libs, when we completely fair, I think they are definitely like in the modern framework they are definitely conservatives, but like they used to be liberal back in their day, but now progressively society as a whole has gotten more like liberal, and they now have found themselves in a position where they are on the conservative side of the argument. But I don't think that I don't think that Gary Beekler is a racist. Will Jordan is a racist. Like I don't think that they are like yeah. And like regarding Zootopia, like he said thinly veiled, it's like I mean your mileage may vary much.
What I want to know is which
Who's the white people?
Yeah, who are the white people? Who are the black people? Who are the who are all of the
Yeah, the Jewish the Jews, yeah. Like I guess he would probably because I think the woke people would argue that the herbivores are the white people because they have the institutional power, and then the predators are the white people or the black people, but like or they're the marginalized community. But like that's kind of what I mean.
I
Yeah.
kind of view like the predators as white people because they have like the institutional advantages, right? Like they're the more well off.
Yeah, they're like stronger and physically, like they're like superior, which is of course like and this is what I mean. This is what I mean. He says thinly veiled, but yet you can't even fucking discern. Like you can't conclusively, I feel, discern which side of the allegory is who.
I see a lot.
It's almost.
I see a lot of groypers love this movie because they
an allegory for race relations and how we should accept each other despite our various differences, a film that features a villain who is explicitly a prey supremacist. Yeah.
Yeah, like groypers like look at this and say that's a Zionist. Like come on now.
The lion doesn't concern himself with prey supremacy.
Yeah,
Yeah, like that's and I think that's kind of tipping, like that's Birdman tipping his hand here, where he would say that the prey, animals are the white people because prey supremacists, white supremacists. But the point really is, you could 100% have any person of any ethnic background watch this movie and like sympathize with both sides of the struggle.
Yeah, you could have like a number of interpretations about this, and that's the point.
Yeah.
But you choosing to fixate on one interpretation says more about you than it says about the movie. I don't think Birdbrain realizes that.
very
It
not
reminds me a lot to compare it to superhero material. Like, it reminds me a lot of the people, you know how everyone's like, oh yeah, Tony's 100% right in Civil War, or Steve is 100% right in Civil War, and that's the problem with the movie. I feel like whenever someone says that, it says more about them than it does about the quality of the movie.
Yeah. I don't think.
woke, Sashomaru 1, you fucking idiot. I swear, you people have an incredibly difficult time understanding political themes in art. It's almost like you have zero media literacy or something.
Oh, he said the line. He said the
He
line.
said it. He said the line, but let's go.
Wait, is this fucking play about us?
And this is all because if these morons don't have an overarching narrative to follow, they don't know what to do.
I'm just gonna push back here and ask, like, do you not have an overarching narrative yourself, Brain? Like, be honest. Come on.
Yeah. Literally every single person does. I don't even know what this means.
I
Right?
can
Like,
I can predict, like, I can look at your video and predict exactly what your takes are going to be.
yeah.
Like, you're gonna be like, just be super contrarian throughout the entire thing. Maybe you'll like, maybe you'll surprise me by being so bad faith. But like in defending a film or like trying to dunk on someone, but I know exactly what bent, like, like what direction ideologically you're going with.
Although, just so we're clear, as well, because he loves his philosophizing and pontificating upon political meetings in art. Consider this, Birdman, is not having or deliberately endeavoring in one's life to have a lack of overarching narrative in itself an overarching narrative. So therefore, definitionally, everyone has an overarching narrative because they have a grander goal or a grander change or thing they would like to see in the world that they work to consciously or otherwise, or that they contribute to consciously or otherwise. You know, by like just kind of doing things, you're inherently affecting or pushing forward one narrative or another, because, you know, the framing of how society understands reality isn't influenced strictly by you and your actions. You fucking idiot. Like,
yeah, like it's so weird because he's definitely the type to believe in, like, in slogans like personal truth. So, like, what the fuck is he talking about?
yeah, like, this is what I mean. Like, I can't decide whether he's an individualist or like a collectivist. It seems he's selectively one or the other.
And that's because these people aren't film critics or reviewers. They are con artists that have found a lick, and their audiences are literally too stupid to realize they're being played.
Okay, let's see why.
This is exactly why when The Critical Drinker tried to make a movie, it was hilariously bad. And
If you, I hate this take. Roger Ebert was he made a shitty film. That doesn't take away a lot of his criticisms or make them moot. Red Letter Media made a bad film. Like, that doesn't make their criticism moot.
My favorite comparison for this is always to go to food because it's something incredibly tangible. Just because I can't cook a perfectly like medium, rare steak at a restaurant, I can't go to a restaurant, order a medium rare steak, and determine that it tastes like shit. Like, nobody believes this, by the way.
Yeah.
Literally nobody in good faith believes that you need to be a talented artist in order to have valuable criticism or in order to be able to accurately assess something.
Yeah. And again, like, I'll give Drinker credit for this. At least he, like, put his money where his mouth is and tried to make something. I don't think, like, why don't you try making something, Birdbrain?
What do you mean? He's exposing the grift, bro. He's servicing humanity.
Of course.
now he needs a YouTuber to help him with his writing.
So Mahler is like a ghostwriter for Critical Drinker's scripts. That's interesting.
It's also
because
like
he has like the opposite opinion on Superman 2025. Just so we're clear, he thinks it's shit.
Mahler disagrees.
Positive about it.
Mahler disagrees with a lot of Critical Drinker stuff, but also, like, what is this? Now he needs a YouTuber to help him ghostwrite his script. It's like, so can YouTubers not write good scripts?
Also,
like, you realize that
Critical Drinker
Quentin
is a YouTuber
Tarantino.
himself, too. So what's
Yeah.
your point here?
Well, I guess he would say he's also a writer, right? Because he's like written books, which I think the books are reasonably well received. I don't know much about them. But like, yeah, I mean, like, well, Shadiversity wrote a shitty book, right? But that doesn't mean that he's prescriptively wrong all the time about everything. He's just often wrong about many things.
And I just find just find it very weird that he's against this idea of self-improvement. Like if you do something bad, or if you have like if you're at a low point, you can never build yourself back up or have something of value to say. It's just like a lot of, it's just this very weird fixation uh to I see a lot of video essayists have when they come after someone they disagree with. Just very weird.
I would absolutely love to take this guy back to like when Reservoir Dogs released, around the time that like Quentin Tarantino was still working odd jobs, and then he wrote Reservoir Dogs, and just this guy would be one of them. Like he needs a fucking, I don't know, like a theater usher to write his script for him. It's like, yeah, you can write a good script if that's something if you're passionate about something and you educate yourself and you try to actually improve. You can do so. It's possible.
I wonder if he reviews Chris Stuckman's Shelby Oaks movie, he would degrade it by saying, huh, a YouTuber wrote this, so I knew it was going to be shit.
Yeah.
Of course he won't say that.
Man. Yeah. It's like, listen, I will be the first to say I am the biggest fucking elitist on planet Earth, all right, for Harry, England, and St. George. But at the same time, the proles can find a way to be creative and, advance themselves if they are creatively talented. It's just that's what I mean. Like, he's a walking contradiction. He's like this flatten the curve and, topple the hierarchy, but simultaneously, how the fuck is it possible that, what you must say, how the fuck is it possible that you, Mr. YouTuber, would try to write a script?
Yeah, it's so bizarre.
And I commend him for knowing his limitations, but how has this experience not humbled him? He's still shitting on movies that were made by people who have been proven to be more competent than him in this very space.
Really? Mission Impossible Final Reckoning.
Yeah.
That's
that movie is worse than Rogue Elements, by the way.
Yeah, Ryan Johnson.
Yeah.
Joss Whedon. That's the guy you want to be defending after all his controversies, really?
Well, it's also like, again, it's the same thing. If I go to fucking Marco Pierre White's, if I go to Harvey's in the 90s and I get a shitty steak, yeah, it's a shitty steak, man. I don't know what to tell you. I probably couldn't cook a better steak than that, but it's a shitty steak.
Yeah, it's so weird. This is just appeal to authority. Like it's
Yeah.
Well, not even that. It's just appeal to it's more so appeal to popularity. Like these people were given big projects, and he's just going off of that and saying, "Oh, well, you can't say anything because you weren't given the same opportunities they were given." Like, what is this? Like, this is such anti-criticism. Like,
yeah, he wants the.
I don't understand how you could say this and still make videos yourself.
No, you don't understand. It's literally this person, because I mean it goes back to CinemaSins, although yeah, CinemaSins is probably more often correct than wrong about. But like that's his entire ironically grift. It's him trying to he just really fucking hates the fact that like unironically the proles that don't have media literacy backgrounds and didn't study media or whatever and don't have credentials are like able to make a talk show and talk shit about movies made by people that he thinks deserve respect.
It's not even like media literacy when you dissect it. It's more so people don't share his interpretation on a film.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
no, yeah, it's well because that's the media literacy special. You have media literacy if your takeaway from the movie is what the director was trying to convince you the movie is saying. That is media literacy. That is literally verbatim the internet's understanding of media literacy. It is when your opinion of what the movie is aligns with what the movie is trying to be. It is the most infuriating, intolerable shit ever.
like the moment you introduce death, the concept of death of the author to these people, like their brains explode. It's so
Yeah, it's impossible. Yeah.
it's so bizarre.
If he had any shame, he'd have shut his critic reviews down, enrolled in a screenwriting course, and we wouldn't hear from him for the next few years. But no, he has a grift to maintain, as they all do. And that's why we are here today, to take a look at a bit of what a couple of film's biggest grifters have to say about Superman.
Here are 5 anti-inflammatory dinners I ate this week, thanks to Hungry.
I need to use the bathroom real quick. Do you think you can talk to chat for
Yeah,
a
I
minute,
can
Jan?
I can entertain the chat. Let's see here. What do you guys have to say? I liked Final Reckoning. What was bad about it? Genuinely asking. It's hard to go into it like in an abridged sense. I think what I would gun for is the world building is completely nonsensical, even by Mission Impossible standards. If you compare it to something like actually, going into the rewatch something, try rewatching Fallout and just be on the lookout on like how much better the interconnectedness of the movie flows and how much more there is to chew on by way of like Ethan's relationship with his need to save the world and it costing those the people who choose to follow him versus Final Reckoning, which was kind of just like, hello, this is like the AI hasn't intervened, like invaded the cyberspace, and Ethan Hunt needs to save us because that's what Ethan Hunt does. It doesn't really have Ethan grappling with anything. He's kind of a Mary Sue in that movie, to be completely honest. And then there's a lot of nonsensical aspects to it. No ad block. Yes, we support. Listen, Birdman deserves his money. All right.
I'm back.
We're supporting creators on this channel.
Yep.
Actually, I was gonna say one more thing. I think what he literally wants is every single like YouTube reviewer to become like Chris Stuckman cucked and be like, I know how hard it is to make movies now. I'm not gonna criticize people for making bad ones.
But he will criticize people for making bad. It's so inconsistent. Because he will criticize Drinker if he makes a bad movie.
Yeah, and he'll also criticize Drinker's YouTube videos, which are also creative works that one way or another take effort to make.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Like he literally, Birdman doesn't agree with Birdman on what Birdman believes. It's the most frustrating shit to listen to.
Yeah, it's very telling that this is coming from an anti-grifter or self-proclaimed anti-grifter.
Honestly, I go away on holiday for a few days and what feels like the biggest controversy in pop culture blows up across the internet. Out of all the movies I expected to be a lightning rod for conspiracy theories, political tug-of-wars, and the kind of explosive fan warfare that makes the Snyderverse look like a polite disagreement over afternoon tea, the last one I predicted was James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn.
Well, that's because you spend the majority of your time worrying about the black to white person ratio in films and whether that makes a film woke or not. Imagine being a film YouTuber and not knowing Snyder cultists are some of the biggest crybabies on the internet.
What? Did he even really disagree with that?
So like he implicitly said that Snyder cultists are like batshit. He just said that he didn't expect the discourse to be this animated about it, which I think is fair. Like I didn't, I don't think. Listen, if the discourse around this movie was constrained to Snyder cultists like whinging, it would be a smaller discourse than what it was.
Yeah, but it's not.
Like
it's like so. Yeah, so already I'm just scratching my head.
Rivaled only by you bitches when black people are on your movie screen.
Progressives falling over themselves to turn James Bond fake and gay or black and gay.
Fake and gay.
They've only.
Yeah, I mean, I think heel versus babyface makes a lot of bad takes, sure, but like he's allowed to do so. It's the internet.
About this film since Gunn was announced as the head of DC 3 years ago. But I guess when you're complaining about Brie Larson and Daisy Ridley every other day, you tend to develop tunnel vision.
But not.
Yeah, I don't know that they do that often.
I don't think they ever like bitch about they haven't bitched about Brie Larson or Daisy Ridley in years. So I don't know what they mean by that.
I guess, yeah. I mean, but also, like, to be fair, someone who is deeply passionate about Star Wars is allowed to bitch about Daisy Ridley, right? And like her acting performance not being good, and also the character that she portrayed being poorly written, and also Brie Larson and some of the comments that she made, and her acting performance as Cara Danvers also not being great. Carol Danvers.
Dear viewer, because the drinker is back to bring order out of chaos, restore balance to a world gone mad, and pronounce the final verdict on James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn. And damn, man, what a delightfully optimistic, frustratingly flawed, and thoroughly weird movie this turned out to be. On the plus side, the casting is excellent. David Corenswet turned out to be a perfect choice for the Man of Steel. The script doesn't try to diminish or deconstruct him just to massage some smug filmmaker's nihilistic ego, but instead presents him as a flawed but good-hearted man doing his best to navigate a complex world.
Alright, so already we're seeing a lot of positives.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how
So-
Birdbrain will spin this as him being
But you're
like super.
oh no, it's
positive
simple.
in the film.
It's because it's the escape hatch. Like no, it's the escape hatch. The escape hatch is if the coverage turns out to be positive, they are still doing it for money because they only follow like what public sentiment is on the movie, which is why he's so famously positive about movies like Thunderbolts, which had a massive, public declaration of praise and support.
But it's so confusing because, like, he'll say that they understand what the public sentiment is for this film, but they will claim to be tone deaf. Claim to be tone deaf for other films if they're negative. So I don't understand the mentality they have.
Yeah.
There's a strong theme of heroism and positivity running through the movie, a refreshing lack of political agenda, and some genuinely great dramatic moments that made me think, yup, James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn actually understands what people want from a Superman movie.
So this reminds me of a hilarious tweet you made the other day, Drinker, where you claimed that people are trying to make Superman political and that they should just judge a film as a film without politics. Naturally, this was my reaction to this message coming from you. Really, motherfucker? You see, this is what you do. You and your ilk are the ones that can't judge a film on its own merit and have to stupidly seek out things to be mad about because of your primitive and backwards politics.
Really?
Primitive and
The
backwards,
Acolyte,
okay.
The Acolyte, Hollywood as a whole, Girl Boss as a concept.
Also, to be clear, like I don't always, very rarely watch / agree with anything Drinker has to say, just because I don't find his videos that interesting. But just to be clear, he's saying it's wild how hard people are trying to construct a political narrative around Superman. Read construct, meaning that they're trying to employ that artificially. The Acolyte, he would deem, and honestly I would deem, has a built-in political narrative, as does She-Hulk, as does fucking Captain Marvel. Yeah. They have built-in political, pushes that are very contemporary that they're trying to push forward. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Arcane has that, you could say, but Arcane is really fucking good. At least the first season is.
Yeah.
But he's absolutely, it's possible. These are possible to square away. It's possible to think that a lot of modern movies have a political bent, and also simultaneously think that a lot of people can still implement or construct political narratives around movies where there is really none to discuss.
Yeah.
If you aren't whining about Peter Parker being the only white guy in Across the Spider-Verse, you're calling Alden Ehrenreich the only white guy in Ironheart.
Oh my goodness, what are the chances that the one and only white guy in this show would turn out to be a completely submissive pussy?
Connect with a finance.
Okay. Yeah, he turns out to be the villain, so that is proven wrong but he did just see the first 3 episodes, so there's that.
Yeah.
He made that statement. Again, sorry for the lack of ad block, everybody.
If your Nazi
Also, I just want to
members
say
don't
very quickly, because I think I need to rehabilitate this a little bit, because it's like some movie bop say like backwards fucking degenerate politics or whatever. It's like listen, as someone who's I wouldn't say like a traditional conservative, but like there's a time and place for conservatism in, just reality. Sometimes the
Isn't
march of
there
progress
isn't there
goes too
something
quick.
yeah, isn't there something you ever want to conserve?
Yeah.
Ever?
Like, for example, I think that anti-murder laws would be pretty good to conserve. Would be, that'd probably be my start. I think that anti-racism laws would be pretty worthwhile conserving.
I think
Or like anti-segregation laws.
I think having police is pretty good. Like people wanting to abolish
Yeah,
those are pretty
police.
stupid.
Yeah, like having like a police, department and a firefighter department and a military that, like performs those jobs that not everyone is fit and or, desires to do. That's pretty useful. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Seem to realize that Alden is Jewish and that this is further evidence that you consider Jewish people to be white.
I mean, they can be. What's your point?
This is such a fucking stupid. Judaism is a religion, dude. Like, of course, it's more guarded, dare I say, more conservative or gatekeepy about who's allowed in. But yeah, there's white Jews, absolutely.
Let me just check something.
Jesse Eisenberg. What color skin is Jesse Eisenberg? Just out of curiosity.
He's definitely not Middle Eastern, if that's what he thinks.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah.
So, I'm sharing this tab with you real quick. So here's, yeah, it's so weird because I don't think this has been is the Bird Brain the first person to use the early life section as a sort of like as a sort of dump as a bread tuber. Like I've never seen something like that before. But let's see. He is Jewish. His ancestors were Jewish immigrants from Austria, Hungary, Russia, and Poland. Okay, so how is he not white if his ancestors are from these places? Like this is such bullshit.
No offense to you. There's a brain breaking happening here, which is partially like, and again, this is not shitting on anyone. It's just how cultures develop. But this is a very American perspective on like Judaism, I guess. Because like, if I saw someone in Europe with the name like Alden Ehrenreich, I would immediately assume they're German and or Austrian. But of course, the context of why there's a lot of Jewish immigrants in America is they fled here during World War II. So if you have someone who has like a very strong like German or like, sometimes Slavic sounding names, it's a pretty safe bet to assume they might be Jewish or have like some, have like some Jewish ancestors because they would have been fleeing the Nazis, right? But that's a very recent phenomenon. There have been Jews in like, white dominant majority countries in like Central and Eastern Europe for centuries, if not millennia.
Yeah, but it's just again, it's like super weird that he doesn't consider Jews to be white. Like it.
Yeah.
Like Judaism is a religion, just so we're clear.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be like saying that like all Muslims are like brown or whatever. That's also not true.
Yeah, and that's not to say that there there are different ethnicities that are like Ashkenazi Jewish. Not saying they don't
Yeah, of course.
exist, but like there's different types of Jews, just like there are different types of Muslims and Christians. So like again, just like very weird.
Yeah, exactly. Like another good example, Turkey is very. A lot of people in Turkey are like white skinned, right? But they're majority Muslim, of course.
Yeah. Let's see where.
So like, yeah. Conversely, a lot of people in Greece are Orthodox Christian, and they are quite, like they are Mediterranean. They have like olive skin, right? Like they're more tan.
Because of your stupid, simplistic worldview that the heroes and good guys should nearly always be white men, you fail to recognize that this movie, like most art, is political.
Most art is okay. So first off, I don't think he's ever said that heroes are required to be white men. That's just like nonsense. And second of all, you like most art. If you want to say when people say most art is political, they tend to mean like it in a very dumb way, just such as this was made in our made during the context of this was made by utilizing our current systems and institutions, et cetera, et cetera. But it amounts to like a whole bunch of nonsense that doesn't really mean anything. What people mean by political is just like the partisan sense. Like, are you like be incredibly one-sided in your commentary, and are you like in your attempts at trying to be to make a point, are you actually making an ignorant point? Like that's the biggest gripe people have, and it's like very I think it's very telling that he doesn't understand that.
I just like I would really like to like take this guy to a let's just go to let's take to classic like fine arts, right? Let's go to an art gallery, and I show you like
banana on the wall.
Well, not even a banana, but let's just go to some classic art pieces. Like, let's just say I show you like a conversation, with the gardener, and then I show you the Guernica. Do you mean to tell me that these two pieces have an equivalent degree of political commentary they're trying to convey to the observer? Like, do you think that it is part of like Conversation in the Garden that there's like a deep underlying political commentary that's trying to be contemporary to the time period, or is he perhaps the author, like the artist, trying to convey, a sense of serenity and a sense of like tranquilness, in the work primarily? Because works are like art is like how you communicate with people without using words, right? Meanwhile, when Picasso draws the Guernica, he's obviously trying to, convey the suffering of the Spanish people in that particular political context.
Yeah, again, I just noticed that most bad modern political commentary suffers from the exact same problems. It usually only goes after one side, the side the author hates, rather than like having something to say about everyone. It's about as subtle as a sledgehammer to the face with its commentary. It doesn't allow you to think about it deeply, and it just ultimately cares about more about showing the author's opinions in your face, which doesn't really offer anything to you.
Yeah, like because Renoir in the 19th century was of course subject to certain political norms and attitudes at the time, but that doesn't mean that every single one of his works seeks to communicate his opinion or his thoughts about those. You can say that it's going to be colored by those, but that's such a fucking boring, uninteresting, all-encompassing definition of what it is to be political. By that, literally just like choosing which socks you buy is political. And like, if you say yes to that question, like if you bite that bullet, I just say like, congratulations on biting the bullet on that. I hope everyone can see how stupid this is now. Like any sensible person.
Yeah. Like, let's dumb it down even more. Let's say all films are connected to the sun, or all films are part of the sun, since everything is connected to the sun. Like, he's making the same point. He's not really saying anything.
Yeah, like you could just say every single film is hydrogen or something, right? Because it has people in it that require H2O to survive.
Yeah.
Like it's so reductive and so like clearly I just can't take anyone seriously, like because at that point it's like, okay, it's like, okay, fuck yeah, man, sure, you win, everything is political. Can we now agree that there is a scale of this, like again from like the Guernica to like the Conversation with the Gardener, where like one is hyper political, the other is less political? Because at that point I feel like we can pretty easily construct a framing where I would say that like one is pretty much not political at all, even if there is still an underlying understanding that everything is political, but this one doesn't express its political nature too much. And there is on the other end something that is highly political, which express purpose of its thematic and like thematic plot and character elements are to reinforce a particular political ideal. Again, if we went to movies, are you honestly telling me that there is no meaningful difference in how political like fucking Paddington 2 is versus Triumph of the Will? Like we both know there's a difference between these two, and if you're saying there's not, you're like either lying or you're just brain dead. Like simple as that.
And there's also just like what film the intended audiences of the films are for. Like, are they actually appealing to people of a given political bent, or are they trying to appeal to everyone
Mhm.
by making a sort of argument or message to appeal to
Yeah.
them?
Yeah, and that's like the biggest, I think, tell of people like, well, on the one end like Birdman, on the other like Ranting for Vengeance, like John De La Rose and shit like that, is they are absolutists. To them, a thing is either X or Y, but the reality is that the real world exists in degrees, like in degrees of stuff that you're willing to tolerate or you like, and then degrees of stuff that you would say trend towards the bad. The world isn't definitively one way or another.
Yeah.
One might say only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Okay, let's continue.
You somehow miss the fact that Superman sparks an international conflict by stopping an obvious pastiche of Israel from invading an obvious pastiche of Palestine.
Is it
Is it an obvious pastiche of Israel? Like, why does he talk with a Russian accent, my guy? Why is the country's general naming convention clearly Eastern European? Why do they speak with an Eastern European coded language?
Yeah, it's just it's not that deep, man. It's just a random geopolitical conflict. Like, why couldn't they just use Israel and Palestine if they wanted to make that point? They could have.
Yeah. Yeah, because the thing is, the reality is he's saying, oh, it's an obvious pastiche, but your pastiche is pretty muddy, dude. Like, on the one hand, yes, it's a U.S. political ally. Yes, they are trying to invade, a country. On the other hand, the people in that other country seem to dress absolutely nothing like people do in the Middle East. If you look at what they're actually wearing, they look, again, very much like Eastern European settlers. And if you look at Moravia, just the name, man, Moravia. Does that sound like a fucking Eastern, Middle Eastern name to you?
Nope.
Also, everyone there is white, so they can't be Jewish.
Yeah, did you just say? Yeah, that's a good point. Didn't he just say to not consider Jewish people white?
Yeah, so I don't. Also, the conflict has absolutely, if this is, by the way, just as an aside, a complete tangent, but if actually just literally anything about the Israel-Palestine conflict or the Israel-Iran conflict, if we're being more specific, you would know that the way that the conflict is portrayed in the movie has actually nothing to do with the Israeli, the Jewish-Muslim struggle in the Middle East, which is almost entirely fought over religion and different conflicting religious ideologies, which religion isn't even brought up once in this movie. So I don't know, man. I think that if you have an understanding that Israel is just doing this because they want to perpetuate a thinly disguised land grab, you might have that perspective. But I think at that point, this is more about you than this is about the film.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who's reasonable, even people who are pro-Palestine, can generally agree that it's a religious conflict at its heart.
Yeah.
Political than geopolitics. But because you're a 17 IQ culture warrior, you think...
You kind of made this point in SK stream too, but war, showcasing the dangers of war or being against war is not inherently a partisan political statement.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
listen to
it's not a modern issue either.
Yeah, to repeat the depressing quote, all right, war is eternal. As long as there is man around, there will probably be war. Because, and this is what I mean when I say you could show that commentary aspect of the movie to someone in the 19th century, the 18th century, the 17th century, they would still be able to relate to that concept of these two countries are at war. Because war has always been here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what's he going to say about the girl bosses?
Politics is when a woman is in a leadership role or a drag queen is cast in a show that stars a black superhero.
Okay, so completely disingenuous, doesn't actually get into their characters at all, which nobody likes. Okay.
This film,
yeah, I just find it so interesting that nobody who takes issue with the criticism, because there's times where people are overzealous with calling out girl bosses or whatever, but nobody's actually willing to talk about the work themselves and how that reflects on the girl boss, right? Or where that notion comes from, because again, the girl boss is kind of a buzzword, much the same as woke. But like, I would absolutely say that there is a trend of having, so to speak, girl bosses in movies. And to that, I would just say it's a person who is in a leadership position and they display absolute, like, they're a woman in a leadership position, and while they're in that position, they display absolutely no meritorious qualities that I believe diegetically would actually land them in that position if this was a real universe.
Yeah, I'm
Chief
curious.
example, Holdo is a good one, right?
Yes, that's a good one. Like Admiral Gender Studies, yeah. But I'm curious
Yeah.
to see what Birdman standards are to consider a female character bad. Like, does he actually? The way I view it is, if they were written as a man, would they be bad? Then yeah, I don't view what I'm saying as sexist or like how he would bigoted or however he would describe it. But like, does he have different standards? I don't know.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Or like, that there have been women characters in movies for, well, since I don't know if like since the dawn of cinema, because attitudes back then, but for a fucking long time now, a lot of them have been in what you could say leading roles, and not all of them receive this criticism. Why is that, do you suppose? Could it be that the reason that people don't take an issue with Frances McDermott's character in Fargo is because we actually are shown and understand why she is a competent, like, police detective?
Yeah.
As opposed to fucking Batwoman in Batwoman, the TV series.
Yeah. All right, but let's see what he says about
Also about an immigrant, something Gunn states explicitly. Given Trump almost assuredly became president due to the desire of his followers to kick immigrants out of my country, you can also argue that this film is pro-immigrant.
Okay, so where to start with this? Pro-immigrant is not a political stance. At least it's not a political stance in the partisan sense of the United States. And if and in case you didn't realize, Verbrain, since you seem genuinely slow, like you can simultaneously be pro-immigrant and anti-immigrant, because there's no one consistent type of immigrant. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like it's entirely rational, like to favor certain types of immigrants that are compatible with your country and the people living within the country. Whether
Well,
it can range from like whether they obey the laws to uh just being able to assimilate.
Well, in a sense, that's why we have border laws, right? It's like that's definitionally an exclusionary practice that, deems that there are certain people who are more fit to be immigrants in a country than others. Like, a person who's here from Bangladesh on a student visa might be, and lives in the country for 5 years, finishes their degree, and then wants to enter employment, might be more fit to be, to immigrate here than someone who's a fucking drug lord from fucking Romania, right? So like,
yeah, and also like this like this weird like this weird comment of him saying of like Trump deporting immigrants. If so, first off, like there's a distinction to be made between legal and illegal immigrants. But even if you don't want to accept that distinction, like other presidents who aren't Trump have consistently done exactly what he did, which is deport immigrants, illegal immigrants from the country. Biden, who is part of the Democrats, the opposing his political party to the Republicans, which is Donald Trump's party. Like he deported immigrants, and Obama, like the previous Democratic president, he deported immigrants. So, like, really, what point are you trying to make here? Like,
yeah, I think if go on, sorry, I'll go after.
Again, like I don't know what point he's trying to make here, because if someone's anti-immigrant for that, then nobody is pro-immigrant.
I think the criticism, or like I don't think he articulated this well at all, but like the deeper criticism would be, with how prominent like the deportation stance is from like because like for Trump it's like a major. This is like Obama wasn't running on deportations, so to speak, right? Even if he still did them, as you're correct, every president does, and it's I guess also the nature of some of the deportations. But that's getting into like political territory that would require a conversation in and of itself. I personally think that I have opinions about Trump's deportation practices in some sense, but it's also a case of to say that like a movie again it harkens back to like a movie is pro-immigrant. I guess that you could say that's a political stance, but it's not a very informative one at all. Like, do you mean they are pro? You would need to go again down into the specifics. Like, Trump probably would take issue with it. What Obama is the movie completely pro-open borders? Is it pro restricted borders? Is it pro an easy path to citizenship? Because and then like does the movie spend any time really like any meaningful time examining parts of the immigration process? Like, for example, I'm aware that on the immigrant front it might be, well, I know we're not supposed to be here illegally, but simultaneously the process takes forever, so like we just have to overstay our visas if we want the process to even work for us at all, right? So that we even get a court date.
Yeah, and if you want to obsess over the immigrant allegory for Superman, and I've said this before and I'll stand by it, I think the immigrant metaphor with Superman is pretty weak compared to other superheroes like Supergirl, his cousin Kara, who actually grew up on Krypton, unlike him who grew up on Earth who grew up on Earth. He never grew up on Krypton. He was born there, sure, but he was born on Earth, and he's more as a result, he's more human than he is Kryptonian. He has more ties to Earth than he does Krypton. But even if you want to stick to this, like the immigrant allegory, does the film not also have like what would that make Ultraman, who is a clone of him?
Yeah.
Like, would he also not be an immigrant allegory of like
He's a citizen, birthright citizenship, right? He was created here.
Yeah, but also but the same would apply to Clark, right? Superman, because he's adopted by American citizens.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those like again, and just this is completely personally right. If you're an immigrant, well, I guess I am technically an immigrant because I'm studying in the U.S. But like if you just being an immigrant is like the least compelling thing about Superman to me. I don't understand what like part of his story is like so significant to like quote unquote the immigrant cause. Is it like that he proves that immigrants can be the best of us? Because like I think everyone understands that. Or some people might not, but those people aren't going to be swayed by a fucking Superman movie.
Yeah, but even then, it's not the reason. Like the culmination of that arc isn't that he brings something from Krypton necessarily to help.
Yeah,
It's that
he adopts us values.
Yeah, he adopts the values of where he was raised. And I also kind of want to make this point, but I would just like to acknowledge that Superman, who Birdman considers an immigrant, deports Ultraman, who is his clone, so would naturally be considered an immigrant too, into a black hole. Like he deports him through a black hole because
Forced him
he's
into a black
unwilling to
hole.
assimilate.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you want to stay consistent with that allegory, like that is what happens.
Hey, fucking what's Quinn in chat brings up a good point. What about Starro? Does that mean that the Suicide Squad is anti-immigrant?
Exactly, like
because
General
Starro,
Zod,
like yeah, or like Zod,
Starro,
yeah.
Yeah. If he fights General Zod, does that make him anti-immigrant or
What about the
anti-illegal
fifth dimensional
immigration?
imp that's in the movie?
Mr. Mixelplick?
Well, no, I mean like in this movie,
it's
yeah,
not
look, the
confirmed
dimension,
that he, yeah, sure.
No, but like the Superman says it's a dimensional imp. That means it's a visitor from another dimension, much the same as an immigrant. Does that mean that he's, And then he would say, no, that's an invading force, you see. And it's like, okay, yeah, it's amazing how it's amazing, man, it's so fascinating how the scale can exist whenever it benefits him, But like whenever it doesn't benefit him, it's an absolute definitive, like.
You'd lack media literacy if it doesn't align with my views.
Yes, exactly.
All right, let's see what other mental gymnastics he comes up with.
Another political stance. But like most of you racists, including the president himself, when an immigrant looks like a white person, all of a sudden immigration is okay, and that's why you didn't notice it.
Okay, so notice how it says refugees. Like, are you not aware of like the situation going on in South Africa? Like, do you not understand the difference between an economic migrant, someone who comes into the country, sur like for like for solely for economic benefits, and people actively running away for help? Like, do you? This is like the argument from someone who has no idea whether about like immigration 101.
Yeah. Well, it's also like, worth pointing out that the other people, like to my understanding, most of the people who are coming to the U.S. currently are claiming like asylum or refugee status, right? It's just it's overcrowded is the problem.
Yeah, and they can't.
Which
But they also can't verify that they're actually refugees. That's also the issue.
yeah, no, yeah, exactly, and that's kind of that's what's holding it up, right? Because that you need to obviously have someone rule on whether or not the claim is legitimate. But because the process is so backed up, then people are taking advantage of that aspect of it, right? And being like, hey, it'll take them years to get to me. I'm just basically going to get to stay here. But like, and I guess what he would gun for is like the refugee crisis in Europe, where there was predominantly Middle Eastern refugees coming, and people like had there was much ado about that. But like, man, that was the same reason, because a lot of the refugees people didn't feel like were necessarily legitimate in like their asylum claims, right?
Yeah.
And in terms of them not questioning it when they're white, it's like, man, yeah, sure, there's probably racist people out there who just think that like good immigrants are like like the Groiper people who are like all immigrants who are from like Europe, like European stock are good, and then who are from like any third world country is like prescriptively terrible. But like the reality is just like not really how the immigration process sees it, right? It cares about whether or not the validity of your status. Obviously, people would have different fucking opinions on how it is in America currently, but like I don't know nearly about that.
Yeah, like, he did. Birdbrain did say that it's his country, but there was an election and immigration, like wanting to have a stronger border was a major issue in that election, and the majority of the people like voted for a more secure border. So it's their country too. It's their country and my country too, Birdbrain. So like you have to deal with
At
that.
least the sentiment was certainly that the border was unsecure, right? Like whether or not that's accurate or not, that's again like you'd have to get into that conversation. But it's not as simple as they're white and they let them in because they're South Africans or whatever.
Yeah, it has
and
nothing
like
to do with race. It has again, like you said, it has more to do with like legal status, whether or not they're coming in the right way.
Yeah. And like to the slightest degree, man, like he surely understands the idea of representation. Like, yes, of course, this is getting into, you could call this racist, you could call this irrational, you would probably be accurate. But like, of course, people are going to be naturally more predisposed to allowing people who look like them in. That's just like how racism works. Or like how people, not even racism, that's just like how our like tribal understanding works. Like, they look like me, therefore they're probably okay, right? That could not be true, but it's how a lot of people think.
Right.
Just like
a white
on an intuitive level.
person, all of a sudden immigration is okay, and that's why you didn't notice it, drinker, because Kal-El, a literal alien.
Also,
looks like
one last thing I do want to actually harp on. 59. Can you maybe appreciate the difference between 59 and 59,000? Again, scale, right? Like.
Yeah, and again, like the idea that you can't have a that you can't be pro immigrant and have a strong border is absurd, because part of having a country in the first place is ensuring your own sovereignty.
If you don't have borders, the country doesn't exist,
if
right?
anyone can come in and do whatever they want in your country, then you don't really have a country, really.
Yeah.
a white guy.
Yeah, at least it doesn't have like you could say you have a country in the sense that there will be countries that have borders around it, right? But like, and one more thing I do want to hit on is the immigrant nature of Superman. It's like he's a fucking like alien that landed here. You could say that in the most strict terms, he's an immigrant and that he comes from somewhere else and he like got here. But his story, this is what I mean, where like I don't understand what's sympathetic about it to like immigrants, right? Because none of his struggles are to do with immigration.
Yeah, he spent most of his life as an American than he
Yeah.
did a Kryptonian.
Yeah, he literally got adopted from like I don't know, like months old and got to be like he is literally just like he just looks like an earthling. He he looks exactly like an earthling. He behaves exactly like an earthling. He's more
completely
powerful.
assimilated. Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's no, there's not at what point does this like it's like a modern band that they try to like do the home versus heritage thing with him and they try to like improve the importance of Krypton in the story, but like Krypton ultimately never like doesn't matter to his story. What matters about him is the power set that he has and what he chooses to do with it.
Yeah,
In that way, he's much more relatable to people who have like talents and how they should employ them, right? Like an American who's not an immigrant can relate to Superman in the sense of if I have gifts, I should make sure that they service humanity.
Yeah, and bouncing off of that, like talent and like what skills someone has, even if like let's say let's just say he's an illegal immigrant, even though he isn't, because his entire identity as Clark Kent disproves that notion. He has something to offer.
Yeah.
And if someone has like if someone is in the country illegally and they're contributing greatly to the economy or providing something of value, they can use that as leverage to like stay.
Yeah.
But if they're a criminal or someone who is just being a nuisance or a burden on the entire country or people in general, then that's an entirely different case.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is like, where we get again into there's like nuance to all of this, right? Because like you can have the person who's like, yeah, sure, they're overstaying their visa, but they're trying for they're like, no, well, I'm actually still waiting for an appointment. But in the meanwhile, I've been, working here, I'm paying rent, I'm paying taxes, like I'm doing all of the stuff, right? That's obviously a completely different case. And a lot of the problem, incidentally, with conversations like immigration, again, has to do with it being an absolutist, yes, let everyone in, or no, don't let anyone in, right? Which are, of course, two comparatively bad ends of a coin.
Yeah, and even if you don't want to, even like besides like immigration, there's also like the issue of like sanctuary cities and stuff like that, like how we should address how individual states in the U.S. should address a migrant committing crimes. Like that's an entire issue too, because I don't know if you are aware of the Lake and Riley case, but there was like this one illegal migrant who was arrested once in New York City, was let off because of sanctuary city laws that allow illegal migrants to pretty much get a slap on the wrist or a pass from getting prosecuted because it would and it would lead to them most likely getting deported. And he was arrested again in Georgia, but was again let go. And that and then he murdered a college student by the name of Laken Riley. And
Yeah, I'm familiar with that case, or at least I know the story up to that, but I don't know about the sanctuary city part. But like it's and this is the thing where like what I mean where, even obviously in the UK, immigration is like a massive conversation as well, because it just seems to be a thing the world over. Because I mean, it's just never been easier in human history to immigrate than it is now because of the understanding that we have.
Yeah, but the point
like
but the point I was making with that is like even if like even if Superman is of the opinion that an illegal immigrant, should stay here to have their should not be immediately deported. There should be a process. I don't think he would be subscribed to the idea of allowing like known criminals walk the streets after they've shown themselves to be after they've shown themselves to be a threat to the public and everyone's safety.
Yeah, like Superman wants to uphold the rule of law, right? And it's like, again, even though I'm relatively lax on immigration, like, yeah, if you come into my country and you commit fucking like bad felonies, right? Like, yeah, get fucked. You don't get to be here. And like it's like listen here, thought experiment. Should ICE deport Omni-Man? All right, think about that one. I think most people would say yes to that question. He should probably, if we found out that Superman or like a Superman-like figure was secretly working to subvert, the whole world, but also like specifically the country that they happen to be in, you would probably agree that they should be sent home, right?
Right.
Or like they should be forced to leave, exiled, if you will.
True. Yeah. Let's see what else.
Hence, your stupid ass thinking there are no politics in this film.
But Birdman, Drinker does talk about the immigrant thing in this video. See? Watch.
There was also a pretty huge fucking debate raging around whether this film had some political axe to grind, mostly due to a misquoted Variety interview with James Gunn that was then amplified by absolute retards.
Okay, James Gunn says Superman is about an immigrant that came from other places and how we've lost the value of basic human kindness. Yes, it's about politics.
It's like Mark Melkin. You can almost feel how desperate he is to lead the cast into saying anything controversial for clicks and retweets.
Superman is an immigrant story, that it is political. MAGA today was getting a little upset that he called Superman an immigrant. I wanted to get your
just want to be clear. This is what we call a loaded question. He already presupposes what a conclusion is to what he's about to ask, and then he frames the question in a fashion that the answer necessarily has to fit that framework, unless the person is willing to be belligerent about it.
Yeah, like I think we talked about this guy before, but he's a dickhead. Like he's just an instigator.
Yeah, it was on our SK stream. I think we saw because we watched the Drinker video.
Yeah, he's just trying to frame a narrative, even if it's not correct.
Yeah, exactly. He's it's like hyper important to him that this like narrative be out there,
Yeah. In other words,
but it's like
a grifter. Like so, I it's very curious.
Yeah,
that,
if you will, yes.
Something that Bird Brain should be against, but no, he's not.
Yeah, like if you fucking walk up, like if I walk up to you, right, and let's say we're like at an ice cream shop, right, at Ben and Jerry's, right, and I say, man, chocolate fudge ice cream is the best ice cream. Do you want me to? Would you agree that I should buy you some? It's like, well, hold on, I feel like I've kind of preempted you to feel a particular way about this,
Yeah. That's pretty much what he said. This movie is highly political. And people are saying it's shit because of it. Do you agree? Like that's essentially what he said.
Reaction.
Yeah, exactly.
Your brother talked about Superman being an immigrant, and now MAGA is already upset that he's called Superman an immigrant. I wanted to get your.
I mean, are they? Like, I don't even know if that's true.
If I was to hazard a guess, I don't know, like, if MAGA would have a massive issue with Superman being an immigrant. I guess maybe he's saying that they're pushing back on the idea that he is an immigrant, which, like, listen, I hate to side with MAGA sometimes, but listen, 2 + 2 does equal 4, and it is a little bit strange to frame, for the reasons we've outlined previously, Superman's story as, like, it's an immigrant story, right? Like, it's just a little bit weird.
Your reaction. You said it's an immigrant story. It's a political movie. MAGA today is going nuts. What do you have to say to MAGA?
This is the irony note. I'm going to play it every time the drinker says something bitingly
unaware. Oh, pillar of garbage.
Seriously,
nice.
Guys, in case you haven't figured it out by now, entertainment.
I think he said that. I think this was a segment from his
Glass Onion. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Glass Onion review, which I know
is
a movie you hold near and dear to your heart.
Yeah, one of the worst actual fucking movies ever made. Well, that's fine. It's all right.
No,
he was like.
It's supposed to be stupid. You don't understand.
It's the first movie that made the bold choice to go, haha, jokes on them, was just pretending to be retarded.
Journalists are not your friends and never have been.
Like, this is true. I don't see how anyone could disagree with that notion. Also,
at least with like media and media and video games, yeah, like a lot of them don't know what the fuck they're talking about and have been promoted way beyond their station and competence.
Thanks, Pillar of Garbage. As you can see, neckbeard critical drinker fans will conveniently cut off Sean Gunn's response to that question while simultaneously claiming it's entertainment media that are the dishonest
No,
ones.
no. That wasn't his point. I know it's hard to follow, but you can try. Again, critical drinker videos are famously profound and convoluted, messes of story. But yeah, so what he was saying is this particular journalist is trying to instigate a particular response. Of course, Sean Gunn's answer to that question, because Sean Gunn either agrees with him, which, that's his opinion to have, and or he doesn't want to be a belligerent asshole and just go like, why are you asking me a retarded fucking question? But of course, once the framing has been set up in this fashion, the answer commensurately will follow that framing. So yeah, like, Greer is correct. This guy's going around deliberately trying to elicit particular responses that he wants.
Yeah.
Well, I just so happen to have the full interview, and this is what Drinker doesn't want you to see.
Your boss, your brother, talked about Superman being an immigrant. And now MAGA is already upset that he's called Superman an immigrant. I wanted to get your reaction.
My reaction to that is that it is exactly what the movie is about, I think. That, we support our people, We love our immigrants. Yes, Superman is an immigrant. And yes, the people that we support in this country are immigrants, and if you don't like that, then you're not American. People who say no to immigrants are against the American way. They're against what the American dream is all about.
Truth, justice, and the American way.
Absolutely.
Which is funny because he doesn't say that in the movie anymore.
Yeah.
As for James Gunn himself, he was a bit shy about answering.
What did you think about that response? I feel that was like the most corporate,
like most milquetoast
yeah,
you could say. Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Like, it's not necessarily anything. Again, as I said before, like, being pro-immigrant is not inherently political. Like,
yeah,
you need to have like a border policy or stance of like what types of immigrants you want.
Yeah. Also, like, yeah, he's saying. I just think it's like funny that like, oh, we support all our people. It's like, yes, of course, immigrants included. That is, I agree. That is what the movie is about. You should support, you should support humanity, right, as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like a weird response to a weird question.
This was not a misquote. He actually said Superman was an immigrant. The quote itself came from an interview with The Times London, not Variety. Here's the exact quote in its full context, and this is, without a doubt, James Gunn calling Superman an immigrant. Coupled with what his brother Sean said, how on earth are you trying to frame this as the wokies misquoting him and trying to make it political?
Because someone being an immigrant isn't inherently political. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Also, he's talking broadly about the context of America, in which, of course, yes, all people who populate present-day America largely are to the exclusion of Native Americans, are like descendants of immigrants, right? So, like, yeah, I mean, sure, man. I don't know, like, what did that interview say again? Like, he says that it's an immigrant, that Superman is an immigrant, and it's a political movie. It's like, yeah, I mean, sure, but like, again, the point was about the guy trying to ask the question in a particular way, and James Gunn here is clearly not like. What did he say in this? That it's it's a story about basic human kindness as a value, something we have lost. Oh my god, I'm reading this article, I'm having a stroke. If I ask if he has considered how differently the film might play in, say, a blue state, New York, aka Metropolis, and Kansas, where Kent grew up, what a fucking... what a stupid fucking question is that? Alright, whatever. Sure, I guess, Bird Brain is literally technically correct about the fact that James Gunn did say that Superman is an immigrant.
Okay, yeah.
Demonstrating that you don't know what you're talking about. I should make a video on
Okay.
how you get your information from other anti-woke losers on YouTube like Midnight's Edge, which is why your footage has his watermark on it, hence you repeating his same wrong talking points. But your audience doesn't really care, and my audience already knows you're a dishonest piece of shit, so what would even be the point?
Okay, so don't use other people's footage. Okay. I mean,
Yeah, what if
it's
Midnight?
not,
It,
I mean, this isn't even his footage. Like, it's varieties. Like, so what's the? I don't
yeah,
know.
like he got it from Midnight's Edge instead of just getting it directly from Variety. I don't know. Like, yeah, sure, he probably watches. It wouldn't matter. It doesn't matter if he did, man. You can get like footage from anywhere. You can watch anything. Maybe he watches Midnight Edge and doesn't agree on everything Midnight Edge has to say. I don't fucking know, man. Like, it's such a, you know.
Okay, you're just putting words in his mouth. Like, come on, man.
Hence you repeating his same wrong talking points. But your audience doesn't really care, and my audience already knows you're a dishonest piece of shit, so what would even be the point? Anyway, I don't much care for the rest of this man's review as its standard critical drinker fare, like taking random shots at modern Hollywood where he praises Rachel's Lois Lane for not being a girl boss, when we all know if Rachel Zegler or Brie Larson were in this role and literally nothing else changed, he'd be singing an entirely different tune like the hypocrite that he is.
But like, so if these two completely different people were in this role, he might have a different opinion. Whoa, man. Crazy. Also, Rachel Zegler is a retard. All right, I'm sorry. I said it. Like, Brie Larson at least can act. Rachel Zegler can't even manage that much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to respond to here because it's not even directly responding to anything he said. It's just putting words in his mouth, like putting up straw men of what he thinks he would say without directly addressing anything he's actually saying. So it's really frustrating.
I mean, I guess, like, if I was to grasp at a kernel of a point, I guess, yeah, Drinker saying that, you know, it was misquoted in an article from a Variety interview. I would have to read that article. Actually, let's do a thought experiment. What is the James Gunn Superman immigrant article? Sorry, you can play the video. I'm just going to be doing my little research in the background.
Let's move on to Drinker's pet dog. As you can see from Nerdrotic's title, he has once again gotten his marching orders from Master Will and is unsurprisingly parroting the same sentiment that his owner taught him to.
No?
What?
What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, so he agrees with the Drinker that's not woke, but he says that it's a total disappointment. Like, that's not what Drinker said.
Yeah, Drinker had largely positive things to say about it in his review, as I recall.
Yeah.
Superman is not political and is a disappointment. Apparently, it doesn't matter what the consensus on this film is.
Yeah, it doesn't. Like, you're allowed to have your own opinion on the film that isn't simply regurgitating what majority opinion is. Like,
Yeah, like
what is this?
What? No, you can only agree. Listen, if everyone agrees that, look, Transformers made a lot of money, all right? So there you go.
So did the latest Jurassic World movie.
Yeah. Yeah,
If
which
Daddy
outsold Superman, and I'm pretty sure, you know, is on track to, like, how much money has that made? Let's see. Jurassic World Rebirth. How much money did this movie make? 860 million. Wow. Okay, so that's like a solid, quarter more than Superman did. All right. Well, I guess it's the better movie. That's the end of that.
Yep.
More people
Drinker
saw
says
it.
it's not woke and a disappointment. Gary's gonna follow in his father's footsteps. Let's see what the critical drink.
My doctor told me I needed to eat healthier to lower my A1.
Let me check the chat real quick. How many times has Burberry used Rotten Tomatoes as an own? A lot of times, more than he should.
So, by his logic,
nerd
he would,
rock.
of course, agree that, like, Last Jedi and those movies are bad, right? Because,
Well,
they have not
considering
great audience scores.
Considering he glazed Ryan Johnson earlier, I would guess not.
Oh, well. All right. I'm just trying to find out where, like, it's hard to keep the goalpost steady, but, we're getting there.
Product has to say.
So despite what James Gunn says about James Gunn's DCU, Superman needs to not only be a hit, it needs to be a walk-off home run. And as far as the marketing for this film is concerned, which is really important on a scale from Rachel Zegler to 10, I'd give it a 6. If you take James Gunn out of the equation, I'd give it an 8. But at least as far as insufferable political Hollywood was concerned, they pretty much stayed out of it until now. Thanks to Variety's Mark Milken, the bane of the adult pretender.
I just want to be very quickly pause. So the review scores that he was showing from Metacritic there was 70%, and Gary has just said that he'd rated a 6 out of 10. So that's a 1 point difference.
Yes,
and he also said that if
he doesn't even necessarily disagree with his opinion doesn't even necessarily diverge from what he showed on the screen, is what you're saying.
Yes, like he might just have a different he like wanted this to be like a 10 out of 10 to be like a success or whatever, which you could say that's reasonable, yes or no, but like the fact is he doesn't that strongly seem to disagree with the overall consensus on this.
Yeah, and I think another thing to keep in mind is that the 83% critics rating is not necessarily the amount give it the rate to the film. So you
yes,
could probably go over there, like to the site itself, and see that the average is 6 or something.
To my understanding, Rotten Tomatoes is like worse than Metacritic in terms of accuracy. Both are bad, granted. But like if you look at Metacritic, 6.8, 7.4. Man, that's such a that's a whole up to 1.4 differential from a 6. That's crazy. Can't believe this. Someone stop this lunatic.
Now I'm curious. Let me see.
Yeah.
So if you go over here, Superman is primarily an announcement. That announcement is modernism, not romanticizing, not deconstructing, but unearthing new ways forward using the power of curiosity. This could be interpreted as both negative, but it's as both positive and negative, but it's considered positive.
Listen, I just need to correct the record. I need to retract my concession to the Birdman, all right? Because my autism has taken me places I wouldn't go with a gun. So, verbatim from this Variety article. So we already know they called him an immigrant, but the point was about basic human kindness, and then the title was, actually I'll just read the title. James Gunn says Superman is about an immigrant that came from other places and how we've lost the value of basic human kindness. Yes, it's about politics, in quotations, implying that something has he said, as in to affirm that yes, it's about politics. All right, so let's see what James Gunn actually had to say about that. He continued, yes, it's about politics, but on another level, it's about morality. Do you never kill, no matter what, which is what Superman believes, or do you have some balance, as Lois believes? It's really about their relationship and the way different opinions on basic moral beliefs can tear two people apart. So, based on that excerpt I just read, would you say that James Gunn generally thinks that the main core of the movie is that it's about politics, or would you say it's about other things, and therefore could we characterize in big bold letters the fucking title saying it's about politics as a misquote, Birdman? Do you think that they're perhaps mining this quote for the part that they like and leaving the rest for the rest of the article? Why didn't it say it's about morality, which would be much more central to what he's actually saying here?
I mean, to echo the point of my associate, the Dodo Man, I would say you're a chud who needs some media literacy.
Fair enough. I agree. Why didn't you read that one? You clearly went out of your way to research this thoroughly. Why are you omitting that part? What happened, bro?
Yeah.
I thought we were about getting all of our sources. Crazy.
Film is. If Daddy Drinker says it's not woke and a disappointment, Gary's gonna follow in his father's footsteps. Let's see what the critical drink
Despite what James Gunn, it needs to be a walk-off home run. And as far as the marketing for this film is concerned, which is really important on a scale from Rachel Zegler to 10, I'd give it a 6. If you take James Gunn out of the equation,
Oh, sorry, he was
I'd
talking
give it
about the
an 8.
marketing,
But
not
at
the
least
movie.
as
I'm
far as
retarded.
insufferable political Hollywood was concerned, they pretty much stayed out of it until now. Thanks to Variety's Mark Milken, the bane of the adult pretender and friend of YouTubers everywhere.
James has said that Superman is an immigrant story, that it is political. MAGA today was getting a little upset that he called Superman an immigrant. I wanted to get your reaction.
It's almost like we all have collective deja vu, isn't it? You see how these low-effort videos are made now. These two just wait for the other to make a video, and whoever does it second essentially copies the first. I mean, what are the chances that these fools just so happen to talk about the same Variety interview when these videos are supposed to be reviewed?
Suppose, pretty fucking good, assuming they broadly share an outlook on a worldview and generally consume the same kind of information from the same sources.
Yeah, Bird Brain. I noticed how you make movie reviews when other people make movie reviews. Why is that?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Like, why
Hey,
can't they
man.
have why can't they have like common interests? The same.
Yeah, exactly.
The same
Like,
way you and other
it's
movie reviewers do.
well, and it's also, listen, I don't know, it might come as a shock, but if you ever take a physics class and you take it in America or you take it in Britain or you take it in India, they might talk about Newton's laws at some point. I know they're fucking frauds that are all copying off of each other, but I just want to expose the world physics plagiarism ring. Like, yes, if people get factual information and they generally tend to, look at the same angles of a problem from a similar perspective, they will probably be led to similar sources. It just makes sense. Like, I don't, you could say that, maybe you could maybe prove that like what they're looking at is unreasonable or tainted, and then you could say that the media environment they're building for themselves is, negatively propagating. But you've not done that. You've just said they both found the same Variety interview, which, I mean, Variety is a reasonably sized outlet that said something objectionable. And I imagine if you went on Twitter, many people might cite that Variety article to support their case that the movie is political. It's like, this reminds me of? The shit that I talk about with conspiracy theories all the time?
Yeah.
Where it's like, on the one, let's just look at these two iterations of the story and which one sounds more probable. Probable. On the one end, Gary and Drinker are like deliberately trying to boost their numbers, so they're maliciously collaborating and they just wait for whoever releases that video, and then they both just copy off of each other because they're both trying to get ahead in the algorithm, which somehow benefits the both of them. Should reasonably benefit one of them more than the other, or they just kind of have a similar outlook on the world, and so they look into similar things, and their Twitter feeds are probably similar, so they come across similar stuff. Like, which sounds more likely between those two?
I mean, yeah. In the media landscape, or in the niche, sphere of movie commentary where you get both news and reviews, they're going to converge on making the same video topics at some point. I just don't understand this criticism at all.
Well, it's just interesting that
it's just him saying, "Oh yeah, only one person is allowed to have this niche and no one else." Like, who sets that arbitrary rule?
Yeah, I mean, Birdman, pillar of garbage. He had him in this video. Clearly, he's seen his video on the credit. It's again, there's this obsession with oh yeah, man, all these people get their information off each other and they're all collaborating and or colluding together to construct this narrative to bring someone down. It's man, it's just far more likely that they fucking woke up, look at Twitter, and saw the same thing. And yeah, maybe they message each other and were hey, did you see this shit? This is stupid. That's probably what actually happened. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, that's the case with me and other creators that I know.
Yeah.
We don't conspire together. We just say, "Hey, I like your videos. Did you see this video? I thought this one was shit."
Yeah.
And I respond with,
Yeah.
"Yeah, I thought it was shit too."
Yeah. Like, man, the amount of times that I've like sent friends like a tweet or an article and was just like, look at this fucking retarded idiot, like what he's saying, right? It's like uncountable. Like it's just like what people do. You know? Like humans talk to each other sometimes. Especially if they generally agree on like fundamental core values. Yeah.
News of the Superman film itself. I mean, it says so in Gary's own description. What do these interviews have to do with a review of Superman?
What did you just?
Because the videos are also about the conversation around Superman, like what results from it. Like
Yeah, he was talking about the mark. He made listen. Birdman made the same mistake I did. All right, I'm absolved. He missed the fact that Gary was talking about the marketing process, not the movie itself. In this particular segment of it, are you not allowed to do that? Like, oh man. Wait, I wonder what Birdman thinks about you reacting to trailers. That's also not allowed, probably.
Unless it's a positive opinion, of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
then
not
it's okay.
kidding. These two just copy whatever the other is doing. It's uncanny. Will makes a video specifically talking about girl boss fatigue. 2 fucking days later, here comes Gary with a girl boss video. Drinker thinks Mission Impossible sucked? Well, so does Gary.
Well, what's the consensus for Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning? Because nobody seems to, everyone seems to agree that as an ending to this franchise, it sucks.
I have a neutral party testimony. I managed to gaslight my girlfriend into going to see it with me instead of Sinners. She hadn't seen Sinners, but this was earlier on in the cinema. And she's never seen a Mission Impossible since the first one, and she thought this one was shit and was very confused about what was happening. Like,
you should have
there's...
taken her to seen Sinners.
I should have taken it to see Sinners. I did after. Well, I guess we watched it. Listen, we watched it at home, all right? But like, listen, it worked, all right. But yes, I should have taken it to see Sinners. Sinners is way better than Dead Reckoning or Final Reckoning. Sorry, Dead Reckoning Part 2.
Yeah,
which is not called.
We still have to schedule a stream to talk about this and Dead Reckoning.
What, Dead Reckoning Part 1, alright? That's its official name. It's Dead Reckoning Part 1 and then Final Reckoning. There's no Dead Reckoning Part 2.
Yeah, but that's a stream for another day.
Will thinks Superman is a beautiful mess and just okay. Well, Gary has that exact sentiment in his video, only...
Just look at those two titles. They're completely different, man. Like, you didn't even try very hard on this one.
Okay, hey, look at this walk back.
Mess and just okay. Well, Gary has that exact sentiment in his video, only he forgot he titled his video Total Disappointment.
Oh, he forgot. Okay.
What happened to them copying what happened to them copying each other exactly?
You don't get it, bro. He just forgot about the Iron Fleet, alright?
That's not what just okay means, Gary. Seriously, I challenge any of you to find anything these two dorks disagree on. Just like
so I just want to be very clear. Doing just okay can be a total disappointment. If you have you ever taken a test and you thought you just like smashed it, like you knew you knew the answer to every question, and then it comes back and it's like, I don't know, it's like a 7 out of 10 or something. You're like, man, I really thought I was gonna get a 10 on this. I guess 7 out of 10 is okay, but man, this is a disappointment. Have you never had that feeling in your life? I guess not, because you're like, super smart and everything, but man, I'm sure you aced every test you ever took.
Buses they rode to school, that list is gonna be short.
That was certainly the last thing James Gunn and the Warner Brothers executive.
I do find it funny that he censors people. He censors saying retarded.
Saying retard, yeah.
But he will imply that someone's retarded. That's
what I mean. Like, which is why I'm like, listen, I will not say retarded if like I know a person and they ask me to not say it. I won't do it. But like generally, I kind of just don't understand it, because like people will find a way to insult others' intelligence, and there will be people who are, like disabled from like an intelligence point of view. So this will always be a concern. So it's like, yeah, it's again, it's the same thing. It's like he will call them a moron, but he will stifle calling them a retard, right? It's like,
how dare you call him retarded? You call him mush for brains immediately.
Yeah, exactly. Do it right now.
But Not to worry. The Warner Brothers hand-picked social media influencers who are offered a free screening and free drinks are here to the rescue with a diverse set of unique and authentic reactions.
Hashtag Superman is a triumph for the new DC universe. It's a comic book movie brought to beautiful live-action life, brimming with hope and fulfillment. It actually elicited tears of joy from me. Hashtag Superman is a triumph for the new DC universe. It's a comic book movie brought to beautiful live-action life. Hashtag Superman is the perfect comic book movie. It felt like I was at my local comic shop reading a Superman book as the characters leapt off the pages.
Check this out.
They have over 1 million quality parts?
You know what that reminds me of? The fucking the donkey video. He has the compilation of all the fucking game journos saying it makes you feel like Spider-Man.
Oh yeah. It gives you
This
gives you
is
the
fuck-
swagger of a black teen, the exaggerated swagger of a black teen.
Yeah, that was a good one too. Yeah. Dude, I just like so I think the prediction here is going to be like he's going to accuse Gary and Critical Drinker of like basically doing the same thing, which is hence the irony note, right? Which you've cribbed from another creator's video, so maybe want to watch that one. So like here's the difference. They were flown out by the studio, and then they just so happen to all have the exact same opinions. Really? Really? To the point of like using exact same language in their tweets. Like, again, is it possible? I just want to be clear. Like, is it possible that happened independently? Of course it is. But like, when you're literally like directly paid, because like he's trying to frame this as like, oh yeah, Gary and Drinker are paid to have these opinions. No, they're not. They're paid to, have opinions, but not a specific kind. Yes, their audience expects something, like they'll probably make an educated guess, of which there is very much a difference between the creator and the studio behind the production of a movie literally paying you to go see something. Like that's completely different because Drinker's audience doesn't have any control over how fucking Superman turns out, right?
Yeah, it's funny how he goes on about motivated reasoning for like for Drinker and Neurotic, but he remains uncritical towards anyone, like any professional reviewers flown out and like given the royal treatment for their films, as if that doesn't influence their opinions at all.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's again, people will just like pretend that these are comparable as like YouTubers. They like want to pretend that like YouTube quote unquote audience capture is in any way comparable to literally being bribed in all bus name by a major studio to go somewhere and pretty much have a positive opinion. Plus, like they're influencers, which means literally like they of course they're going to be included in the marketing cycle.
Yeah.
Like it's just stupid.
Let's see what his stupid response is going to be.
The irony of this pet dog who is doing the same thing his owner is doing, trying to call out people for dishonest reviews. You can't make this stuff up. I wonder if Gary will bring up the copy pasta Ironheart reviews that were made before the show even released.
Okay, so this is whataboutism. The final nail in the coffin.
No, you don't get it. The gentleman with the Garfield profile picture and the gentleman with the Endgame profile picture are both paid, like they're bought and paid for by Gary. They're part of the mafia.
Yeah, I still don't understand why he would have he wouldn't have a problem with this. Like, yeah, copy paste reviews bad. If you're just leaving a bad review just to hop on a trend, yeah, that's bad. I don't think he would ever agree with that.
Also something that just is going to happen on the internet, by the way. Like people will start copy pastas just because they think they're funny. Like
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Like I would assume like it's like Letterboxd too. Like
Yeah,
you
exactly.
see a bunch
Like
of joke reviews, like someone will say, like for like fuck it, Mission Impossible Final Reckoning. Someone will say, I saw Tom Cruise in my grocery store and I asked him for an autograph and he said, and like I forget how the copy pasta goes.
Yeah, I know I know the one you mean though. Yeah, yeah. I like my favorite one was I think there was like first one on the Letterboxd that sparked this, but I think I saw like 3 or 4 others, which was the review of Megalopolis and the review read "This shit sucked Megacoculus."
I did.
It's like, listen, that's amazing. Listen, sometimes, and like to an extent, like just to be clear, like this is kind of what reviewers are paid for. It's to articulate what people can't, like how they feel about a thing, right? Or like how a movie made them feel. That's kind of their job on some level.
I won't hold my breath on that one, though.
But that's not the only problem, and you're going to hear this from a lot of people, including the ones.
Another thing I want to point out is that even if like Gary or Critical Drinker or anyone he has a problem with said, yeah, I don't condone the actions of these two, he would say, huh, you only said that to make yourselves look good. You don't actually mean it.
Well, it's like the guy we covered last time, that Dr. Dre guy, which is like why at some point I just get exasperated and say, all right, man, like what would actually be good enough? And like the honest answer is nothing. There is like nothing you could show that guy to like convince him that you're not doing this in bad faith or like you're not a racist or whatever. It's the same thing with this. Like there's just there's actually nothing that they could be shown that would change their opinion.
Yeah. On that one though.
But that's not the only problem, and you're going to hear this from a lot of people, including the ones who like it. Tonally, it's an absolute mess. Superman's James Gunn is a direct response and a polar opposite of the Snyderverse. The problem is, it's a complete overcorrection, and it doesn't really know what it wants to be. But the good news is, it's not the worst superhero film this year, and it might end up being the best, which admittedly isn't saying very much.
I mean, I agree with that sentiment too. It probably is the best comic book movie released this year.
I like go back and forth between it and Fantastic Four because Fantastic Four has one arc that is pretty good. But yeah, if someone said Superman, I wouldn't be surprised because like it's better than Thunderbolts. It's better than Captain Falcon, Winter Soldier. Look, I'm just saying if New Captain America had a move called the Falcon Punch, just at least as an homage, that would immediately improve
it's automatically an improvement because it actually gives him personality or something to distinguish him besides his race.
Yeah, exactly. You should just do the Falcon Punch, all right? It should be a thing. Do it. We all know that Sam Wilson, it would go hard. He could do it with a shield. They could make it look. It could be a double homage because they could make it look like Charging Star in fucking the Marvel vs. Capcom games, but then it's called Falcon Punch. All right, it's a triple reference.
The better news is, it isn't woke. Unfortunately, that isn't enough.
We are brought back to the opening of this video, where anti-woke dipshits demonstrate they don't know what the word woke means, and that they use it to mean almost anything.
I mean, so do you, to be fair. Like,
well,
everything you like is not woke, bird brain.
Hey, you know what? Let's look at,
Urban Dictionary or like website.
Yeah. So according to the Oxford Languages Dictionary, woke means the past of wake. So there you go. It's the past tense of wake. All right, that's all it means. Okay. And then the definition on Merriam-Webster is aware of and actively attentive to important societal facts and issues. Which is, and then the second one is reflecting the attitudes of woke people, which is circular, so that's always a good start. You always know you're in a good place when the fucking dictionary doesn't agree.
The one I have has multiple ones. It's aware of and actively attentive to important societal facts and issues, especially issues of racial and social justice.
Yeah, that's the rest of it.
Yeah, often using context that suggests someone's expressed beliefs about such matters are not backed with genuine concern or action.
And then that's politically liberal or progressive as in matters of racial and social justice, especially in a way that is considered unreasonable or extreme. So he would use the disapproving. Here's your problem. You are using the slang version. He is using the disapproving definition of woke. If we really want to get technical about it.
Yeah. But
so you're both correct per the dictionary. So I don't like. By the way, citing the dictionary is cringe as fuck. We're just doing it because it's funny. But like, yeah.
Because he's like appealing to definition, as if the definition agrees with him.
For the umpteenth time, woke means to be societally conscious, especially with regard to social and racial injustices.
Not if used in the disapproving context. Also, he didn't go for Merriam-Webster. He went for Wikipedia. Jesus Christ, he went for the retard choice. Holy shit!
And who's to say that you are actively aware of these issues? Like, who decides that?
Superman and
the Jews.
I
don't know. That would be the Nick Fuentes answer.
Aspect of his character and actions. He is literally associated with truth, justice, and the American way.
Not anymore. He's not.
Yeah, no, not anymore. Like, what? Do you have any comments on that? Do you have any comments on that, Birdbrain, or no?
Well, no. Of course, if you asked him about that, he would immediately backpedal and say, "Well, I don't think that that's such an important part of his character. I think the human way is good enough."
I think he represents everybody. Is that a problem for you?
And is a founding member and leader of the Justice League.
Just in case we don't know who Superman was, he's here to give you the skinny. You know.
So yeah, like, of course he is, but like, how is this relevant at all?
By definition, Superman is a woke character, and he's been depicted.
No, that just makes him a moral character.
Did that way since before.
You don't have to be. Many people who are anti-woke don't like the Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan. Just so we're clear.
Yeah. Also, like, this is a pretty racist depiction of a Japanese man.
I just say it, yeah.
Very woke to me, Mister.
Don't ask Superman's opinions about the Japs. All right.
Definition: Superman is.
I think he changed his face to look like an Asian man's face, a Japanese man's face, actually.
Kinda, yeah.
Is a woke character, and he's been depicted that way since before all of you.
Also,
Superman.
I know this is low-hanging fruit, but he's beating up a bunch of Democrats here. At least,
oh
or
no!
Or at least people who would vote Democrat in their time period. But let's just yeah, again, low-hanging fruit.
And is a woke character, and he's been depicted that way since before all of you watching this video were born. Gary here is using the word the way other low IQ bigots use the term, as a dog whistle for bigotry against marginalized groups and those that advocate for marginalized.
Wait, but you do realize that like
is dog whistling, huh?
Well, I just want to be clear. I know it's like a meme that like lefties, like far lefties, can't meme, but like you do understand that the point of this meme you're implying, like the point of the meme is that on the other end there is a super genius using it in the exact same way, right?
Yeah.
So like the point is that he's correct and the people who are in the middle of the bell curve are retarded, right? That's like,
and that you're
as much as I don't necessarily agree with that all the time, like that's what the meme is trying to say. Why are you using it this way? You fucked yourself.
And sorry to burst your bubble, racists and sexists, bigotry is consistently shown in scientific studies to be correlated with lower IQ. So for all you...
Wow, you're really way to out yourself, man. Sorry.
Racists trying to use IQ scores to justify your bigotry, all you're doing is telling on yourselves.
What? He always says this. Why is he so obsessed with IQ, man? Calm down, all right?
Yeah, and he says that... Wait. I'm so confused. Like, he's saying that if you point out like some races have lower IQs, that means you have a lower IQ. Like, what?
IQ scores to justify your bigotry.
Well, I guess no. He's trying to say that like because of the race realist stuff, like how they say that some races have like phenotypes that correlate, or like you can find in some ethnic groups phenotypes more prominently that correlate with a lower IQ. That means that like black people have a lower IQ or something, right? But like the obsession with this is weird on his part because like I mean you are bigotry, everyone is bigoted, just to be clear to start, so this doesn't really mean much.
Especially the black community, like colorism is an entire term where they discriminate against themselves for being either too dark or too light skinned. Like so they're
and then lower cognitive ability predicts greater prejudice through right-wing ideology and low intergroup contact. I would need to look at these studies. APA, I think, is fairly reputable, but like the thing is, are these conclusive? Is this preliminary? Like the problem is everyone tries to misuse science constantly to make their point. But the reality is, would it surprise me if there was a lower if there was a correlation between a low openness to new experiences and lower cognitive ability? Probably not.
Yeah,
but
at the same time, there's also I hate to be that guy, that there pattern recognition is also kind of a thing. Like you can associate certain neighborhoods and and understand if it's not safe. Like in a lot of cities in the United States, for instance, they can be pretty dangerous and
yeah,
and more populated by a certain demographic, but you're not racist for acknowledging
yeah,
that it's not safe simply because of the demographic. It's unsafe
yeah. It's like
because of
elephant
the
and
environment. Yeah.
it's like Elephant and Castle in London and stuff like that, right? Yeah, no, where I was gonna go with it is again, this is trying to buy and is trying to frame this and listen. There's one piece of advice I can give to chat for dishonest actors: always be on the lookout for absolutist frameworks, because that's what he's doing here. He's trying to frame it that absolutely, if you have prejudice, that means you're lower intelligence. But prejudice can mean a bunch of different things, and it's again, it's a sliding scale. Like what Jack said, if I go to Elephant and Castle after dark, I'm going to assume that I'm probably going to there's a good chance I'll be robbed. That's not you could say that's prejudicial, right? But it's also founded in certain aspects, certain realities that are relevant. The problem with something like racism is that it's not reasonable to hold those realities, but that doesn't mean that it's not always, if you go to downtown Chicago after dark, it's reasonable to assume that you might be robbed, right?
But not simply because a bunch of black people are around there, but because you're familiar with the crime rates.
Yeah.
You're familiar with reports showing that I don't know if it's Chicago or Baltimore, but I know some United States American cities have such high murder rates that that they over that they're higher than certain third world countries.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be surprising given it's largely to do with economic inequalities and the thing is there's a lot that goes into crime, but it's this is the point we're trying to make. It's not reasonable to say they are black, therefore they are more likely to rob me. It could be they are, sure, black, but they also look like they're carrying a firearm. They do not dress particularly well, and they look like, they might be under the influence of amphetamines. At that point, that's a pretty safe bet, right? That something might happen to you if you interact with that person.
Yeah, so again, there comes a point to just baseless ignorance that's based on prejudice, and then there's just again, basic pattern recognition of experiencing of having certain beliefs are shaped by living in a given area, around certain
The
people.
thing is, everyone would accept this. Everyone would accept this in reverse if it was, and this would be completely reasonable as well. Let's say you're a black person and you arrive at a police precinct and you're speaking to a constable there, right? And they constantly talk about the fact that well, you might be in trouble because you look a certain way, so you're going to get in trouble with the police, and or they have let's go even to the far extreme. They have a fucking iron cross on their shirt and a Nazi flag in the back of their office. At that point, yeah, you'd probably be safe to make the assumption this person is a racist and get the fuck out of there, right? But the thing is, everyone would accept that scenario, but nobody would accept the other scenario. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Or many people wouldn't accept the other scenario for some reason.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Trying to use IQ scores to justify your bigotry, all you're doing is telling on yourselves.
Yes, science! It works, bitches.
Richard Dawkins, someone who is famously someone who is pro-woke.
Yeah, very, very pro-woke. Yeah. He's fairly conservative, actually, dude. I'm sorry to tell you this.
Yeah, even though he's the face of the atheist movement, he pretty much he came out and said that he likes the cultural benefits of Christianity. That's
Yeah, like his whole deal was with like religion in like school systems and politics and that sort of thing. But like on a cultural level, he didn't push back against it much. Maybe at some point he did, but yeah. Also, he's the father of memes. That's his actual important title. All right, he created meme as a concept.
Okay.
Criticisms or praise of this film will be based solely on the work, which was a lot like what we did when we argued in the comic shop, and I appreciate that. I've heard everybody's pal Tyrone Magnus compare it to Thor: Love and Thunder, which I don't think is an inaccurate description, but I think a better one would be tonally. It's a lot closer to Black Adam and all the previous DC.
Black Adam is such a funny movie.
I sometimes forget that it exists.
Well, for me, like I enjoy it just based on the meta context of like how Dwayne the Rock Johnson went all in on it, and it just.
Do you know that it's set in someone's favorite movie of 2022?
Oh no, who?
It's Resikin. It's Resikin's favorite movie of 2022.
That's Resikin's favorite movie of 2022. Did he say that in the chat, or no?
No, he had that. No, he has a video about it.
Really?
Yeah, he does. I only remember getting to it because at the time that there was like the SK drama, I like checked out his YouTube channel, and I saw Black Adam, being like the Black Adam glazing session, and I was like, I feel I know everything I need to know.
I feel like I need to watch that. I'll have to watch that later. I'm so curious now.
EU films.
This is what happens when you go off script, Gary. You start to say obviously dumb shit. I'm sure most of the people watching this video have already seen Superman, and if you haven't, you probably weren't going to anyway. But my point is that we all know that Superman does not have a similar tone to Black Adam or the other DCEU films. That's...
No, he didn't say that he did. But wait.
It's the whole point of the reboot, to not do what the DCEU did.
He said that it has
I'm sure
he said
Gary
that
will have a
it has a
great
similar
explanation
tone
for this take, right?
Sure.
Dad, I'm Bud.
Let me see what he said again. Oh, I muted it.
The whole point of you probably weren't going to anyway, but my
pal. But the criticisms or praise of this film will be based solely on the work, which was a lot like what we did when we argued in the comic shop, and I appreciate that. I've heard everybody's pal Tyrone Magnus compare it to Thor: Love and Thunder, which I don't think is an inaccurate description, but I think a better one would be tonally. It's a lot closer to Black Adam and all the previous DCEU films.
This is what happens when you go off script, Gary. You start to say obviously dumb shit. I'm sure most of the people watching this video have already...
Actually, now that he mentions it, I can see that somewhat, because in Black Adam they also tried setting up other characters as a sort of vehicle to make other movies with them, like the Justice Society of America with Dr. Fate, Atom Smasher, like Hawkman, all those characters.
Yeah, I definitely see the comparison to Black Adam. I would have to know where he cuts off the previous DCEU movies, if he would, because I would agree it has a similar tone to like Aquaman as well. I would agree that it has. I think to the latter, like the past the Snyder era DCEU, I can see a lot of similarities for sure.
Okay.
Already seen Superman, and if you haven't, you probably weren't going to anyway. But my point is that we all know that Superman does not have a similar tone to Black Adam or the other DCEU films. That's the whole point of the reboot, to not do what the DCEU did. But I'm sure Gary will have a great explanation for this take, right?
So just so we're clear, this is, again, stay on the lookout for this. It can't have the same tone as the previous DCEU films because you see it is a reboot, and therefore it is impossible for them to have made the same mistakes as they did in the past. This just logically, this just doesn't make sense. Like, to the core, this is completely nonsensical.
It completely assumes that they can't unintentionally make something similar to something that came
Yeah.
previously.
Yeah, and like this is like why it's important to ingrain this, because a lot of people try to abuse this on both sides, but I primarily see it, unfortunately, from people like Birdman. Well, Ranting of Vengeance does it as well, but Ranting of Vengeance at least is funny and doesn't, like, there's comedy value. But like The point is, he says something with such like confidence and assertion. It's like, it is this way because, obviously it couldn't be this other way. And then you think about it for 2 seconds and it just, to the core, it's completely illogical. It doesn't make any sense when you think about it for 2 seconds.
Right.
And that's what a lot of movies do as well, by the way. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, John Walker is the bad guy because there's blood on the shield. And you're like, well, wait a minute, why is there blood on the shield? What sequence of events left to that? What is the moral character of the people whose blood is on the shield?
Yeah, it's just like narrative tropes kind of just prove this entire like argument from Birdbrain too, because like sometimes movies, especially if they're in the same of the same genre, they tend to rhyme.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the again, it's not quite even an appeal to authority, but it's just like I would almost describe it as like an appeal to the meta, or like an appeal to common sense on some level. Where like, yeah, no, that does make sense. Why would it be the same thing when it's a different thing? It's like, well, because they could be retarded and make a mistake.
Right?
It's just like assuming perfect competence on the part of the creators, which is why would we ever assume that?
But you still have to tell a good story, something those Bronze and Silver Age comics, which get a bad rap, did better than most of modern Hollywood. And it's something we really didn't get with Superman's James Gunn. It was more like a series of things that happened. And this makes me think of a great video out there from Trey Parker and Matt Stone explaining the basics of storytelling.
We can take these beats, which are basically the beats of your outline, and if the words "and then" belong between those beats, you're what should happen between every beat that you've written down is either the word therefore or but. Okay, this happens, right? And then this happens. No, it should be this happens, and therefore this happens. But this happens, therefore this happens.
No. I don't know what any of it means. Like, I have no clue what it means. I have no clue what any of that stuff ever meant.
That's right, James Gunn has decided to take that advice and do the opposite. As a matter of fact, I'll just break down the plot as it goes in the movie. After an event that happens off screen where Superman stops an invasion from totally not Russia into totally not brown Ukraine or totally not Israel into totally not Palestine, I didn't see it that way. But if some people see Israel portrayed this way, well, maybe some people working on this film are forgetting who signs their checks and who their agents are.
This is a textbook example of an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, the idea that Jews control Hollywood.
No, it's that
He was literally he was literally wait, he was literally saying, yeah. Well, also, wasn't he kind of saying the opposite, that like they wouldn't put it there if they were in charge?
Yeah.
Some people see Israel portrayed this way, well, maybe some people working on this film are forgetting who signs their checks and who their agents are.
This is a textbook example of an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, the idea that Jews control Hollywood. In this case, Gary isn't being subtle. He implies that James Gunn should be careful about portraying a fictional stand-in for Israel negatively because of who signs his check.
Okay, so
Okay, and yet he was allowed to do it.
It's not as anti-Semitic to acknowledge that in like media spaces, they tend to you tend to find a lot of Jewish representation or like people of Jewish backgrounds working in media spaces. And it only becomes anti-Semitic if you assume like go a conspiratorial route when there is a logical explanation to it, and it is that culturally they did not like being demonized during World War II because it led to bad things happening to them. So culturally, they wanted to ensure that that never happened again. Like, and a good film that acknowledges this is *Inglourious Basterds* from Quentin Tarantino. Like thematically, it's I don't know if you saw it, Jan, but
Yeah, I saw it many times.
yeah, like the point of the film is that uh, the daughter of a Jewish little girl grows up. She makes a film and traps all the Nazis. Uh, and it's supposed to be an allegory of Jewish people ultimately winning in the end, because they depict like the Nazis, the horrific crimes from the Nazis, forever. Their crimes are immortalized through film.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
no,
like
exactly.
it's a complicated subject, but just like boiling it all down to anti-Semitism, and that there's no that there's zero Jewish people in Hollywood, or overt representation of certain demographics in a given institution. It's just disingenuous.
Yeah, I mean, I would be perfectly happy to say that I think that comment by Nedrotic is weird. I don't think why it needed to be mentioned. But also, yeah, I mean, it is true that there's a lot of people who are of Jewish descent in Hollywood. That's you can take of that what you will. If you want to assume it's because he's dog whistling to like a neo-Nazi audience, it's sure. I don't know why he would like comic books so much, which almost all of them are also traced back to Jewish creators. But hey, man.
Yeah.
That's not a dog whistle, it's practically a foghorn. And given Gary's well-documented disdain for Hollywood, the implication is clear. If Jews run Hollywood and Gary constantly attacks Hollywood as corrupt or evil, then he's targeting Jews by proxy.
No, that's not what it means at all. Because not every Jew runs Hollywood. Some people who happen to be Jewish can like have prominent positions in Hollywood, but that doesn't mean like Hollywood is pretty much Israel or whatever.
Yeah, also I would be very interested to know what Birdman's opinion on Israel and Palestine is, and whether or not he thinks that, the Israel lobby is a real thing and it has an influence in government, and therefore when he criticizes Israel, he's also being anti-Semitic, because it's, there's a lot of people who are anti-Semitic who criticize Israel.
Or if he supports like Palestine over Israel, then he hates he hates everyone, he hates all Jews by proxy, like he outlined.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah, exactly. I was just saying it's I guess I hope that he's not pro-Palestine is all I'm saying, because there's a logic tree we could follow according to him.
It's the transitive property of math.
And then Crypto saves Superman, so
It's
the
not
Superman
how the
robot...
transitive property of math. Well, anyway, sorry that I don't know that this guy knows anything about mathematics, but that's fine.
can save Superman.
It's amazing how you played the earlier clip about how storytelling should work, and you somehow still don't understand it. Just saying "and then" here is you attempting to be dishonest and disingenuously frame these events as if they aren't interrelated. Superman loses a fight and has multiple broken bones. Therefore, Crypto rescues Superman because he can't reach the Fortress of Solitude in his current state.
And then Superman goes back to Metropolis to get...
But wait, no, but the "and then" is why the fuck is Crypto there at all?
Yeah.
Like, and then Crypto is just that. There is no there is no reason in the movie for Crypto to be there, unless you're saying it's therefore we assume that Crypto is always at the Fortress of Solitude.
But it's never stated
that
he is.
Yeah, or we also understand that Crypto is a very disobedient dog, so we don't know that, to the slightest measure, I kind of am almost willing to give him this one, because it's true that it's like an establishing part of the movie.
Yeah,
so I guess we're supposed to take away from it that this is like, we're supposed to read in, oh yeah, Crypto saves Superman because he cares about Superman, I guess, and he's at the Fortress of Solitude, because that's where he's kept. But here's a question: if I had a misbehaving dog, why the fuck is he just free roaming around?
Good question.
How did he get there? Did he just leave the fortress? Can you leave at any measure? Would Superman just leave the doors to the Fortress of Solitude unlocked for Crypto to come and go as he pleases? Well, that can't be right, because Superman acknowledges that Crypto could do a lot of damage and that Crypto does not obey his commands all the time. So, yes, it is an "and then" moment. Why the fuck is Crypto there? He wasn't in the fight, and if everything we're told about Crypto in this subsequent scene is true, we would have absolutely no reason to assume that he would be allowed to just be left to his own devices in or around the Fortress of Solitude. So yes, it is retarded that he's there, and it is "and then" storytelling.
Get his
I don't know,
ass beat
man.
by
If
the
you have
hammer.
a movie degree or whatever, Birdman, this is a poor show. I don't know what else to tell you.
Or a Baravia.
No, Superman is healed after being taken to the fortress. Therefore, he is able to return to the fight that he just got thrown from.
And
Wait,
then
can you
Lex
play that
Luthor,
one back?
Solitude in his current state.
and then Superman goes back to Metropolis to get his ass beat by the hammer of Baravia.
No, Superman is healed after being taken to the fortress. Therefore, he is able to return to the fight that he just got thrown from.
And then Lex Luthor, who despises Superman for making humans like him.
Well, is
feel
it not just very lucky for Superman that he is able to make it in time and the Hammer of Baravia hasn't done anything yet, which we know is because he's Ultraman and Lex Luthor is like commanding him. Also, is it not very lucky that the Hammer of Baravia didn't simply just follow him? Like it is, man. This is and then storytelling. There isn't a lot of connective tissue here to make the circumstances happen. Superman gets punched the fuck out, found by his dog who's free roaming, dragged back to his fortress, healed, and is able to fly back to the fight where the hammer is waiting for him to come back.
Yeah, it's as if Birdman doesn't know what a contrivance is.
Yeah.
For some reason, or he's
Also,
relying on people to not know what a contrivance is, so he can make this argument.
yeah. Also, Superman doesn't switch up his tactics at all when he's fighting the hammer. He just flies straight at him and reattempts a physical confrontation that he just lost while he's not fully healed and he's conscious of the fact. Now, as much as you can say that's character building, that is also really stupid.
Yeah.
And Superman is not portrayed to be not clever in this movie. If anything, he would be, from what we see from him in the rest of the movie, he's quite good at on the spot, like innovating and thinking of alternative ways to use his power sets when the movie requires him to do so. Like he was really fucking quick about figuring out that nanites in his lungs shit. He was able to improvise and innovate then, but now he just flies at him to take a brute force fight that he knows he's gonna lose. To what end? Why wouldn't he try to surprise him? Why wouldn't he try to lure him away from Metropolis?
Yeah. Yeah, these are good points.
Insignificant invades the Fortress of Solitude and steals a message from Jor-El, Lara, and Crypto.
Wrong again. The engineer followed Superman to locate the fortress for Lex, as the fight with the hammer was a distraction. Once the hammer beats Superman again, the hammer flies off, regroups with Lex through the usage of a portal, and the trio uses the information gained from the engineer to enter the fortress. Therefore...
Again, how was the engineer there? How did she find him? How has she been tracking him? What the fuck is any of this? It doesn't make any sense. There's no connective tissue. That's the point.
Yeah.
There's no reason we are given why engineer is even able to find the Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, Birdman can't make these points when we're starting right in the middle of the story. Like no previous setup has been established.
Mm-hmm.
They were able to use the message from Superman's parents against him, setting the events of the plot into motion.
And then Superman and the Justice Gang, featuring Guy Gardner, Green Lantern, Mr. Terrific, and Hawkgirl, fight a kaiju.
Another blatant manipulation of the events of the film. They don't just fight a kaiju. Once Lex enters the Fortress of Solitude, the engineer states aloud that it's going to take some time to break into the computer, as she worries Superman might return while she's working. Lex tells her he's thought of that and therefore releases the monster to keep Superman occupied.
Might take a while.
No, the point is, and then Lex, you're missing it, and then Lex happens to have a kaiju. That's the and then.
What if the Kryptonian shows up?
Don't worry. I'm creating a distraction.
A few moments later.
I don't get mad. I don't get mad about anything.
Look at those lips.
It's an awfully small distraction. It'll get bigger.
And then, after Superman saves a bunch of people from being crushed by the kaiju Mr. Terrific killed, they all turn on him instantly when they find out he was actually sent there to conquer and get himself a harem.
Yeah, this is abrupt. Come on.
Yeah, this is
he would have his own share of supporters and people critical of him, but they would still question, okay, if he's really this alien invader, why hasn't he done exactly what his parents wanted him to do already? It's just they're all It's just like it's
You don't
it gets to
understand.
like Marvel
Your media
Comics
literacy.
brilliance.
Your media literacy is not good enough. You don't understand. No one in the real world would actually suspect that a multi-tech billionaire would manipulate or lie about evidence. Nobody in the real world ever does that. So,
You're saying
never
that
happens.
backwards. The footage the engineer collects proves the Kryptonians sent Kal-El to Earth to dominate them. Therefore, the people turn on him.
No, therefore is doing a lot of work because therefore the entirety of the planet turns against him. Really?
Yeah, of course. Well, again, he's not thinking in degrees. He doesn't think that there's a spectrum here between it being a therefore when some people turn on him and an and then when conveniently literally everyone turns on him. He doesn't understand the difference between degrees of things.
And then Lex convinces the government and General Flag to arrest Superman, who turns himself in.
At this point, you're just saying and then for your agenda. This is too easy. Lex proves the footage is genuine. Therefore, Superman turns himself in. You keep saying this shit as if these events aren't directly connected. You literally showed people giving a lecture on this. Just saying and then is not enough. You have to prove these events do not connect to the previous ones for there to be an and then.
I'll give him this one. I think it's fair to say that like Superman would turn himself in if if that came out. That's fair.
I mean, I would just add that he turned himself in to get crypto. Like that's something they kind of glossed over.
Yeah.
That's the reason why he turned himself in
to
see if he's okay. But you can probably quibble with the idea that um he doesn't know if crypto is alive or not. So he should probably weigh the consequences of turning himself in and what that would do, and try to find another way of having Lex give crypto to him. But I don't know. You can like quibble with that.
Yeah.
That was Trey Parker's point, you goddamn moron. Listen to it again.
Right? So what I'm saying is that you come up with an idea and it's like, okay, this happens, right? And then this happens. No. It should be this happens, and therefore this happens.
Yeah, just his idea. What he's trying to present here is cause and effect, essentially.
Yes.
And you need good writing. Good believable writing presents a scenario, like presents a cause, and a believable effect from the cause. But and at several points, like you need to just like Birdbrain's defenses of the film. Like I'll give him this. Like certain is Gary being too liberal in his use of and then. Yeah, it's at some points, but like there are other points where like
I think
as we just said, like the civilians quickly turning against Superman especially after he just saved them from a kaiju, is pretty abrupt, and there needs to be more to it than that.
Yeah, it's just a string of things where, like, sure, Gary's not going into extreme detail about it, but if you think about any of these scenarios in 2 seconds, I think any reasonable person can quickly arrive to the conclusion that it's not holistically probable that crypto happens to be at the right spot at the right time, free roaming, that Superman would fly back to Metropolis without coming up with a different plan or changing his strategy at all when it comes to dealing with Ultraman, that it's not very well explained at all how the engineer was even able to find the Fortress of Solitude, that it's never particularly well explained at all, that she just happens to have the technology and the ability to hack this literal alien technology, and it's very convenient that she's able to. It's very convenient that it takes her a period of time so that Lex has to release the kaiju, so there has to be a fight for some reason. It takes her like exactly a long enough time that it takes to deal with the kaiju so that they can reveal it to the world. Like, man, none of this is therefore. None of this is because of.
Mm-hmm.
It's only that if you literally don't think about it at all. That's the problem with these movies. Once you think about them, it stops making sense.
Yeah, it really does.
But this happens, therefore this happens. And that, as soon as we are able to, and literally sometimes we'll write it out to make sure we're doing it. We'll have our beats and we'll say, okay, this happened, but then this happens, and that affects this, and that does to that, and that's why you get a show that feels like, okay, this to that, to this to that, but this, here's the complication, to that. And there's so many scripts we read from new writers and things that we see.
God, I see movies.
And,
you see movies that you're just watching, and it's like, this happened, and then this happens, and then this happens. That's when you're in a movie just going, what the am I watching this movie for? Just like, this happened, and then this happened, and this happened. That's not a movie, you know, that's not a story. Like Trey said, it's those two, but because, therefore, that gives you the causation between each beat, and that makes that's a story.
Do you see how they're referring to causation? And in case that's too big a word for you, Gary, causation means something that causes something else to happen. And as I've demonstrated, each
now
of these...
look up suspension of disbelief and believability. This is the entire, like, this is... Sorry, I just need to like go on a rant about this because it's just actually triggering the fuck out of me because I see it so much in so many videos. Okay? Please stop doing this shit where you just automatically assume that everything that this movie tells you is believable. Just think about 2 seconds. Think for 2 seconds about the fact that Lex is able to create fucking pocket universes. And is there some other creative application for that power that he might be able to employ to get to his like results quicker than all of this bullshit? And if you're not able to come up with one, I'm sorry, but like that's the reason things are shit. That's it.
Events that you keep saying and then to had a logical cause. You know, unlike how you started this video talking about Variety's red carpet interviews that have nothing to do with reviewing this film. And of course, Gary continues on with his fake and then spiel, which I assure you, after listening to all of them, all had a cause. This guy's media literacy has as much integrity as his hairline.
There he is. Here's the line again.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
again,
dude.
like just repeating what you said, like it's frustrating because bird brain accepts anything as sufficient cause for an effect, and that can't be the case for everything. Especially when you just like look at the film critically.
Yeah, no, it's literally just like people's standards of what makes sense to them. And I'm sorry if you think that this movie has like a good grasp of cause and effect and things happening for a reason, then like your standard for what is good cause and effect is fucking weak. Like watch some actual movies that have strong cause and effect in them.
Yeah.
I don't know, like watch like Full Metal Jacket. I don't know. That's a movie that watch First Blood Part 1, the Rambo movie.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me one thing in that movie that doesn't make like, you know, other than I guess him surviving falling off a cliff. Tell me one thing in that movie that doesn't make sense.
But I'll give it to James Gunn for consistency because they had the same complexity and depth as the plot. I thought Nathan Fillion's Guy Gardner was pretty good, along with Anthony Carrigan's Metamorpho.
I disagree here. There's nothing to latch onto for him. For me personally, at least.
He has a son. That's it.
Goo goo gaga. It's mini him.
And I thought
It
Mr.
is, yes.
Terrific was really good. No, I'm not going to say terrific.
Hungry Root is the easiest.
I mean, I agree. Mr. Terrific was great.
Allow me to nitpick something here. Why is it that Gary chose not to pronounce Eddie Gathegi's name?
Oh my god, bro. Come on. He didn't want to mispronounce it. Is that just that obvious?
Not even an attempt to learn how to pronounce it? I mean, this guy's about to be A-list, given the public's reaction to his character, which is going to translate into him becoming a larger part of the DCU, rivaling or even surpassing Cyborg's popularity in audience mindshare.
What? Okay, so this is a leap, but...
That's Source My Crack Pipe, I guess. Yes. Very good.
Like, I mean...
We got one in there.
Mr. Terrific has been the public in other previous DC projects for years. Calm down, buddy. He never...
Well, Eddie, you don't understand. Eddie Gathegi is about to become an A-lister, and that therefore it's important that you know his name and how it's pronounced.
Why wasn't he an
You know what?
A-lister in X-Men First Class?
You know what's my favorite thing about this? It's like a really old BuzzFeed thing complaining about this like concept where like they said, but everyone can pronounce Schwarzenegger, and it's like, yeah, that's not how it's pronounced, you fucking dingbat. It's pronounced Schwarzenegger, but you know.
Yeah.
I'm not the guy that cries racism for every little thing, but
You do.
with Nerdrotic's
You
track
100%.
record,
You are
I
that
wouldn't put
guy's fucking father.
not the guy that cries racism for every little thing, but with Nerdrotic's track record, I wouldn't put specifically not making an effort for the black actor past him. After all, these are real thumbnails from Gary's channel.
What's wrong with them? Oh shit, we next in line, coulda.
There's black
That's right,
slang.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I don't care.
Note the Ebonics.
I'd like to see more of the Justice Gang.
Note the Ebonics.
It's so funny because if he were discussing hip hop, he'd go, "Newsflash, black people like hip hop," and if he was like if this were a show, like if Gary were criticizing a show where black characters are speaking in Ebonics, I 100% guarantee he would say, "Newsflash, black people like to speak in Ebonics," or some shit like that.
I just like that it's called Ebonics instead of just slang. Like they need a special fucking word to classify it.
Note the Ebonics.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say as well. Like this is a joke. All right. Now I'm not saying it's a particularly good joke. I'm not saying it's a particularly funny joke. But come on, man, this is an obvious joke. The joke is that Ebonics sometimes sound funny.
Yeah.
Like
South Park, who you were praising before, use Ebonics a lot to make a comedic point.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I'd like to see more of the Justice Gang in a different movie, and I'm not the only one to point this out, but tonally, they come off just like the Justice Society in Black Adam.
Yeah, I kind of made that point too. Like, yeah.
No, they don't. What version of Black Adam did you watch? Another porn parody? Are you just saying this because there was a black man, a white man, and a young woman? That's
well, no, because they're a different team.
So first, I'm gonna nail you to the cross. All right. If we're being very technical, Dr. Fate is in fact genderless. All right. So get your they them pronouns rolled out. Wokey. Fucking. He's like 3 people. They're like 3 people. Fuck. Right, sorry, carry on.
It's exactly where the similarities end. Hawkman and Adam had this pointless dick measuring contest the whole movie, and Dr. Fate was a voice of reason.
Okay. Let me try to just be devil's advocate here. Superman and Guy Gardner have this pointless dick measuring contest throughout the entire movie. Mr. Terrific is the voice of reason.
Mr. Terrific is not only nothing like Hawkman, he spends the majority of his screen time helping Lois.
Why are you?
I like that he. I like he immediately assumed. I like he immediately. This is so fucking. How does this always happen with these people? He like immediately assumes that the black man has to be the standard for the black man, where a much more apt standard would be Dr. Fate. What the fuck?
It's so funny.
But it's every time, man.
No, it's so funny because like I kind of refuted like that. It showed in real time that his comparison isn't apt.
Mr. Terrific is not only nothing like Hawkman, he spends the majority of his screen time helping Lois because he trusts and wants to save Superman. There's a brief moment between Guy and Kal-El, but that was due to the news about his parents' true motives, and not because Guy thinks he's tougher than the other guy.
Okay.
First of all, Guy 100% thinks he's tougher than the other guy.
He not only beefs with Superman, he beefs with Mr. Terrific and Hawk Woman. Wait, is it Hawk? No, Hawk Girl.
It's Hawk Girl.
It's
Hawk Girl, yeah.
Sometimes I get Hawk Woman and Hawk Girl mixed up. Sorry.
That's
He
right.
is beefing with Mr. Terrific and Hawk Girl over the name. Like this is Guy Gardner is 100% dick measuring contest as a character.
Just so very clear, Mr. Media Literacy here. You would allege that Guy Gardner doesn't think he's better than Superman when he literally introduced himself as an upgrade to the Hanpurian kid.
That's true.
Just so we're clear, that's what you think. That's pathetic. Anyway.
Hawkgirl is barely in the narrative. There is no analog to Adam. He's tougher than the other guy.
Wait.
Hawkgirl is barely in the narrative.
She kills the leader of an enemy state.
Barovia, yeah.
Yeah, Barovia.
There is no analog to Atom Smasher in this movie, and Cyclone got way more screen time in her film.
What?
No analog to Atom Smasher in this movie, and Cyclone got way more screen time in her film.
What does he mean by that? In her film?
Wouldn't I? Yeah. Was she in Birds of Prey?
No, like Birds of Prey was Huntress, Black Canary, Harley Quinn, and shit. Like, no, it wasn't fuck. Like the Asian Batgirl, but they butchered her character. I forget her off the top of my head.
Cassandra Cain?
Cassandra Cain, yeah. I almost said like Stephanie Brown, but that's spoiler.
You're just saying things.
Again, proving why mid-movies are the hardest to review of the rest of the additional cast. The best I could say is they're fine, I guess. The only characters I didn't like were Hawkgirl and the Engineer, obviously, because they're women.
Remember, they're just jokes. We're all going to die soon, and there's no sequel.
Unlike Ricky Gervais, Gary, you are unaware that jokes have punchlines. What was the punchline there? Haha, I'm
that
a
people call
sexist?
him. I know this one. I can get a $300 million prize on this one. The joke is that people call him a sexist when he doesn't think so, and he thinks that there's a narrative about him that he only dislikes characters because they're women. So it's a bit of an inside gag for the audience.
Yeah. Do you not know what an inside joke is, Mr. Birdbrain?
You can't hide behind the "they're just jokes" defense when you don't actually tell jokes.
And hey,
that is in fact a joke. I'm sorry to inform you.
Jimmy Olsen is white again, and his unassuming babe magnet character was kind of funny.
And you immediately follow up the "I'm just joking" defense with another bigoted statement. Explain what part of Jimmy Olsen's characterization requires him to be a white guy.
Because he was introduced as a white guy.
I also just hate to point this out, but like that's just a fact of the matter. He is white again. Like, he was black for which one was it? The My Adventures with Superman?
Yeah, for My Adventures with Superman, like the Supergirl show. The Supergirl CW show, I should say.
I've not seen My Adventures with Superman, but I've heard it's pretty good. I might check it out at some point. But yeah.
I watched a couple episodes of the first season. Wasn't my cup of tea. Might like it.
He can't be a Korean or a Dominican or a Nigerian. He's a reporter. The only thing his character needs is to be a journalist.
Okay, sure, but is it comic accurate? Not really. Well, is it comic accurate to how he's depicted? No, it's not. And you would say the same thing if a minority character or a non-white character were depicted to be white. Let's just be clear about that.
His ethnic background is completely immaterial to that job. That's the fundamental problem you racists don't understand when you ask dumbass questions like, why can't T'Challa be white?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because Black Panther is we have this conversation like so many times. Black Panther is a mantle that can be won. And in the comics, it's funny he mentions this. Like, there is a white Black Panther now.
I know, yeah. It's just funny as fuck, but well, yeah, no, but like so Birdman, the point is, for Jimmy Olsen's character, yeah, sure, there's nothing mandating that he be black, but there's a lot of black superhero. Like, you'd agree, there's nothing mandating Mr. Terrific has to be black, right?
Yeah.
So you'd be fine with if they race swapped him.
And there's also nothing mandating that in an alternate universe, that a different version of Black Panther or T'Challa is white. The same way Nick Fury, who was originally white, is black.
There's also
universe.
There's also nothing mandating, and watch what I do here, that if you really want a black news reporter character, you can not use Jimmy Olsen and introduce a new one.
Ooh.
You can do that. Actually, it's allowed. I checked the laws of international commerce. You're allowed to do it. It's not considered fraudulent.
A character
Running a business is.
Let me see some chat. Yakubian Black Panther.
can be played by any ethnic group.
As long as that character's ethnicity isn't. Okay, so what makes a character's ethnicity fundamental? Like,
Whatever Birdman decides, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah, so this is for if it's not clear, fundamental just means they're it isn't fundamental to say characterization. He means white. That's what he means. It's so
Well,
bullshit.
The thing is, he would literally never agree that there's any character who's white whose like whiteness is essential to their characterization.
Yeah, and this is complete bullshit because you apply the same logic to any black or non-white character.
Yeah.
If you can use enough mental gymnastics to apply this to anything. You can just say, well, what makes Black Panther compelling is that he's a king who dresses up as a big black cat, and he is a member of the Avengers. You can make a Black Panther character and have him not be black. Just apply that, like copy and paste that same reasoning by just looking at a black or non-white character at their bare bones, like power sets or whatever.
I guess, would he agree that Wolverine can never be race swapped because his context is that he's a wealthy like the descendant of wealthy Canadian landowners?
Yeah, yeah. The core of Wolverine is that he's not Canadian. Like he would have to contest that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it's the thing is, but no, that's the thing. It's like again, that's the escape hatch. The escape hatch is, oh yeah, well, black people did exist in Canada at the time, so he could still be black. But no black people exist in Wakanda because it's an ethnic state. So, Black Panther is safe and secure. I just wonder if he would maintain this for a White Storm, Like, for example, could Storm be race swapped? Because, I mean, her only like backstory context is that she's from Africa, right? And she's venerated as a god, as a goddess.
South Africa.
Oh no, or Rhodesia, God forbid. But snapping back to reality really quick. Of course, if I saw a white storm, I would be like, "That's really fucking weird. Why would you do that?"
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think in Ultimates there is a character that takes inspiration from Storm, but she's not black. So again, like just again showing that you can have a character like you can have other versions of characters and not have them be like and not have them be non-white, but whatever. I feel like we talked
Funny.
about this to death. Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I also just one more thing I was gonna say. I think Storm is like my favorite example because it's like the needle of the eye in the eye of all the fucking people who are like, you hate like black and female characters. Yet nobody ever complains about Storm in the X-Men movies. Pretty much everyone likes her because she's, likable.
I would also say that people like Monica Rambeau a lot as a legacy character, but
True. Yeah, that's
nobody
fair.
really, yeah, nobody really brings her up.
Unless that character's
Jessica
ethnic
Jones, people liked quite a bit. I feel at least the first season.
Yeah. Good example of a female character. If I was like thinking of like legacy characters or something like that.
is integral to their characterization. For example, Red Skull needs to be a white guy because he's a Nazi, and
no, he doesn't.
Why would you pick the guy who's red? You fucking retard.
All he has to be is like a supremacist, or all he has to be is like a racial supremacist.
I just find it funny how the only example where it's okay for a white guy to be white is when he's a Nazi. All right, it's very funny.
Like Hydra is not inherently a white supremacist organization. It's it's your standard evil Illuminati, like Illuminati organization.
Right.
Yeah, it could be like an Asian man be it could be like an Asian supremacist group, a black supremacist group. It could be it could like be an international drug, like a drug cartel headed by Mexicans. It just depends. Like you could
Yeah.
portray like Red Skull in a number of ways in alternative, like alternatively. Also, like another thing I feel is worth mentioning is that there has been more than one Red Skull, or more than one person who's taken up the Red Skull mantle.
Oh, I just want to be clear as well with this one, because if we're doing the victimhood comparisons, black people will never exterminate, like targets of mass extermination programs in Nazi Germany, at least to our knowledge. Whereas homosexuals, Jews, Romani and Slavic people were, they were considered like an inferior race. But I remember what was the guy's name that won the Olympics in Munich? The runner, like he was treated better by
Hitler.
yeah, like he was treated better by like Nazi Germans than the segregationist Americans. So like, yeah, this is also Nazis had a core in Africa. They would have 100% had black workers on it just for convenience. Now, not saying you could have a black Nazi officer, but
Kanye.
just as long as actually, yeah, true. Never mind. If it's Kanye, listen, Kanye could be Red Skull. All right, I want Kanye to play the Red Skull in the next movie. That'd be kind of fucking hilarious.
Yeah, you could have a self-hating. Not suggesting Kanye is one, but you could have like a self-hating black guy like Uncle Ruckus be so ashamed of his race that he makes himself red to make himself into to try and make himself a part of the Nazi party or whatever.
Yeah.
There's a number of
but yeah, like
you could write a alternative non-white Red Skull.
Yeah. Also, listen, if Bad Brain ever watches this, that was a joke. All right. Yes, I know that the Nazis still mistreated black people. Okay, I'm just fucking around. But like seriously, you don't really need Red Skull to be a Nazi for his character to work.
He could be a Yeah, there was a Red Skull that was a communist at one point, I believe.
Yeah.
The Nazis weren't recruiting non-white people into their ranks.
Well, that's not true. They had like some ability.
Didn't
like, wait. Axis powers. That's right. They worked with the Japanese.
The Japanese, yeah.
Being white is integral to that character's characterization.
Not really. Again, like not really. All he has to be is like a racial supremacist.
I think all Red Skull has to.
Which is
Go ahead, sorry.
Which can be any race.
But a character like Norman
Controversial
Osborn
opinion.
can be
I think all Red Skull has to be is red. That's my opinion.
Racial ethnic group because his ethnicity is not a part of his characterization.
Says who? Like, I find it interesting that if Norman Osborn were originally presented as black, Birdman would I 100% believe if Norman Osborn were originally presented as black, he would say that that's important to his character because it details the struggles of being a black capitalist or a black business owner or some shit like that. But again, there's no actual standard other than like being a Nazi or whatever for a character just to remain white. And I find that really weird.
Can be any racial ethnic group because his ethnicity is not a part of his characterization. I don't know what's so difficult to understand about this for you people besides the fact that you just don't like seeing other groups of people in these roles.
Oh my god, Ding! You figured it out. They don't like it when characters that are established to look and be of a particular look like a particular character, for want of a better term. They don't like it when they change the way the character looks without explaining that they're a different person.
Yeah.
There you go.
And again, this can be turned back at you, Brain. Like through any character whose race you prefer, you can use mental gymnastics to justify not presenting them as that ethnicity and change their backstory to help support, to accommodate that change. Like if you're
Yeah, like
if
the
you're
fact
if you're
that
for it in one case, you can't say that you're not for it in other cases. It's
yeah.
either or.
And just to be clear, I don't give a shit about race swaps, but I know that there's people who do, and I don't think those people are all racist. I think that that's like disingenuous, so I don't like it when people say that.
Yeah.
This is a form of white defaultism.
What?
Where white people
What
are
the
seen
fuck
as the
does that
default
even?
human,
What does that
and
even
any
mean,
other
bro?
type of human has to justify their existence within a story. The problem is that it's entirely artificial, as white people are a world minority and only have a majority in certain places.
Oh, so you're erasing minorities yourself.
Due to exclusionary
Thanks for a good
practices,
point.
meaning they have not yet justified their own existence in these stories, being a minority to the planet. Even with all the so-called race swaps in Hollywood, the most successful film franchise in history is still overwhelmingly white.
Okay. And?
Yeah, I don't think so. Like, this is the question is just a little bit deeper than that. Why is it overwhelmingly white? Because the majority of these comics were created by white creators. There you go. And they made people who look like them primarily because, it's just sort of a thing humans do. Like I said earlier, it's nothing malicious to it. It's just, something that people do. And a lot of classical literature that we look and we examine in the West and in the Western classrooms is going to be primarily from Europe, and it's probably going to be from periods of Europe when the majority of authors were land-owning white people.
Yeah. Also, does Birdbrain not find it weird or bizarre at all that he thinks taking a character and claiming it for his own race is that wasn't made by his own race is really weird? Because I don't know. This is just something I've noticed. When a character is changed to being black, they don't really uh they tend to not accept that character being depicted in any other way again. Like for Catwoman, for instance, once a lot of people claim her to be black, and they're not allowed to present her, and they get really mad when you don't present her when you present her in any other race besides black, because uh they don't like it when you present her as too light skinned now, even though she was originally white. And even if you make her Asian or Hispanic, that's black erasure. When ag- when according to Birdbraid's criteria, race isn't like a huge component to her character. Like, do you get where I'm going with this?
No, I know what you mean. Well, it's like, look, again, ultimately, the people more often than not who take issue, I don't know, more often than not, like maybe some of them are fucking racist, I don't know, but like I would hazard a guess that the majority of people who are frustrated with this practice simply do not like it is an appeal to the very intrinsic concept of fairness, that there are these characters who have an established history that people have put a lot of effort in, that look, act, and behave a particular way, and now someone is changing that because they want to tell their story with those characters rather than furthering the story of that character. And in so doing, they often race swap them.
Yeah.
Because, like, I'll just tell this: what is the point of a race swap on Jimmy Olsen? Like, when you agree that the racial ethnicity has nothing to do with his character, what is the point of changing the character's race, right? Like, well, the answer could be, well, it's probably so that there's more of a diverse cast. It's like, okay, well, what's the point of that? Well, the point of that is we want people to communicate, be able to share their experiences or project themselves onto that character. It's like, well, what's the point of that? And then the further you go down the rabbit hole, it ultimately just ends up being we want to tell a particular kind of story, but we do not want to work for it. We don't want to create an original character. We want to co-opt a character that exists because that character is going to be he's going to have all the luxuries of being grandfathered in. Like, yeah, no, of course, there's Jimmy Olsen. Of course he's here. Whereas if there was no Jimmy Olsen and they added, I don't know, a guy called Max Smith, right, and he was a black guy, then people might have an issue with that.
Yeah.
It's almost like you people want a complete hegemony, and that's not gonna happen.
And Ma and Pa Kent were barely
What
in
the fuck
it.
are you gonna do about it? This fucking pussy. You ever been punched in the face? Like, Jesus. I hate it when people do like the internet tough guy act.
That's not gonna happen.
And Ma and Pa Kent were barely in it. And yes, they were portrayed as a stereotypical country bumpkin couple, but there was one funny scene that played out just like a phone call with my mom, who has never seen a second of my YouTube and thinks I'm on a radio show.
Good for her. I'm sure if she did know what you do, she'd be
Something wrong.
disappointed in the absolute.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
that
that's
reminds me. Simu Liu, like he was like shocked that sequel to Superman was announced so soon, like so quickly.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when your movie makes money, I guess.
That's what happens when you make a movie starring Superman and not a movie starring such a well-known character
Fucking
such as Shang-Chi.
yeah. I mean, listen, all right, Mr. Leo, that's what happens when your movie makes over $500 million fucking dollars for a start. All right.
absolute piece of shit she raised.
Before the film, I heard a lot of lip service about this being a hopeful Superman. Within the film, I heard a lot of lip service saying Superman is popular, but at no time do I feel like there's any reverence or respect for the character from anybody within the film or making it. Oh, they like him, but again, they don't respect him. I'd also like to remind you that Superman gets kicked in the balls by Ultraman, and they end the movie with
Yeah, I don't care if he gets kicked in the balls. Whatever.
Yeah, no.
Girl calling Superman a bitch.
This is a completely dishonest framing of that
Yeah, I'm probably gonna agree for a brain here.
part of the movie. In this film, Kara is portrayed as a free spirit archetype, and as such, she did not call Superman
What the fuck is this free spirit archetype bullshit? Just say that she's a party girl. Come on, man.
a bitch.
We need to use
She
technical
called
words for
him
it because that's like the
bitch.
archetype
These
codifier.
have two different connotations. She used it in the same way that women use it with each other, aka a form of endearment.
Come on. Thanks for watching it, bitch.
Nerdrotic is lying to you, trying to whip up his grift bullshit that a woman is emasculating a man in a movie.
No, like he's not lying. He's just giving his take, like what he views of it. It's not something I agree
Yeah, to
with,
be like,
but he's not lying.
yeah, to be like straight up, she does call him a bitch, and she is being disrespectful towards him.
Yeah.
It would be as if I, a black man, called a white man nigga.
Not really, no.
I have a black friend, and he calls me that all the time.
No,
is that wrong?
It's more comparable if some
Yeah.
black guy called me the hard R. Like that's what this is.
No, if he called you the hard R but cracker, all right, listen.
I'm not calling him a slur. I'm using a term black people use with no ill intention. What Gary is doing here is like saying I called that same white man the hard R in word. This is textbook outrage farming.
You know your business
That can
better
still, but that can still be like, granted I've not had that happen, but that can still be used as anything in any context can be a term of endearment. All right.
Also, yeah, it's just like, what does he have to say that this is a term of endearment? Like she's clearly pissed that that Crypto got kidnapped under his watch. Like that's what I got out of this, and she says, "You're like let me have my dog that you like get kidnapped." That's what this scene communicates to me. She's pissed at him, or she's passive aggressively pissed at him. That's what.
Yeah, she's like passive aggressive, teasing. Like I don't think she's calling him bitch because like she thinks he likes to be called bitch.
Yeah.
What Gary is doing here is like saying I called that same white man the hard R in word. This is textbook outrage farming.
The people are simple and profoundly confused, weak of mind, spirit, and body, lord over the planet as the last son of Krypton. Dispatch of anyone unable or unwilling to serve you, Kal-El. Take as many wives.
Again, like this is probably. I see a lot of people complaining about this. I don't give a fuck. This is like this still remains consistent to the core idea of Superman. It's not faithful to Jor-El or Laura's characterization. That's true, but it still complements Superman's characterization and highlights an aspect that's very much present in the comics, which is like his how he prioritizes his Earth life over his idealized Kryptonian life.
As you can, so your genes
Yeah,
and
all I
Kryptonians
would
might
say for
and
it is I think that it's kind of cringe, but that's like it. Like I'm not a fan of the Superman was sent. It feels like they still were paying lip service to the Superman was sent here to be evil trope, and I just find that's like overplayed, lame, and dumb. But
Yeah.
I don't like that they turned them into Viltrumites.
Legacy.
Is the long and short of it.
Yeah, you're definitely not gonna like My Adventures with Superman then.
Oh
will
no!
live on in this new frontier.
Why do they keep doing it, man?
Proud our beloved son rule without mercy.
Fuck this movie. That's arguably all hell. It's not even an argument. That is worse than Clark letting Pa Kent get sucked up into a tornado.
No. That's no. You're simple as. You're wrong. No.
Erotic. I gotta be honest with you, man. This is a pretty sneaky take. Gotta say.
This
If you think
incredibly
that,
dumb.
then you're probably a fucking moron.
True.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to disagree with that one. Yeah,
This doesn't really have anything to do with this man grifting, but all to do with his inability to understand the media that he's consuming. This is meant to contrast Clark from Kal-El. Kal-El was sent to Earth to rule over it by his real parents, but Clark learned how to be a human from his adoptive parents. And that's why Superman is good, because of the Kents. The logic as presented in this film is if his real parents were this benevolent group of people, it would narratively void the point of growing up in Smallville and the lessons his adoptive parents taught him. This turns the Kents into the true force of good and the reason Superman wants to protect the Earth and its people. Thus making them...
So I just want to I want to be clear. That's not true. If his parents were good people, that wouldn't change the fact that Superman could still have a home versus heritage thing going on, because he might, the way that they were good people might differ. For example, the Donner film did. Obviously, Jor-El wants Superman to basically stay on the sideline, help if he can, but not directly intervene in the course of humanity, where Parker absolutely wants him to intervene where possible and as much as is necessary for good to prevail. So this is not again, you're fucking yourself over with this absolutist framework. It's not true that we need Jor and Lara-El to be bad for the Kent's raising of Clark to mean something. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's true, and it's been the case for decades in the comics.
Yeah.
Both his parents on Krypton and parents on Earth have been portrayed as being good people without any issues narratively.
If anything, learning of what his parents did by their sacrifice of themselves so that he may live could further affirm and inspire him rather than being a point of conflict. The point of conflict doesn't have to come from his heritage.
Narrative and mythos of this version of Superman. It's an incredibly effective narrative change.
I wanted it to be the best Superman movie ever made.
No, listen. I'll double down on why I hate it. I know you disagree, but I need to get this out there. It is incredibly lazy and cheap. You do not want to have conflict come from a more interesting creative source. You just want to do home family bad, new family good, which is an extremely level zero take on a character who has, a home versus heritage struggle.
Okay.
Walk out of that theater feeling so good, I would walk back in and watch it again.
And you would have, only if Daddy Drinker said he liked it first.
Daddy Drinker said he liked it.
Yeah, he did say he liked it.
Daddy Drinker said he really enjoyed it, actually.
Alright, is this it? Yeah, that was it. I'm good to do one more video with you, Jan, if you're up for it. It's gonna be the ultimate Joker one.
Oh boy.
We're gonna try, if you're up for it.
Are you gonna... Yeah, I'm up for it, sure.
Alright. So first off, here's some background. Ultimate Joker. Yeah, I've collabed with him and Reskin before. Mainly in a response video to SK and Colin. I said this on in SK's response video, but I'm kind of done with the drama. I kind of put it behind me, and yeah, I'm just I don't hate Ultimate Joker. I don't hate Reskin. Uh, what I whether they like choose to respond to SK moving forward, like I'm not gonna tell them how to do their content, but I put my that that beef with him behind me. So they're free to do what they want, but I'm not it's not something I would encourage or really want to do myself. But with that being said,
Like,
they're responding to each other over James Gunn
I
and Superman.
I do need to
Go ahead.
say, I just want to find out one thing from Resikin. Why did he block me for asking him why he didn't like Schindler's List and ignore and Inglorious Bastards? That's all I did. I'm innocent, bro. Free me.
Alright, with that being said, let me read this out. James Gunn's pattern of racism and pedophilia is something much of the CB comic book movie community has ignored, which is why Resikin and I made this vid based on months of compiled evidence. The video hit 3,000 views fast, until it was taken down by YouTube just hours for no provided reason. The details of the situation have either been completely unknown to the general public or severely downplayed as edgy tweets from the past, when that was only ever the tip of the iceberg. When we were suddenly informed by friends and fans of the channel that the video was no longer available, to our horror, we saw we were hit with a black screen of death. The video had been taken down with no explanation. Unfortunately, this is something uh, we anticipated going into the video, but for it to happen this soon within a few hours was quite the horrible surprise. It was suggested that we upload the video to X instead, so without further ado, we present to you our expose of James Gunn. Make of the evidence what you will, the truth will never be silenced, nor will we ever back down. Not to Warner Brothers, and definitely not to any shill YouTubers who would rather go down with Gunn than admit they were wrong. And please, this is for the sake of knowledge, not for any petty fan wars, so feel free to download this and upload wherever you feel it, or feel fit. So, what's your first impression of that, Jan?
Man, I don't want to disparage people that you just said you had no beef with. So yeah, I love everyone and all people, and I'm curious to see the evidence. Let's see it.
All right.
Now, actually, listen, I will say something. All right, I just think that the ultimate Joker is. I think he's just a little bit of a snake, a liar, and a narcissist. That's what I'll say. That's the nice way of putting it.
All right.
As fun as it is to make fun of James Gunn's Superman movie underperforming and coming short of Man of Steel like all his other DC projects that failed to an even worse degree, we still need to have a serious talk about his dark, horrendous, vile track record that none of the small, medium, or large YouTubers are talking about, or even acknowledging. James Gunn is a racist PDF file that everyone turns a blind eye to, just because they may like his movies, which is ironic given that we also live in an age of cancel culture where various YouTubers and celebrities have been condemned, whether the complaints be valid or not.
Well, I mean, he was cancelled for this, right?
Yeah, he did get fired.
Yeah. So like,
I also would
he
like
did.
to. I would also like to point out that these situations, Ezra Miller can get fucked, but Johnny Depp, and I'm not too educated on or like too informed on the Jonathan Majors situation, but I'm told by some people that it was greatly over exaggerated. I don't know. I can't comment on that, but a common theme, like with these three, like there was a victim. There's a victim. That's the common thread. Regardless of if they were true or not, there there's a victim with their associated with their controversies. Whether you like James Gunn or not, there was no actual victim in his controversies, which is why his career rel- co- compared to these three relatively seems unscathed.
Yeah, I also feel like it's just strange for someone like Ultimate Joker, who I am familiar with the fact is quite anti, let's just say a lot of the woke scolding, to let's just call a spade, like woke scold over James Gunn making, and I don't care if he thinks it's downplaying, it is what they are, edgy jokes, hosting some edgy themed parties, and being friends with some unsavory people who he did not know were unsavory at the time.
Yeah.
Only for Gunn's instances of extreme vile behavior to get looked over and even excused, as James Gunn still stands to make millions of dollars and then somehow gets promoted to being the CEO of a deep, mature company like DC of all brands, despite his knowledge.
I would
I'm
not
sorry.
describe Warner Brothers as a deep and mature company, like based on like many their history of films are not that.
Yeah.
Sorry, bless me.
Bless you.
What's this?
Unprofitable, goofball DC projects, along with him originally being fired by Marvel due to tweets about his vile behavior, such as pedophilia tweets.
Okay, so let's how about we read this out? I like it when little hoo-hoos touch me in my silly place. So this is something that was addressed by, if you can believe it, iDubbbz back in around 2018 or 2019, back when he was based, frankly, back when he actually had balls. Uh, he acknowledged like it. I would recommend people check out that video, but this is essentially like out of a lot of these are out of context because for those of you who don't understand how Twitter used to work, you could how it would work is that you would put you could at people and it would make it look as though someone when you at someone it would make it look as though the person is tweeting out what your friend is saying. So instead of James Gunn saying this on his feed, it looks like the person he's adding is saying this.
Yes.
Yeah, and a lot of these others, it's like pedophilia is the punchline, but it's obviously a joke. It's not signaling an actual attraction towards children or an intent to target a child for whatever reason.
So, like, in a lot of these, like, when he says the Expendables was so manly, I fucked the shit out of the little pussy boy next to me. The boys are back in town. He's not referring to a literal child in that, by the way, just saying that the guy next to him was not manly, so he fucked him because of the testosterone.
Yeah.
Which is how you assert dominance in prison, I'm told. Not that I've ever been.
I remember my first NAMBLA meeting. It was the first time I felt okay being who I am. Some of those guys are still my BFFs. Yeah, another thing like I feel is worth mentioning is that this is back if you're not familiar with James Gunn's film history, he was heavily associated back he got his career started out with him being associated with the film company Troma, which if you're not familiar with is known for being wildly offensive and just uh, with her films. Like I would actually be interested in doing a review of some of their films because they're very underrated uh indie like comedies. Like they're like to give you an idea of this Jan, like there's a zombie apocalypse uh horror film and one like a lot of the characters die in like comedically gratuitous ways. Like there's this one character who has like ginormous balloon tits, and the zombies they like grope her hard, and then just like grab her like like her plastic breast out and just go ooh. Like it's just like really ridiculous and
Yeah.
offensive, and that's like supposed to be James Gunn's brand, just like being ridiculously offensive, kind of but the point is that he's telling jokes.
Yeah. No, I mean it's just like people's mileage may vary on this. I don't give a fuck about any of these tweets. All right, like I said it. I don't think that I would accept this as a standard of evidence to condemn any other person. I fail to see why I should do it for James Gunn.
Yeah.
Which, as you will come to see, is only the tip of the iceberg with Gunn. But even if it was just that, it doesn't at all change the fact that these losers will ignore it and come up with any excuse for it anyway. But I'm getting ahead of myself.
And just to address the chat real quick, am I saying that you are obligated to find this funny or to not find them distasteful? No. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. And if somebody does not want to work with James Gunn because of this, that's I know this is a line that tends to get said, but yeah, they're a private company. If this negatively affects their brand enough, then sure, they can distance themselves away from them. And you can distance yourself away from people who are who regularly use that kind of humor, even if it crosses boundaries for you and comfort zone. But
like just to be clear,
yeah.
as well, because I think it's worth specifying. If someone told me that they didn't hire James Gunn onto a project and their reason was these tweets, I would 100% understand. I don't think that I would condemn him as these guys are trying to paint him as like a pedophile who's, and I wouldn't call this, in their words, vile behavior. But like, yeah, I mean, if you try to build a brand, might be best not to, especially a child-friendly brand, might be best not to have, those kinds of comments floating, bandied about.
Yeah. Here, as we'll have Resikin take it away with the undeniable facts behind the case of James Gunn.
I know what you're thinking right now. Joker just came out.
What do you think about Resikin's ASMR voice?
I think he has a good voice, yeah. I will, in spite of my conflicts with the man, I think he has a good speaking voice.
Yeah.
Guns a-blazing as he typically does.
Oh, get it? Guns a-blazing.
Yeah.
With these baseless
What is that profile picture? Is that like a fucked up Tobey Maguire or like?
Yeah, so this is like a...
I know what you're thinking right now.
Yeah,
Joker
so comics,
just...
This is supposed to be like, this is the costume associated with like a grizzled, like older Spider-Man.
Came out guns a-blazing as he typically does with these baseless accusations against Gunn just because he didn't like his new mid-Superman movie. Well, that's not necessarily the case.
Mild self-indulgence, singer Jimmy Urine sued for sexual assault of minor. So basically what he's saying is that James Gunn used to be friends with a pedo, and so you should have you should look at this like his pedo themed parties and his pedo jokes in a different light. But let me play this so he can explain himself.
Because there is a lot of context and evidence behind all of these.
I also want to be clear before we go into this. Let me share something in the chat here real quick if I can. Might not be able to. Yes, I should be. It's you don't need to show it to the stream, but it's just proof of concept. Jimmy Urine, like the charges against him, they were dismissed with prejudice.
Okay.
So for those who don't know what that means in legal terms, that means that the case was dropped and it is not allowed to be relitigated.
Mm-hmm.
So he was never convicted of anything. Now you can say that's the corrupt justice system or whatever, but the fact of the matter is there is no proof of the claims that they're about to make about this individual.
Yeah, and that's weird because they say convicted child pornographer.
Yeah, no, he absolutely was not.
Okay, so
it was dropped last year on March 28th, 2024.
Okay.
Sorry, they were not dropped. That would be different. Even they were dismissed with prejudice.
Yeah, I was not aware of this, so thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was also another lawsuit that was dismissed on 2023, so none of the charges ever stuck.
All right. If you could show a source for that, and, drop the link for that in the chat, just to show receipts. I'd appreciate that.
So here's one about Jane Doe versus Electro Entertainment. That's the first one, and then the one I don't think I can send links without a wrench. Oh yeah, I can. So that's the first one about that's the Jane Doe from the lawsuit that they're going to be jerking themselves over here in a second. And this one is the definitive dismissal with prejudice.
Okay. And this is on in our little server, or
I dropped it in the chat on YouTube if people want to look the thingies up.
On YouTube. Okay. I missed.
Yeah, it's the full dismissal there. You can also, listen, I only did this because I wanted to read the primary sources, but you can also solve this by employing very complex research algorithms such as the Google search engine and websites such as Wikipedia to find this out in 10 seconds. But, reading is hard.
Okay.
I'm here for. Well, before we get into things, I just want to say that if you want to close your eyes and plug your fingers in your ears saying la 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 la, I don't want to hear it, or click off the video after dropping an angry comment without even hearing the case we're about to lay out, then you're really just doing yourself a disservice. Now, first things first, James Gunn was not fired from Disney for no reason. And before anyone twists my words, no, I'm not saying that Disney is some moral saint of a company. They're hypocrites through and through, and this has been proven time and time again. But if they're motivated enough to fire one of their most profitable directors, the man who turned the Guardians of the Galaxy from a niche property into a household name, even if he did end up taking a lot of creative liberties from their comic book counterparts, that is still an accomplishment worthy of recognition, because after all, he brought in the big bucks, and you can't argue with numbers. Meaning that this firing of Gunn most certainly did not happen just out of the blue. This actually came about once a series of posts, statements, and jokes that James Gunn made resurfaced on Twitter.
Well, I think, just to pause real quick. I think it's also worth mentioning that he was brought back for the final film to finish the trilogy. Yes. Yeah, and I feel like as though that's worth bringing up.
Mm-hmm.
They were uncovered by...
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. This is Mike Cernovich. He's the one who campaigned for him to get fired.
By journalist Mike Cernovich, someone I'm not a fan of. He's got one decent documentary, but he's also a QAnon Trump tard who blocked me on Twitter after I called him out on his conspiracy nonsense. A lot of people use the fact that Cernovich was the one to uncover these tweets as an excuse to dismiss the whole case against Gunn. That's not how evidence works. It doesn't matter who presents it, one must look at and evaluate the evidence itself. Otherwise, it's far too easy to say, oh, that guy's crazy, so whatever he says must be false. That only works if that crazy person has no evidence, which Cernovich clearly did, at least in this case. And here's the thing, this isn't just hearsay. These are things James Gunn himself posted. And as you can see on the screen, while some are as tame as a weird joke that might get a chuckle from a room full of 12-year-old edgelords, i.e. Peacemaker's target audience, others are so unfunny and downright sick that they cross into territory no decent person would want to touch.
Okay, so that's 100% his... Yeah, that's his personal line. Yeah, that's, hey, he's allowed to feel about it whatever way he wants to feel, I suppose. But
I feel as though do you think I feel like a lot of these jokes would be said on South Park, if I'm being honest.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it definitely is trying to be fucking, edgelord making fun of, the diddling kids, which people's mileage can vary on that. And yeah, I feel like, South Park, I could honestly see them on the Boondocks as well, because, it's recently in memory. But yeah, this doesn't mean, I'm glad that Resikin and Ultimate Joker have familiarized themselves with the concept of evidence. I would advise they hasten to familiarizing themselves with the concept of circumstantial evidence. This doesn't prove anything.
Yeah. If you're trying to make a case for the court of public opinion, like that's an entirely separate argument, but okay.
His sense of humor. All you want, but it's still disgusting, and it's deeply disrespectful to the victims of the behaviors he's joking about.
What's your request, honey? My request is that you not reference any fucking in the ass, especially of me, because my parents wouldn't like it.
Really?
Yeah.
What about our home videos?
That's funny.
Why don't they like it?
Would you like it?
Okay, let's do it. Camera's rolling.
Let's see how funny it is when your daughter says it.
I should be broken in by me already.
As me and Joker are Arab.
Yeah, I have no context for that. Like, I don't know if that was like behind the scenes of a trauma film, or if it was like supposed to be scripted. But
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the implication is the lady's asking him to not do something, and she's clearly uncomfortable with it.
Harmful.
Sorry, can you play it back? I talked over it.
Okay, let's do it.
As me and Joker are Arab and black people ourselves, racism and pedophilia are both harmful because they normalize behavior that should never be normalized. Racism fuels hatred and the dehumanization.
I'm not gonna say it. I just feel there's a very low-hanging fruit when it comes to the Muslim faith in terms of, certain behaviors.
Let's
All right.
Let's I don't want to see you bomb, so let's
yeah, let's stay away from that. Yeah, that's all right. Anyone can educate themselves if they're that way inclined. Here's what I'll say.
Let's stay on steady territory.
Groups, pedophilic remarks, and especially so-called jokes normalize pedophilic behavior by making it seem like not as much of a big deal to touch or talk about minors in a revolting way, whether it be around them or not. And if it is
also, like, I'm so confused by this. I appreciate this is Resic and not Joker, but isn't Joker like pretty anti woke? Isn't that like his brand on some level?
I feel like they both are to an extent, which is kind of weird. But there's a certain part where we'll get to this, but
can be considered sexual harassment, just as words alone can be considered hate speech. Oh well.
Hate speech.
They're just words. They can't actually be linked to real crimes,
one might say. Well, let us then talk about James Gunn's self-proclaimed best friend, Jimmy Uringer, better known to many as Jimmy Urine. Jimmy Urine, the lead singer of the band Mindless Self-Indulgence, which sounds a lot like the new Superman movie, was formerly...
Yeah, and just as Jan clarified, this was from 2021. And this was dismissed in 2024, apparently.
Yes, dismissed with prejudice.
Dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can't bring these charges back up against him again. So nothing. He's not convicted, despite rumors saying that he is.
Accused in 2021 of grooming and sexually abusing a 15-year-old girl over an extended period of time. Now, you might say,
well, you can't make someone guilty by association.
Do you understand this reference?
No.
So this is that one person, Kitana's fans, or whoever, like who used to be a friend of Ultimate Joker Risikin. Now they're just like saying, I guess they're just like picking a fight with them now.
Sure, just because Gunn had him on the set of most of his films, even giving him a cameo in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, doesn't mean that Gunn was so close to him that he knew of his diddling pastimes. Except, here's the problem. The warning signs were all there, and Gunn was directly enabling his best friend Jimmy's sickening behavior. The details of this case are extremely graphic and disturbing, so I'm just going to summarize it for the the purpose of this video, and it's not
You
my
mean
intent
you're gonna
to
read the
understate
excerpts that you've actually read
gravitas
because
of
they're
such a
easier to
crime
lie
or
about than what you
disrespect
haven't
its
read.
victims. Cameo in Guardians of the Galaxy's sickening behavior. The details of this case are extremely graphic and disturbing, so I'm just going to summarize it for the purpose of this video, and it's not my intent to understate the gravitas of such a crime or disrespect its victims by glossing over everything, so if you want more details, I'll put some links for further reading in the description. So in short, in 2021, a case was launched against Jimmy Urine, James Gunn's best friend, for grooming a 15-year-old girl into a years-long relationship when he was 27. During intercourse, he would tell her to act like a baby, suck her thumb,
Okay, I'm trying to be conscious enough so that it doesn't get
Yeah,
stream
I know.
So I'll
drool or even pee her pants. She was a fan of the band, and what he basically did was tell her that what they had was special, as groomers often do when in friends. Now, I can't say
so
that
I'm kind of just tempted to skip this entire thing because we now know there's no case against it.
Yeah. I just also want to clarify, it's possible that like they settled, but if they settled, that does make you wonder why, if the case was so airtight. And I'm just looking into if there was any details of the settlement, how big it was, and I can't find anything off the cuff. The what I shared, fuck, what do they call it? It's right on the document. Like the notice of dismissal just says, pursuant to the court's March 26, 2024, ordered ECF number 83, I'm writing to address the court's inquiry as to plaintiff's position regarding the remaining John Doe defendants in this action. That John Doe would be Jimmy Urine in this case. In light of the voluntary dismissal of defendant James Uringer, plaintiff will not be pursuing any claims against the John Doe defendants in this action. Consequently, it is plaintiff's position to request this court terminate this case in full at this time. So that seems pretty clear cut. Like, I guess she dropped the charges. Maybe he paid her off. Who knows? But the reality is he's not convicted of anything. Just so clear.
Yeah, and to be clear, this court case has really nothing to do with James Gunn himself, besides the fact that the guy getting accused is a friend of his. So even if he was found guilty, it only really amounts to guilt by association.
Yeah. There was also the court summons for Jimmy Urine, which is what that guy, what they were reading off there, which detailed the accusations. Now, these are the accusations. These aren't anything that were actually found or testified to or even sworn to in a court of law, to my understanding. Maybe it's different in America. But the fact of the matter is, she did say that he had like pedophile-themed parties. Later looking into that, it was not that this is a major difference, but it was like abuse-themed parties, which is why he's like there as victims from like horror movies and shit like that. So there's not even a consensus whether they were actually pedophile-themed parties. It's very, very, very disingenuous to frame it as a convicted pedophile friend of James Gunn had a lawsuit where it was conclusively found that James Gunn hosted pedophile-themed parties. That is simply not accurate.
Yeah, it's
Because in 1997, which was in the same time frame that Jimmy was grooming this girl, he released a song called Panty Shot, where the main hook of the song is about going into a 5-year-old girl. Don't believe me? Well,
okay, yeah, I gotta skip this.
Same court case, Jimmy Urine was mentioned as having attended one of James Gunn's infamous pedo parties. Pedo party? What is that? Something P. Diddy might have hosted? Actually, no. And you might be surprised hearing this in connection with someone who isn't Donald Trump's best friend or P. Diddy, but James Gunn was hosting pedo parties before it was cool. As you can see in these images, Gunn hosted a To Catch a Predator themed party where he and his friends, one of those friends being Jimmy Urine, dressed up as pedophiles and their abuse victims. Hilarious. Right? And what an interesting coincidence that one of those attendees turned out to be an actual pedophile.
Yeah. So no, it
Again,
like I'm just
not
going
true.
to repeat this like every time it's brought up. Not proven, not true. Dismissed with prejudice.
Jimmy even allegedly abused the child while at that party, but since that claim is based more on rumors than actual documented evidence, it cannot alone be decisively used to condemn James Gunn. Call me crazy, but I wouldn't be shocked if not just Jimmy Urine, but most of the people who dress up for those kind of parties happen to be actual pedophiles.
Just like how...
Well, okay. So to be as favorable to this as possible, yes, it is true that it is a bit strange that someone engages in like those kinds of behaviors. However, I thought we were looking at evidence. This isn't, to be clear, this isn't evidence of anything.
Yeah.
The only thing you've proven here is that there was a party that was presumably pedophile themed. Again, you can't even prove that definitively because that's, again, people are alleging that that was the case. So yeah, like you don't, and again, you kind of shooting yourself in the shins when you try to claim that someone was a convicted pedophile when they were not. Just a little bit strange, I guess.
Urine, but most of the people who dress up for those kind of parties happen to be actual pedophiles.
Just like how his best friend Jimmy Urine wrote lyrics about himself going into a 5-year-old girl as a joke, James Gunn wrote a book where the main character himself, literally named James Gunn, talks about not wanting to have kids because they're cute little sexual animals that you want to have sex with but should control yourself around. That's near verbatim from The Toy Collector, as you can see on screen. Are you guys noticing the...
Yeah, so for those of you unaware, The Toy Collector is a novel hero, a fictional novel hero, where the main character is named after himself.
Pattern between Gunn
and he's supposed to
The
be
character
like
is... I was gonna say not 100% correct. The character isn't, well, it's a minor speculation, but the character's name is just Gunn.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I think it's supposed to be James Gunn, obviously, but like, yeah. Sorry, you were saying? Carry on. Because I have the stuff on this as well.
Yeah, so I didn't read the book in its entirety, but he's supposed to be a character kind of like the Toy Man from Superman. Like he is very fascinated with collecting toys. I think they're going to allege that there's like pedophilic undertones with it, but we'll
and his
see.
best friend yet? Anyway, while comedy shows like South Park...
I've done research for this because I was tilted off the face of the earth by that last conversation. I have read The Toy Collector.
You read it in its entirety?
Yes, it's about 250 pages or something like that, if I remember. It's not too long. It's not super long. So basically, it's kind of like I don't know what it is with me and Dexter comparisons today. Maybe I just said, but it's kind of like the novel version of Dexter, Darkly Dreaming Dexter. It's basically a person who has like various flashbacks and deploys flashbacks heavily as well. Like basically, there's a person, James Gunn, who's been like very fucked up as like growing up, lots of drugs, a lot of sex stuff, a lot of NSFW stuff. And we are basically revealed the narrative by like looking at various childhood toys he has. They're basically the mechanism by which the flashbacks are communicated. This particular section here, that he can you just scroll back so I can find the page if you need me to. But yeah, so if you look at this page here, it's basically him like kind of monologuing on himself in the like in the past. So if I remember this section correctly, give me one moment. Yeah. So it's him just kind of being deliberately gross and provocative, if I recall, December 23rd. So yeah, it's not this isn't James Gunn fantasizing about this. This is James Gunn writing a character that he did name after himself, which you can say that's weird, maybe. But at the end of the day, it's him basically trying to describe the thought process of like a very mentally damaged person. To say that this is like testimony of anything would be like saying that the author of Darkly Dreaming, Dexter, fantasizes about murdering people because Dexter has several inner monologues in there about him killing people.
You can see on screen. Are you guys noticing the pattern between Gunn and his best friend yet? Anyway, while comedy shows like South Park makes offensive or even PDF jokes by putting them in the mouths of fictional bad characters, Gunn doesn't do that. He makes it about
Jared, to be clear, is Jared from Subway. Is
Real.
a fictional character. Yeah, he's
himself.
They name it. They say it for like protection from suit. I think that all the characters in it are fictional, but like obviously he's not, right? Like.
And gave the character the same name as himself and centered it on being a PDF file, an addict, an abusive partner. The story itself leans into escapism, which only makes sense.
Also, just to be clear, he's not actually him saying that is to try to freak the girl, I think Nancy is her name, out. It's not him actually like being in earnest in that scene. He's a drug addict and he is abusive, but he's never, as far as I remember, to my memory, he's never like a pedophile in the book.
He's trying to intimidate her or something?
Yeah, he's like being weird on purpose.
Okay.
Escapism for him. But you don't write in the first person like that while using your own name, unless you want to explicitly visualize yourself in that situation. This isn't even mentioning
What is this?
The vulgar racism also in the book, where James Gunn in the book.
Okay, vulgar racism is where I don't know. To me, this is kind of like Whiplash. Like if you're going to make a video centered around like around pedophile allegations, like why include like a like saying
Also,
the N-word like in a novel?
Also, this is the point in the novel. Again, number one, that also again, it's absent context. The point of it in the novel is to like highlight the negative reinforcement that he got.
Yeah.
Frequently and humorously drops hard R's. I already know what some of you gun monkeys are going to claim. Oh, it's just a book and not actually him. Y'all are probably the same people who claim a rapper singing about shooting his neighbor is innocent when his neighbor gets shot the next day.
I mean, well, he could well be. Yeah, like that doesn't mean anything.
I mean, like that's not even the comparison I would use. I would say it's no different from like books I was given to read in school that talk about racism, where characters occasionally say the N-word or the hard R.
Yeah, like didn't Adventures of Huckleberry Finn got taken off like reading list because of that, because of the character name in it.
There's also Mockingbird.
Yeah. Funny thing about that, we still had Adventures of Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer, but they renamed him to Injun Joe instead of N-word Joe, which I found funny as a change.
Goddamn race swaps. Strikes.
I know, right? Yeah, once again, they're back. They race swapped my favorite character. Also, SK and Prime and people are in chat, so yes, hello, I see you. I'm not deliberately ignoring you. I'm just in a tismic spiral.
Wow, this video gets worse the more you dig into the references. I went to this with the even if the worst case you're giving is true, your argument is still bad. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit that not even you yourself believe, but pretend to because you like his mid-ass movie that no mature adult puts in their top 20s.
I can just care about the standards of evidence.
It's such a weird stray.
Like,
it's such a weird stray to include in a serious video like this. I'm just gonna say that.
Well, yeah, like it does kind of belie. This is like, hey, listen, this is why I said it's impossible not to assume this is kind of about you guys being ass mad that he got to direct the DCU over Zack Snyder.
What I mean when I say when you repeatedly surround yourself with these themes, when pedophilia is a repeated joke for you and your circle, and not just some one-off edgy joke that you get some stares for, you create an environment that facilitates this kind of behavior.
Okay, so again, you use South Park as an example, but you're not holding the creators Matt Stone and Trey Parker under the same scrutiny. Why is that? I just don't understand that the double standards.
Yeah, it's weird. And again, like look, I know a little bit about wrestling, and I don't know much about Ultimate Joker beyond like his videos and the drama obviously between him and SK. But just to be clear, I don't. You guys don't strike me as people that would moralize this much over tweets or jokes like ever. Like I don't know. I'm like 100% confident that like Resikin has like basically been all in favor of like painting specific groups of people. Didn't he like say that like only Americans would give a fuck about like Batman not killing people or something like that?
I don't know.
Like if he, that would kind of be a fucking slug in the foot of his argument if you're saying shit like that whilst getting so ass mad over this.
Pedophilia is a repeated theme for James Gunn and his cronies, or else he wouldn't have directed a movie about child sexuality, or his best friend have written a song that sold merchandise about it.
Okay, I've not seen that movie.
Okay, isn't it possible to like have themes of a story centered around pedophilia to warn about the dangers of it? Because I remember there's this one very controversial film called Happiness, starring Philip Seymour Hoffman, and one of the characters in that is a pedophile who is successful. But the point isn't to normalize the behavior; is to bring attention to how some people who are often pedophiles are the people you would least expect. Like that was the point of it.
Yeah, there's of course that controversial. I think originates a Russian story, but I think it's literally just called Lolita.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, that's another one. Like yeah, there's a lot of. It's just strange to say that because you make or write a book or make a story about like the subject matter, that like that's automatically like a fail, right? Like.
I mean, it's such a prominent thing for Gunn and his cronies that they even hosted a party dedicated to dressing up as abuse victims, for crying out loud. I mean, come on, do you know how much planning goes into making a party, and not one of these people thought it was a bad idea, especially with everything Jimmy Urine was saying and singing about at the time? I mean, you gotta invite people, you gotta decide on the time, the plays.
I mean, that's probably why they decided to do. I don't know. This is like speculation, but that's probably why they decided to do a party, because of the comedic themes around it, right?
Yeah.
It's the costume.
Not too.
Yeah, like
not too,
it's
like,
again,
outside.
yeah.
Well, I actually no, I take it back. This is outside the ordinary, obviously. Like this is not something an average person would do. But is this like when you take into account like the industry they're in and what they're known for, like extremely edgy stuff? Like could you say, okay, that kind of makes sense?
And yep, it was.
I want to
James
present like let's bring this to reality a little bit. All right, let's say that you arrive at a party and it's like a costume party, and then someone like arrives dressed as like Osama bin Laden, and someone arrives dressed as like Jared Fogle. Like yeah, they might get weird. Yeah, or like Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, like, they might get weird looks, but they also like get some laughs. Like I tell, like if like right now, fucking like someone showed up in like a Lovers cosplay of like Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, that shit would probably get a lot of laughs from some people, right?
Yeah.
Or like Jeffrey Epstein and anyone else, or like P. Diddy, right? Like the fact is, people find dark stuff funny. It's just I don't know why there's this much moralizing about it from especially these people. Sorry, they're black. I can't say these people.
Oh, what's up?
Sorry, they're black. I can't say these people. I apologize.
In and of itself would have been more than enough. In the same way that repeated racist remarks and the hosting of things like blackface parties facilitate racism by normalizing it, even if it's just supposed to be
edgy humor.
Why did he make his voice deep like that?
Yeah, I don't know. Is he summoning Satan? What's going on here?
Hosting pedophilia parties and making repeated remarks about it does the same thing.
His racism aura is so strong. He's becoming red.
His power level is too big.
Where does that leave us? We've got James Gunn's best friend, someone he kept putting in his movies, openly expressing pedophilic tendencies. Later,
Well, no. Openly expressing or openly, like, mocking. I feel like there's a difference.
proven to be an
Yeah, I also
actual
don't understand like what he means by openly expressing.
pedophile.
Because that he went to a party or like whatever?
Pedophile-themed parties. Maybe we should just end the video here, since to many, that alone will be damning enough. But couple it with Gunn's own remarks and tweets over the years about he himself being a pedophile, just
What?
So that's
Yeah,
Jimmy
I feel like
Urine, right? That's not James Gunn.
Yeah.
like his best friend Jimmy Urine would do, and it paints a pretty clear picture. But that's not all, folks, because Jimmy Urine isn't the only pedophile Gunn's been associated with.
Again, just so we're not clear, he's not pedophile. Courts did not find that to be accurate.
Enter Tom Huddleston,
Dismissed with prejudice.
an editor and close friend of Gunn, who, shocker, turned out to be a pedophile too.
Oh,
after having
this
shared-
guy. I have lore on this guy. Yeah. Yes. This guy's different. I have stuff on this guy as well. Don't worry.
some more of those and
so
seeing jokes.
this Houston Huddleston guy. So he is actually convicted. So he was a legitimate. So he was a legitimate PDF file. However, the link to James Gunn, it's what you're looking at currently. You might notice that it's cropped and edited in a very particular way. There's a reason for this. So this source of like him, the video, 100 previous and girls touch themselves or whatever, as he says, it's like Houston Huddleston posted this on Facebook as like, at the time, presumably an edgy joke, but now we know perhaps, evidence of like darker undertones. Anyway, interesting fact about this: this blog post is no longer accessible, not even through the Internet Archive. The only person who's allegedly been able to recover it and accurately reconstruct it is some no-name journalist from like the equivalent of a Substack, who literally only wrote like this and 2 other articles and has not written anything ever again since then. So if we're talking about quality of evidence here, this is basically like, this could be doctored. I mean, I'm not saying it is. It might not be, but it could be doctored. The video is not there for context. So the assumption is this is obviously like just a harmless, probably a video where like, I don't know, little girls are like playing patty cake or some shit. And James Gunn just found like that juxtaposition funny is like the worst outcome. Or like the best outcome for Resikin and Ultimate Joker rather. The worst outcome for them is this could just straight up be bullshit.
Okay.
On
like we don't know
Gunn.
definitively.
While Huddleston never officially attended one of Gunn's pedo parties, his connection with Gunn may be equally disturbing, especially when you find out what Huddleston was ultimately arrested and convicted for. Well, Huddleston posted a video titled "Prepubescent Girls Touching Themselves," which, yeah, is as sick as it sounds, and guess who reposted it on their blog, calling it the greatest thing they'd ever seen? James Gunn. Oh, just a joke, right? For one, what an interesting and quite recurring thing for Gunn to joke about. Do you know another thing that is recurring though? That the people Gunn does these pedophilic things with as jokes keep getting in trouble with authorities, because Huddleston was later arrested for and convicted of possession and distribution of CSAM. Now, you can argue,
well, you can't know what your friends are up to.
Sure, that's fair, but if the things you constantly talk about, host parties on, and make media based on, just happens to be the exact...
Okay, well, first of all, like, Sergeant Kabuki Man, like, this is a pretty obscure character, but he's also like he's a known character. Like, there is lore to him. Like, he's known to be like a sort of comedic PSA guy, like PSA character.
Yeah.
Media based on, just happens to be the exact thing your friends keep getting arrested for years later. For realsies, don't be surprised when people start putting 2 and 2 together. And here's the thing, you don't always have to be the one who commits the act to be culpable. There's such things as thought crimes. If you're constantly glorifying...
Thought crime? What is this? What is this?
What?
What are we doing? What are we doing?
of unorthodox and controversial thinking are considered as criminal offense or as socially unacceptable. Yeah, I mean there are such. Listen, I appreciate that you said you're from you're from like Lebanon or something. You might have thought crimes over there, but like west of fucking I don't know, like Romania, that's not really a thing anymore.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, in general, like at least in the Western world, it's accepted that you're only something should only be held against you if you act out on your uh on unorthodox or socially unacceptable
yeah,
thoughts. Like you
yeah,
can't
like
help if you
like
think of
ASPD.
something.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can think of something without wanting to.
Yeah. Like there are genuinely people who have like really bad cases of ASPD, and they probably have like antisocial ideation all the time because of that, but they're not convicted for that, of course.
Yeah.
Something, especially something as sick as pedophilia, around people who are actually doing it or end up doing it, then you're part of the problem for normalizing and facilitating that behavior. It really is crazy to me how this guy gets so many passes and even gets rehired by Disney and made head of DC Studios after all this, while people who might slip up with their words once in a while in an interview or run away from a woman attacking them get their careers destroyed practically overnight.
Oh, is this supposed to be Jonathan Majors?
Yes, yeah.
You know what? While we're on this tangent, allow me to strike a comparison for you between two people who were fired by the same company, but only one of which was allowed to return. If Jonathan Majors had done what James Gunn had done, hosting pedophile-themed parties, surrounding himself with known pedophiles, making endless pedophilic remarks online, do you honestly think he'd be back spearheading the press tour for Avengers: The Kang Dynasty the way?
Honestly, yeah, I could see that because again, like I said at the start, there's
Probably,
no
yeah.
actual victim with James Gunn's controversy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of like assumptions to be made to take issue, but no actual wrongdoing.
Way that James Gunn has been allowed to do for the new Superman film? I'm not even going to say what I think, because both of us know, both me and you, the humble listener, that sure as hell would have not been the case. Now, see, this is an example of systemic racism in action, not
What?
What? What? Wait, what?
I don't see
Huh?
how are we at systemic racism? That's kind of like a I mean, this is our reaction right now because why are you
Yeah,
being
like what did he?
racist?
Can you play that again? I'm genuinely confused.
He'd be back spearheading the press tour for Avengers: The Kang Dynasty the way that James Gunn has been allowed to do for the new Superman film? I'm not even going to say what I think, because both of us know, both me and you, the humble listener, that sure as hell would have not been the case. Now, see, this is an example of systemic racism in action, not the Tim Hortons barista gave the white guy his drink first kind of racism, constantly whined about online by white teenage girls, but the real career-defining kind. Gunn gets forgiven, rehired, and made head of a competing studio all at once. If anything, he got rewarded for his behavior.
No, like I don't see how what he went through could at all be considered like a reward for that.
Yeah, like I.
And again, like to address this accusation, Jonathan Majors, like the accusation of uh being a domestic abuser, like that's worse than being super edgy, uh, or super offensive and super edgy like James Gunn, because again, there's no actual victim. If it got out that Jonathan Majors was still was still being offered roles or working for major productions for Disney, despite an ongoing case against an alleged victim, that makes them look bad. That'd be far
Yeah.
worse than keeping James Gunn around or to do yet been keeping James Gunn around, who again has not victimized anyone.
Yeah, it's just a strange comparison, and it doesn't really track.
Yeah.
While Majors is currently blacklisted for having run away while a white woman was trying to hit him. Holly weird indeed. Getting back on track with James Gunn, while this kind of systemic racism is not his fault per se, he's definitely a racist himself.
Whoa, that's a pretty big accusation.
Hey, I know these two.
Yeah, same.
You might be thinking, but is it really though? Because James Gunn not only hosted a pedo-themed party, but also hosted a Confederate-themed one, where they would dress up as racist stereotypes and put up Confederate flags associated with the slavery and subjugation of the African people.
Okay,
Again,
you know,
this is like a bit. This is supposed to be a bit.
this is a little bit of a stretch. Like, can you not tell that the joke is like, hey, we're like rednecks?
We're gay rednecks, kind of. I feel like that's the.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's the vibe. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know how some people may feel about this, but I feel as though James Gunn is like feels that the Confederate flag is always inherently a racist symbol. But if you're in the South, they kind of view it as just a symbol of their own identity, separate from everyone else. I know
Yeah,
this
it's
isn't.
definitely different
It's not
because of
mainstream. It's definitely not something that's accepted by the mainstream, but it's still something there nonetheless.
I think it's worth, not to try to rehabilitate it too much, but like it's worth remembering that while the Lost Cause myth is a myth, that doesn't mean that it hasn't had a significant cultural impact in the South, right?
Yeah.
It's all jokes.
Doesn't change the fact that hosting such a party is deeply problematic and really only one step away from a blackface party, which, let's be honest.
What? Come on.
He probably hosted already, but without taking pictures, given his track record.
Again, we need to be. Can we just please be a little serious and not pretend that a bunch of white people dressing up as rednecks is in any way like comparable to a bunch of white people dressing up in blackface? Can we be a little bit serious? Just a little,
Yeah, and again, like I'm going to remind the audience that James Gunn used to be associated or make films with the film company Troma, who were known for offensive stories and stereotypes and offensive stereotypes or offensive portrayals of rednecks is one of those. It is one of those things.
Of humor. Just to clarify, this is me going out on a limb and inferring that he actually hosted one based on his pattern of behavior.
Okay, so no actual proof.
Yeah, so this is Sauce My Crack Pipe.
So don't come at me
Deluxe
acting
here.
like I'm presenting speculation as proof, because even if I
You
won't
are,
conclusively claim something I can't back up with solid evidence, I'm going to give you the evidence so that you can decide what to make of it yourself.
Hey, can you go back to that? He said he's not going to conclusively say something, and yet on his little diagram here, it has a general conclusion.
Just to clarify,
so
this is
you
me
are
going
concluding
out
it.
of
So what's going on there, champ? Come on.
and inferring that he actually hosted one based on his pattern of behavior. So don't come at me acting like I'm presenting speculation as proof, because even if I won't conclusively claim something I can't back up with solid evidence, I'm going to give you the evidence so that you can decide what to make of it yourself, if you disagree with some of my inferences. And yeah, I'm biased here. If you've made it this far and you're still not swayed by everything we've gone over, then I don't want you anywhere near my siblings, cousins, nephews, nieces, or by the grace of God, my future kids.
Okay.
Why'd you pick Fiona and Shrek's kids?
Because you might not like this, but this is what peak female physique looks like, alright?
Okay.
Or around any
Well, green means go, alright? There you go.
kids
I
at
don't
all,
fucking
for
know,
that
man.
matter. As a matter of fact, siblings, cousins, nephews, nieces, or by the grace of God, my future kids. Or around any kids at all, for that matter. As a matter of fact, you can just go ahead and keep attending whatever pedo-themed parties you think are appropriate for 40-year-old adults like Gunn at the time to.
Well, this is kind of a disingenuous framing. you can. The argument isn't that these sorts of parties are okay and that you should attend them. It's more so you
He's allowed to do
like
them.
a certain like being a pedophile requires you to actually actively do something. Whereas and simply
Mhm.
and going to a party as a joke, uh, and going to a joke themed party does not fulfill that requirement to be called one.
You throw and go ahead and invite your pedophile friends as well. Wait, what do you mean it's not normal for a person to have multiple friends that are pedophiles?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is this avatar supposed to be short fat otaku dev?
It kind of looks similar, yeah. I don't know, but the hair is there, you know.
I think it's just a coincidence, but
I perhaps say
It's
something
kind of
about
funny.
the person who does have so many friends that are that way? Something to think about, I guess. And that's not all.
Oh, don't be a coward.
Recently,
Just say
in
it.
an
Just say
interview
you
about
think
the
he's a
Superman
pedophile.
film, Gunn
I'm
was
so tired
asked-
of this. Like, I'm actually becoming bored. Yes, like, listen, bro, whatever you think he did, yes, it's that and worse. There you go. The wizard confirms it. Can we fuck off now? Like, such a, like, man. I this is what I mean. Like, I hate this little fucking, like, snide, whatever that may mean. It's like, yeah, it means nothing, and everyone sensible knows it, but you know what, man? You do you, I guess.
About some of the
Whatever.
criticisms surrounding its frankly abysmal promotion. Because let's be honest, the movie itself wasn't awful, but the marketing was a complete mess, and you can thank Henry Bram for that.
What again? Like we're going. This is a film video.
What the fuck
about
are we
a guy
talking about?
pedophile accusations, and now we're talking about this guy who has nothing to do with anything. No, that.
Random dude with a camera, and holy fuck, that hair, Jesus.
The same guy whose borderline fetish for wide-angle lenses gave us
Who cares about wide-angle lenses in a video about pedophile accusations, bro? Come on.
That's how you catch them in 4K, bro. This is how you do it. You don't use this guy's camera technique. That's how James Gunn has escaped.
those infamous flying shots, whether they be Superman or Adam Warlock. Critics roasted it, fans roasted it. I mean, even the co-creator of Deadpool roasted it.
Okay.
I lost for words. Like, what does this have to do with anything?
I don't know what the fuck we're talking about anymore, yeah.
So, what does Gunn do when faced with criticism? What he replied to that interviewer was that the image he sees in his head when he sees such criticisms are that of Indians. Yeah.
You know, I've not seen that interview. I don't believe that he said that, bro. I'm just gonna be honest.
You want to try looking it up?
I think that's cap. Wait, who was he interviewing?
Does he include a clip of it?
I think he was
No.
joking.
Why the
If
fuck would he
wants
do
to
any of
quote
that?
For yourself, he got pretty flustered at that question. Plenty of
I have not ever heard of this before. I've never seen. I don't think anyone boycotted the film because of this. Like I'm very.
Yeah, I have no.
This
Cosmic Book News. Is this the dyslexic person's comic book news? What
Indians
is
online were
this?
offended, and rightfully so.
Matt McGloin.
Because if you're getting
I'm
pushback
looking
on
it up.
something you made and your first instinct is to blame people from another.
Releases wonky trailers. People make fun of it. Damned Indians.
I'm watching it now.
Okay. Wait. Send it to the chat real quick.
Yeah, it's this article. There's a video in there.
Okay.
So here's what he said. There'll be someone who always says something, it's always the weirdest stuff. It's never what you expect. Some weird thing. I go, God, that guy, you know what? And then I go, I think I might be getting upset about something a 12-year-old in India is saying.
Here's him saying it real quick.
Oh, you got it? Nice.
It's from Reddit.
Reddit.
in a while there'll be somebody who'll say something. It's always the weirdest stuff. It's never what you expect. Some weird thing that I go, God, that guy, I'm gonna, and then I go, I think I might be getting upset about something a 12-year-old in India is saying. You know what I mean? I'm like, God, let it.
What do you think about that?
Okay.
Hateful.
I would. Yes, I think he hates Indians and, yeah.
I don't know. I don't see how you look at that comment and make something do that. At worst, it's
Yeah, I
just
think
like
he's
you're saying something without thinking.
Well, I just say that, because I feel like you can see the thought process. It's someone young, 12-year-old, and from, far the fuck away. I guess India's on the other side of the world, right? I think that the point there is it's like a young person. The point, of course, is it's a person who he'll never, interact with and who doesn't impact his life in any meaningful way. It's like a young person from another country.
Mm-hmm. That's a good way of interpreting it.
Then plain and
Well, what explicitly was racist about the clip? Again,
Yeah,
he never made a specific reference to the race, but just about more so his nationality.
Mm-hmm.
And simple. It's like me getting told, oh, the judges didn't like your performance, and my first response being, oh, probably some Indian judges didn't like me. What do you call that?
Huh?
Exactly.
It depends on your context. I mean, if you were making a mockery of the Hindu religion, it might be safe to assume some Indian judges didn't like you.
Sure, we might have some racial commentary on
Wait,
this.
is that thumb? 1 second. Is that thumbnail? Is that Shaq from Shaq Fu? On the bottom left? I kind of want to watch that video. What the fuck is that about? Jesus.
Oh no.
Time to time about inequity between races, but it's never to profile, rather to make a point about overarching issues, that exist in every race due to the fact that there is no perfect culture. Some ethnicities will have problems enforced by their cultures, such as misogyny, which doesn't mean that the people that belong to that culture are bad, but it's something to be called out on. But saying that, people who...
I'm sorry. Mercy stayed my hand on the previous one. Is a devout Muslim educating me on misogyny right now? Please. Come on. What do you, what is this spiel about? You just showed several thumbnails of, 2016 era fucking, SJW compilation screeds. And now you're going into, but racism is really important, and I think that systematic racism is especially problematic. Fucking be a man, dude. You don't think racism is an issue? I don't really think so, anyway.
I mean,
Otherwise, why you keep going in about the woke shit?
I mean, I'm just gonna say this to be consistent. I still stand by what I said, defending Haz and everyone else on that stream when Verbrain came after them. Because they were trying to for making edgy jokes, because you're allowed to say jokes and not be viewed as and not be misconstrued or misinterpreted as those things being your actual beliefs, just trying to make people laugh.
Yeah.
So I don't see why we can't give people the benefit of the doubt for telling jokes.
Generally, I think if something's clearly meant as a joke, then you should probably be open to the feedback of a lot of people didn't appreciate that joke, but it doesn't mean you're a monster or anything.
Yeah.
Most likely from this racial background is just pure unadulterated racism and should not be tolerated. Especially not by a fucking 60-year-old director who's supposed to be in charge of a new universe for kids, because at the end of the day, comic book movies are mostly kids' movies. And you'd like to think that the person making movies for an audience as pure as kids is at least a little bit of a decent guy, and not someone who hosts, I don't know, pedo parties.
Well, speaking of younger viewers, this recently popped up in the middle of me editing this video, and it has to be mentioned. After Warner Brothers started pulling Superman from theaters early, as it made an early release on digital due to sales slowing down, James Gunn jumped out in front of things to claim it was due to Peacemaker's release date, as if he couldn't just push back Peacemaker's release.
Yeah, I think this is bullshit, by the way. Like, there's no way it was because of Peacemaker's release date. I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, and and this is us being consistent because we also call bullshit on Ironheart being released in chunks, or in multiple episode chunks, um,
Yeah.
because the MCU, like Marvel Studios said that it was to prevent, uh,
Like viewer cannibalization.
yeah, viewer cannibalization with the show, with people watching or staying in to watch Ironheart and see Fantastic Four, which is bullshit because you can do both.
Yeah, like again, it's the same thing here. Like if Superman made $1 billion, they wouldn't be worried about sending it to digital early because people want to watch Peacemaker. Like people would make time for Superman and Peacemaker.
Yeah.
Superman, a multi-million-dollar blockbuster, was actually selling tickets. Anyway, in a statement, James Gunn insisted that fans of the new Superman movie go and watch the new season of Peacemaker, as he said it was very crucial to understanding what was going on in the DCU, as it takes place directly after Superman, and prominently features characters from it like Green Lantern and Hawkgirl. While the announcement raised a few eyebrows given Peacemaker's very inappropriate tone and subject matter, not to mention its R rating, nobody knew how bad it was going to be until the second season actually dropped. That's because it featured an orgy. It's not like it was a quick scare or a throwaway gag. No, it's like a
it's an
full-on,
R-rated
over a minute
show.
sequence with slow motion of people being butt naked and showing everything, every type of body part, in something that the director of a kids movie recommended fans of the kids movie to go watch right after Superman. Because whether you like the movie or not, Superman was objectively a movie that would appeal to kids, from the CGI Superdog to the overly goofy tone.
Okay, and you could also make the case that parents would or proper parents would supervise their kids and make sure that this is not age appropriate for them.
And watch R-rated stuff. Yeah, that would be a start, wouldn't it? If like parents could take fucking responsibility for something for the first time in their lives.
In the same way, you can a parent can. This is like years ago, right? In the same way, a parent can decide that Avengers is age appropriate. They can decide if Netflix Daredevil, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones are age appropriate for them, like for their child. And as some of our viewers know, like Daredevil and the Netflix MCU shows are more mature, uh, are more mature than the MCU mainstream MCU films.
Jessica Jones had like several sex scenes in it. Like obviously they weren't, I imagine, quite as exposed as this, but like you know. Yeah, I just find
still
it.
The same idea.
Yeah, exactly. And it's fundamentally, look, parents need to supervise what their kids watch. There's platforms now that make it like the easiest it's ever been to control what your kid is watching. At least provided they're doing it, not illicitly. If they're doing it illicitly, then like that's still your problem. You need to control their internet presence. It's not that hard. You can just get you can get stuff from the router. There's a million and one ways you can look into this as a parent. My parents did it for me, and it's Parents have the ability to do this if they're that way inclined.
Right.
Many media outlets are already saying that this might very well be the most explicit sequence to ever take place.
Blagus in the chat also says that apparently in that interview clip, Gunn specifically says that it's for adults and not kids. Okay. So there's the end of that.
In TV history, because in the age of cable, it most certainly would not have been allowed to air. And if it did, there would be all sorts of riots over the potential of kids accidentally watching it. And I don't even think the direct-to-DVD stuff at the time would have featured stuff as graphic as it, if it wasn't just straight up rated X. But yeah, when James Gunn told fans of the new Superman movie to go watch it right after, he didn't specify adults or even point out its R rating, which...
So that's a lie, according to Blagus. I'll find that interview. We have the technology. 1, 2. This is a podcast. Where's that interview from?
All right, hold on. This is from the Hollywood Reporter. It's a big part. Definitely Superman leads directly into Peacemaker. It should be noted that this is for adults, not for children, but Superman leads into this show, and then we have the saying of all the rest of the DCU in the season of Peacemaker. It's incredibly important.
Well, it's a big part. I mean, definitely Superman leads directly into Peacemaker. Should be noted that this is for adults, not for children.
All right, so there you go.
Okay, so that's a lie. So that's just straight up a lie then? Like, literally?
Yep.
Okay, that's good to know.
Which might debatably be fine on paper if it was just as rated R as Penguin was, in tandem with how the rating is displayed on the streaming service. But with how absolutely disgusting the scene was to include in the DC universe, it can't get a pass due to directly being connected to Superman and his friends. All it takes is a kid who liked the movie to see a funny clip of his favorite characters, Green Lantern and Hawkgirl, talking with Peacemaker on YouTube Shorts or TikTok as two of the many ways, and then want to watch it thinking, wow, I'm going to see more of my favorite characters, only to be permanently traumatized
And
by seeing
then
a house
the
full of
parent says,
naked
no
adults
fucking way you're watching that, Timmy, and if I catch you watching it behind my back, I'll beat your ass. There you go.
to a superhero. And miss me with the, oh, he's an anti-hero, it's for adults and shit, because while The Boys is like that, it didn't guest star Spider-Man or the Hulk.
Neither does this.
What?
Like, neither does
Yeah,
Peacemaker. Like, Superman doesn't guest star in it.
I guess he means Guy Gardner and Hawkgirl, isn't it? But
I guess
they were very much marketed as, like, you know, raunchy in the movie, I'd say.
You director tell fans of Spider-Man Homecoming or some other PG-13 MCU movie like Superman to go out and watch it afterwards. Gunn and the people responsible for this degeneracy know that it's easy for a parent to be misled by superheroes in spandex from a PG-13 movie despite the R rating.
What? I mean, no,
Okay.
that's just their fault. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the parents' problem. They have to take some degree of accountability for, you know, how they, well, parent, for want of a better term. I'm not saying parenting is easy, because it's not, but
like,
yeah.
you would have to ignore, like, the ratings. Like, they even give you, like, warn you about, like, sexually explicit content at the start of the
Oh, do they?
each episode. Yeah, they should.
Okay, fair
Maybe
enough.
even
Yeah,
assuming
well,
it's
fine.
primarily for violence like Zack Snyder's Justice League, only to see their 8-year-old watching an orgy party with naked women and men with their genitals.
Oh, that's the guy! Bro, that's the dude! Ben W. That's the guy I was telling you about before the stream. I keep seeing... I wasn't even beefing with him, I just keep seeing his takes, and it's like, dude, this guy is like actual fucking black mold fucking 10 stages of rust decay takes. It's insane.
Complete nudity, showing off every single part of their body for around 2 minutes on every part of the screen, to the point where I can't even show any of this on YouTube, as I basically had to blur out the entire screen instead of just parts of it. What makes it even worse is that a parent might not even know it was shown to them. It's degeneracy for the sake of degeneracy, just like when Resikin informed me that Gunn directed a film about a cop teaching kids about child sexuality. Like, seriously. Sure, that film was from 20 years ago, but Gunn clearly hasn't lost a mindset from back then. This is basically what all the overprotective religious moms complain about when it comes to media, but instead of it being about something as silly as magic and Harry Potter, with Gunn, the paranoia is actually valid because it's straight up orgies. Give Hollywood an inch and they'll take a mile, I suppose. God knows YouTubers that kids watch aren't going to call it out either. But that's what Resikin and I are here for. Let's take it back to them.
A lot of Gunn's defenders like to pretend, oh, he was just a kid.
Oh, he was just a young guy. He didn't even know how to speak back then. He was just tweeting.
Well, back when he made those tweets or threw those pedo parties. No, he was in his 40s. He was a fully grown man. Picture your dad's friend making those kind of jokes, throwing those kind of parties, or if you're a parent yourself, imagine one of your friends doing that. Would you trust them around your kids? Would you even want them in your house? Probably not. And if you would, I might have to call CPS on you. What fascinates
Okay,
me
okay, I
more-
won't do it. I promise you. Rest again. I promise I won't do it. I won't invite James Gunn to my fucking kid's birthday party if I eventually have kids. I'm not gonna do it. I promise you.
about this whole situation with James Gunn
Fucking-
is not as much the stuff he's doing or the fact that
This
he
is
gets
such
away
a,
with it all,
like-
because we all know how deeply disturbing Hollyweird can be. I mean, after all, Harvey Weinstein
Again, it's just guilt by association. Like, what is this?
was able to get away with stuff for so long, and the Guardians of the Galaxy cast not caring about any of this and even signing that corny letter in support of Gunn is no surprise either, as Roman Polanski, who was well documented for having abused children, still to this day has the support of some of the biggest names in Hollywood, including Johnny Depp, even though he escaped punishment by escaping to that one country where people don't get prosecuted for those kind of crimes. Anyway, the fact that audiences and people online have been so forgiving is what inspired the making of this video, because me and Joker both know that the situation has been incredibly misrepresented for so many, where they just think that he made a few edgy or corny jokes back when he was a teenager.
Well, if you're trying to set the record straight, I would say you can start by being actually factographically accurate about, like, let's say if someone was or wasn't convicted, or whether or not someone did or didn't say something in a clip. That'd be like level 0. I would say.
Better, and instead of dismissing any mention of James Gunn's crimes as being from angry fan
Wait, crimes? What crimes?
No.
Let me hear that again.
jokes back when he was a teenager, but people should know better, and instead of dismissing any mention of James Gunn's crimes as
Like, what crimes? You haven't mentioned any crimes. You've just mentioned him, inappropriate jokes and parties, offensive parties.
Yeah, dude. He did some cringe parties and he made some cringe tweets. There you go. That's all
being
it
from
takes.
angry fan bases who don't like his work, although that might be the motive for some, should still engage with the evidence provided. The fact of the matter remains that he did do those things, he did say these things, and he is associated with these kind of things and people. So if we're able to say, oh, I love James Gunn as a person.
God bless James Gunn.
I think it's interesting how none of these videos are about that.
Yeah.
Or about
like SK's videos?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, like he doesn't talk about like James Gunn at all. He just kind of talks about the movie.
He just dunks on people's takes on it.
No.
James Gunn we trust.
Instead of saying something like, well, I like his movies, but always prefacing it with the fact that he's a freak, a sicko, as people do with actors like Ezra Miller, who I like, but will still acknowledge that he...
What? He likes Ezra Miller? Like, how?
I told you, man, they exist. I'm not lying. This is the Snyder Cult special, bro. Ezra Miller's a good actor.
He's a little messed up upstairs, but nope, if you give any sort of criticism towards James Gunn, then
SK's
you're
back.
somehow evil.
What a convenient timing. Oh man, good shit.
SK, why are all of your Superman videos you thirsting over James Gunn? What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
You should be
yeah.
ashamed
What
of
did you do?
yourself.
Why aren't you prefacing it with "he's a sicko" or some shit?
Scumbag.
And
He's a
James
scumbag.
Gunn, you're probably an Indian. But yeah, ultimately
He's a masked
the
menace,
reason
that's
I
what he
made
is.
This video is to, shed some light on the situation, dispel the dirt of ignorance, and help people know what kind of person James Gunn is exactly. And for the people who might have already been aware, motivate them to dissociate themselves from such a person, because at the end of the day, facts are facts. And the fact
Again,
of the matter
okay,
is-
fine, bro, Reskin, I get it. I won't do it. I won't be friends with James Gunn. Jesus, thank you. I won't do it. Okay.
James Gunn is a freak and a person with a horrible mind. And that horrible mind is most definitely not horrible in a beautiful way.
Man, and with all those facts stated, let's finish off with what I showed on my thumb.
Well, first off, before we finish the 9 minutes left in this video, what facts were presented, Jan?
There was a lawsuit against Jimmy Uren. I guess that was true. I think the Houston Huddleston guy did actually plead guilty to like CP possession charges.
Okay.
And James Gunn made some tweets and hosted some parties. These are all accurate.
Yeah.
Fine. You know what? I'll give them a bone. He hosted some parties. He made some tweets and hosted some parties in very poor taste. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
That's the evidence.
Okay. I'm still trying to figure out what this what they replaced Gaming Rift's head with. Is that a lemon? Like, what is this?
Yeah, I think that's like a lemon, but it has like teeth on it. Oh, it's like so that's bad British teeth. I know that stereotype when I see it, and then I don't know what the rest of it is. Is it a potato? Is Gaming Rift like part Irish or something? I just thought they were really against racism. I'm surprised they would do this. Because there was a lot of ado made about how bad racism is in this. Why the fuck is Angry Joe a nostalgia critic there, by the way?
They don't mention them at all, yeah.
Who cover or
Yeah,
fail to cover
they
James
that.
Gunn. We have huge low-integrity YouTubers and critics with over thousands or 1 million subscribers that likely spent tons of time online so they could figure out which talking point to parrot so that the chronically online gets on board with the art they decide to bash or the movies they decide to shill for, or like studio-controlled MCU movies.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure.
What?
Wait, I'm pretty sure. What is it? Which movies does he list?
Which talking point to parrot so that the chronically online gets on board with.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of these were studio produced.
I also think all of them are ass. Just like as an aside.
To bash, or the movies they decide to shill for, like studio-controlled MCU.
Yeah. Oh no, it already says studio controlled. Yeah, those are studio controlled. Like all those.
Yeah.
Three, like Attack of the Clones, Spider-Man 3, BBS. Those are all studio controlled
movies.
Yeah.
Like
Attack of the Clones was made by a small unknown little company called Lucasfilms. Might have heard of them. Pretty niche, you know.
It's a miracle they got it off the ground.
And with how much time they spend online, they have likely heard most of the stories.
Apparently your audio is a bit low.
It is?
SK says so.
How's it now? Can you hear me?
Let me check the stream, but
Can you guys hear me? Hold on.
it does sound quieter than mine, but like I can hear it on my end if I turn it up.
Okay.
It's fine. It's final stretch. Like we're not.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal with my audio is. Sorry.
Audio levels. I think Blegus is correct, but it's kind of weird to say that Nostalgia Critic just parrots shit when, like, arguably he gets in trouble semi-regularly for having very deviant takes, shall we say.
Alright, how does it sound now? Is it any different? Whatever. We're almost done anyway.
Gunn and decided to ignore it. Even if they didn't hear about everything Restican delved into in this video, they would have at least heard about the tweets that had James Gunn talking about touching children, which they looked past. These YouTubers being the likes of Cosmonaut, the Nostalgia Critic, Grace Randolph, even right-wing channels like Yellow Flash and Critical Drinker, or Angry Joe who called someone like Young Rippa a PDF file because they didn't like a TMNT April redesign. Even though Angry Joe is the same guy who's shilling for Gunn by lying about box office results. Point is, there's various other YouTubers with big subs that do this. It's actually very bad with most of the chronically online parts of the superhero fandom that Restican and I witnessed firsthand with various superhero channels, or more so, Spider-Man channels for some reason, that straight up defended James Gunn's behavior and called.
Is this even true? That Colin defended James Gunn?
I have no idea.
I know this isn't true for SK and Gaming Rift because in their responses they said it's not okay, like they don't condone it. But you also have to acknowledge the death of the author, where you're interacting with the work and not necessarily the person.
Yeah, I have no idea what Colin's opinions on any of this are, but like my assumption would be he probably wouldn't defend the behavior. Then again, I don't know. He's known to bite many a bullet that I wouldn't necessarily go for, but like, yeah, it's ultimately I kind of don't understand this either, and also the whole, people are chronically online, really. Like, it's chronically online if people don't give a fuck about, like, I don't know, man. Who's more chronically online? The person who obsessively digs and even inaccurately reports on lawsuits about one guy and compiles it into a 30-minute video, or like just people who kind of watch the Superman movie, thinks it's okay, and go about that day? Apparently, lowering desktop audio can also help.
Lowering desktop audio? Okay. Whatever. All right. Yeah, sorry. I'm still trying to figure out streaming. I'll try to get it figured out next time.
All his vile acts just jokes, despite Resikin informing them on most of the information that he stated within this video. If you remember what I said near the start of the video on cancel culture, these Spidey YouTubers instead went after us over some person in our Discord server who made non-safe for work content of animated characters outside of our server, and tried to claim we defended it, when in reality we just didn't care, as that crap had no real-world consequence, despite Resikin and I not being in favor of that behavior and honestly finding it weird.
One thing that I think, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but one thing that I don't think he's mentioned is that it was like, what did you say, it was like lolicon or something, is the technical term for the art? Like, he was drawing like weird, kind of weird. It's a bit weirder than he's letting on here.
Like, intentionally, like, underage, like, trying as hard as he could to make it underage. But, like, not...
Yeah.
As hard as you could without directly tracing an actual child.
It's one of those things that would definitely like be classed as weird for sure, right? And like, it's just interesting that that part of it is not mentioned, I think.
Yeah. And the reason, like, there's debate over it is because sometimes it's unclear if what's being talked about is like an actual small petite woman and just like someone with the body type of a child, or like a toddler body type, because there are distinctions.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like legally and like, this is actually somewhere that I think it's fair to say, like, I don't know that the legalese has caught up to this at all. It's just one of those things where like I just think it's weird, obviously. And I do think that it's kind of weird to be like, we don't like do this much moralizing over edgy tweets and that not care about this at all. Is just a little strange.
Yeah.
I guess.
But not something worthy of severe cancellation in comparison to real-world events that could or should lead to arrest, or at the very least an
to be fair, to be clear as well, him drawing that is a real-world event. That is, that happened in the real world. That wasn't, in a fever dream.
Speculation, yeah.
Yeah.
Like with James Gunn and PDF file-themed parties that they defended. Totally consistent morals, right? Anyway, the YouTuber who likes to pretend to be the moral police in question is none other than the biggest response video slop maniac, SK, who, as you can see here, excused James Gunn for hosting pedophile-themed parties by saying that everything he did is fine now because Gunn apologized. Only after Resikin
Wait,
and
can I read that?
Yeah, sure.
If hosting PDF file themed parties can be looked past for Gunn, I don't see how it is not hypocritical to not look past youth who, whether he's guilty or not, has less heavy offensive than James Gunn. I guess that stuff is okay if that makes movies you guys like. I guess that's him quoting Ultimate Joker. Nobody said what James Gunn did is okay. You are fabricating viewpoints that I did. You're fabricating viewpoints. What I did, however, say was that James Gunn has apologized and seems to have changed since then, so I have no reason to keep bringing it up. So that's not... Yeah, he's acknowledging the bad, right? He's not saying, he's not saying that he didn't do anything wrong. He's just saying that he moved past it. I think SK is like harsher than us on this. I think that SK would like condemn the behavior more than we did even. But, he thinks that he changed.
Yeah, but also it's just like, whenever you bring up a film, you don't... I kind of agree with him in the sense that if you don't like a director, you don't have to continuously bring up, like, you dislike them in every video.
Yeah.
Because it just becomes...
Yeah, I don't feel that... It also just becomes grating, right? If ever it is. Like, just so you know, this is about a James Gunn movie. He's, like, evil badman,
Yeah. Before I get into this film, guys, let me just clarify. I fucking hate this guy. Anyway, on to the
Yeah.
review.
To the review. The film's pretty good, actually, it turns out. I mean, like, the funniest juxtaposition of it.
Called him out on his disgusting behavior. But actions speak louder than words, and the recent nonsense with Peacemaker, played by John Cena, one of the most recognizable and beloved people to children all around the world, was in spandex and at an orgy. What that tells
All
me
around
is
the
that
world,
Gunn...
calm down. Like, WWE isn't that big overseas, surely.
Yeah. I mean,
Not
John
to shit
Cena.
on Cena, but like...
I mean, John Cena definitely wants to be well known in China. Bing Jiling, Bing Jiling, Bing Jiling.
My favorite Chinese CCP agent, Zhang Shina.
sense of humor, which is really just a reflection of the kind of person that he is, hasn't really changed at all. All that being said, he never apologized for the parties or his associations with...
Yeah.
He did. That's just false.
Wait!
No offense, James, but you're a fucking weirdo.
Wait! Who's writing my new movie? He attended what type of parties? He tweeted about doing what to children? He was in his 30s when he tweeted this? He's friends with a convicted what? No.
Those other pedophiles, not even condemning his friends, that Restican went over, who he had deep associations with. Even if he did apologize, the things that James Gunn stated and wrote over the years are not at all things that celebrities should be able to get away with, as many have been condemned, fired, or blacklisted for far, far less. Funny enough, if these kind of people
Okay, but
think
J.K.
that
Rowling
Johns
is like a
are
crazy person, though. So, like... People like to forget this because, like, you know, she kind of got to get away. Sorry, it's just a J.K. Rowling tangent, but she kind of got to get away with murder in like some respects because, you know, she happened to curve her political beliefs in a way that people who hated her previously now like her. Like, people forget J.K. Rowling just like fucking hates men in some ways. It feels like she was one of the ones who was like speaking out against there being like a men's mental health day in the UK and shit like that. It was weird.
Call someone a pedophile, then Gunn has that type of dirt on him too, since he has a list of top DC women he wants to bang, which includes heroes generally portrayed as teenagers from the team called the Teen Titans, such as Starfire and Raven. To be
What? Wait.
What? Yeah, what?
Are enough to call someone a pedophile, then Gunn has that type of dirt on him too, since he has a list of top DC women he wants to bang, which includes heroes generally portrayed as teenagers from the team called the Teen Titans.
I remember distinctly during our conversation, like when they talked about their when this was brought up, teen doesn't necessarily imply like this like the youngest type of teenager ever.
Underage?
Like, yeah, underage teenagers.
Well,
It could
I
be 18
also-
to 19. And that, to be clear, that is how they're portrayed in the comics. Those are their ages.
Oh, also, one more thing worth pointing out is there's, like, I would say, you know, I don't know about Beast Boy, but like Starfire, certainly much well known, certainly now I'd say as an adult. I'd say similar for Raven. Obviously, Dick Grayson, much better known as Nightwing than like, you know, young Robin. Cyborg, much better known as an adult.
Yeah. By this time, Robin has left Batman, and this is his own team. Like, he's on the cusp of becoming Nightwing, which is typically signaling his adulthood.
Yeah.
Such
Like,
as
I don't... Yeah. It's weird.
Fire and Raven. To be honest, if this piece of info was all that we had on James Gunn, then we wouldn't have made this video or gave any commentary on it, unlike others, as this, among other similar scenarios of Twitter logic, objectively doesn't fit any legal definition of being a pedophile, or something that warrants a legal investigation, despite the behavior being low-key messed up and worthy of condemnation if it becomes
we
too
watched your entire legal investigation. It was pathetic.
repetitive of a joke, or has real-life consequences, like with Gunn. But there you go.
2007 comic Nightwing says he was Robin almost 10 years ago. Yeah.
Hypocrisy where this little chronically online weasel snake bitch doesn't bring any of this up with James Gunn, even though he has like 10 or more videos shilling for his minute.
How much access? Wait, I'm just so curious. How much access does he think SK has? Does he think SK can like fucking make a video, mail it to James Gunn, and be like, just so you know, those tweets you made?
My lord, my lord, I have done your bidding once again. Please give me free movie tickets, please.
Like, how does he think this? How does he think this goes?
Yo, SK, didn't tell us you were going to be cameoing in fucking Man of Tomorrow, alright, as a reward for your loyal service to James Gunn, who you're on a first-name basis with.
Movies. It's almost as if he just tries to make up random labels to condemn other
I'd have
people.
sucked up harder if I knew.
95% of the screen is response videos, which is an even worse ratio than others that do this BS. LMFAO. I don't agree. I think response videos.
Oh man, did you see the? I kind of want us to respond. It'd be long as fuck, like a stream and stuff. Have you seen the Iron Man debate?
The Iron Man debate, is it military? Oh, with Lil Mosquito. I think I was in that debate.
Yes.
I was like,
oh, were you?
I was like watching. I was like a
onlooker. Oh my god, dude!
Little
I want to
Mosquito,
talk to that Mosquito guy.
Little Mosquito
Give me access.
Little Mosquito is a lolcow. He is SK's lolcow.
Give me access to this man. I need to have a conversation. I just listen. I was at the when Lil Mosquito dropped that America is the greatest terrorist force in the world. I knew he was gonna tear. All right.
When they're on the receiving end of his slop response videos that make up the vast majority of his content, as he himself looks for baby MJ pictures to send.
What? This is just like really disingenuous because nobody but because he's responding to something he was arguing with Arachnid Youth about. It's disingenuous to like bring this up without context.
Like
this is completely out of context, right? Yeah.
We have another mostly reaction video slop Spider-Man YouTuber called Colin, who said he was fine enjoying the movies of James Gunn despite the gun info we informed him on, even though he's went after a guy for cartoon drawings, just like SK. Totally consistent morals once again. You can catch him saying this in a video response to us when Restigan and I interviewed.
That's me.
Hey, it's you.
Yeah.
What are you doing on here? Fucking two-timing bitch.
A Discord member of theirs called
that video was peak, by the way.
Claims Colin and SK use real CSAM with blurred faces to lure in PDF files, fishing for more of what is likely themselves. I see. Lastly, we have Gollum Grift. Oops. I mean the gaming rift, who excused James Gunn's acts like his parties and tweets about touching kids and saw the drawings as worse for some reason. He said separate the art from the artist, which is a statement, I guess. But if you can say that for James...
Which is a statement, I guess.
James Gunn of
yeah, that is that's a valid statement. Many people do that.
Yeah, but no, it's just like him trying to like say I guess when it like unequivocally unambiguously.
I know. Yeah, it just is a statement. You're correct. Yeah, there's no I guess about it. That is just a statement.
Records other than Diddy, then you have no right trying to morally cancel another person if James Gunn is fine with you. These YouTubers are all fine with James Gunn despite knowing what we said.
Like, what the fuck are they supposed to do about James Gunn, bro?
Look,
wait, it's me? Oh, what did I say? Wait, was I cooking? Okay, I'm sorry. My autism has taken me places I wouldn't go with a gun, but I'm also reading up with that Houston Hellson thing, and the only source I can find is one person with no followers and only 3 articles penned, with this being his last one, alleging they were friends in 2010 and made a joke about a video entitled Prepieces and Girls Touching Themselves, which is only available by the author manipulating the Wayback Machine, and the video itself isn't even viewable, and that one pic of them together. Why would you cite this as comparable to someone drawing minors?
Not made a joke. Huddleston posted that, and Gunn reposted it on his blog. They are known acquaintances based on the picture of them together, and surprise, surprise, the guy joking about prepubescent girls touching themselves turned out to be a child pornographer. Why are you trying to downplay things that much?
I'm not downplaying it. I'm just saying what I listen, Reskin. I'm
What's
sorry.
relevant?
All right, please unblock me on Twitter.
Yeah,
but like, I'm just trying to say like what actually happened. You know, this is like it depends whether you're a rationalist or what philosophy you subscribe to, but there's this broadly agreed thing upon we have called reality, wherein certain things happen and you can describe them with with reference to what actually happened, and what you're doing doesn't map onto reality, my friend. I'd look into that.
That about him. These screenshots
With all these key jangling with all these cameos, bro. Everyone's here. It's like Super Smash Brothers. Holy fuck, Comic Legend? He's in on it too? I like how he's just like, why don't we have a VC to settle this?
What?
We'll settle it like men.
Why don't we have a shouting match like men?
Discord group chat that they put us in and tried adding us back into.
I like how they I like how they word it as something they're forced into, like kidnapped, that they had to fight their way out of.
Yeah, like John Wick style. With I need like with all the guns pointing at him. Also, just to be clear, we didn't try dragging you back. We succeeded, all right. We got your bitch ass there several times before you pussied out and blocked SK, who was trying to darkside you back into the chat.
We were genuinely disgusted by their no-life loser PDF file defending. Like all of these YouTubers I just listed off and a few other just as insignificant YouTubers.
Wait, what are all these people? A former. So wait, we have. This is the lineup. I know literally one of these people, a former Katanas fan, a former friend who watched what we had to say about Gunn and was personally messaged by me on Twitter about what Gunn had done, but would not concede on Gunn's behavior being bad. Comic Legend, some nobody who exists in SK streams to parrot his PDF defense of James Gunn despite going after someone for drawing totally consistent. Hey, yo! Finally! That's comeuppance for debating me about the fucking dog scene. Alright, there you go. Karmatic retribution. Hi, CHD. Another response video slob Spidey YouTuber who watched what we had to say about Gunn and still makes pro-Gunn, anti-Snyder videos anyway without acknowledging what Gunn has done. Well, I mean, Gunn may have done all this, but, Zack Snyder, hey, he wrote Rebel Moon, baby, and that's worse than anything Gunn's done, in my opinion.
Alright.
This is T-jangling fan service.
Everyone who knows this but can't acknowledge it as they try to cancel others should be ashamed and are irrefutably hypocrites who don't actually care about any social issues if PDFphilia can get a slide. Like, we could give the benefit of the doubt to some content creators or people who may actually not know this information, such as, I don't know, a funny guy like Demigod, who we may not see eye to eye with on every take, but we would assume that he would condemn this behavior if he knew. I really hope he sees this, but anyway.
You know him? Do you know Demigod?
I have no idea. Literally no idea who that is.
If there's one thing this video should prove, it's that you shouldn't always rely on mainstream sources to get your information.
I mean, I also, it's also healthy to not rely on, like, non-mainstream sources.
Yeah, you need to, this is the...
Especially if they don't actually outline any actual proof of wrongdoing.
Yeah, like, you need to, the best thing, of course the best thing you can probably do is, like, I don't know, go to, like, primary sources or, like, as close as, like, Reuters or something. But then, like, the next best thing is, yeah, you can go on a Wikipedia article and just, like, look for the court cases. You can do that, it takes you 10 seconds.
Yep.
But, like, you didn't. You couldn't even be bothered to read the actual Wikipedia article. Which is, that's like, yeah. I need you to understand how, like, pathetic that is. You put together this whole thing about Jimmy Urine, and it's obliterated by one statement on a Wikipedia page and a one paragraph court citation. Like, yeah.
Damn.
Sources have been shown to be biased multiple times, as moral principles don't go in tandem with being a big organization or content creator most of the time. Definitely don't rely on most YouTubers either, like all the low-integrity YouTubers I just listed off who are even worse in their biases, as even the news organizations have enough subtlety to not defend or downplay it like this innocent, heroic Spider-Man channel did. Point is, you should rely on yourself to do your own research.
Wait, is that like Exodia of that CHD guy, SK, and Colin? Is that like how... Does the rapture happen if they reassemble together and rejoin forces?
To talk about.
Maybe.
I don't know everything, but if I'm going to talk about someone, whether it be praising them or giving them deserved backlash, I'll do a moderate amount of digging at the very least, like I do to a heavy degree with most of my videos. Most of this Gunn info, on the other hand, was fairly surface level, which makes his defenders all the more gross. We shouldn't live in a world where Kendrick Lamar has to rap about Drake being a PDF file before people start paying attention to information that predated the song by years. Similar story to the Diddy allegations that even I didn't know about, but unlike these Gunn stands with their PDF file Lord and Savior James Gunn, Ressican and I never really listened to Diddy shit in the first place, just like how we never—
The Giga? What? The
Lady
Giga
Giga?
music? The Giga music,
The Giga
and
musicus and I'd be listening to. Oh, is the Joker Foiled soundtrack?
I guess so.
Ressican and I never
Okay.
really listened to Diddy shit in the first place, just like how we never significantly messed with Gunn's immature movies, only made for a casual popcorn flick viewership, and nothing more. Overall, we could all learn from the lesson of doing your own research and drawing your own conclusions if you really care about yourself. Your mind that is supposed
But you didn't do any research, and you already had your conclusions.
Before anyone says something
So
like,
now
"Oh,
what?
and if you really care about yourself, your mind that is supposed to be independent, or the world, or us as a whole. And before anyone says something like, "Oh, if there's no case against him, then he's completely innocent."
That's you. That's you, Jan. That's your response.
That's me. It's me. That's me. It's the monkey. Yes.
The
I
corrupt
also
criminal.
yeah. I mean, yeah. If there's no case against him, then yeah, that kind of undermines your ability to say that there was a case against him, doesn't it? Like, I don't know, man.
The justice system does not dictate who did that. It's the
I don't know, man. I don't understand Zack Snyder's movies. My brain's not evolved enough to understand these deep, complex concepts, such as if someone doesn't have a case against them, that actually means there is a case against them, provided they're friends with someone who has weird tweets.
Up is down, down is up, left is right, right is left.
People that
True.
do. And as we've laid out to you,
The A
it's
star.
well documented as to what Gunn has done, let alone what he's probably got away with that wasn't documented. Just like a mob boss who everyone knows is guilty but still doesn't get convicted because of his connections.
But Al Capone got
He
convicted.
did. On taxes. Yeah.
Why would you? Dude, it always reminds me of the Breaking Bad scene where Jimmy is explaining, money laundering to Jesse. And, Jesse's like, wait, what? They'll think I'm a drug dealer? 1,000 times worse. They think that you're dodging taxes. God damn.
Head of a studio in bed with a multi-billion-dollar company, and execs probably has similar ways of avoiding accountability. At the end of the day, we all have a responsibility to be conscious at the very least, and be better people after learning things we weren't originally.
Didn't James Franco have a controversy?
Yeah. James Franco. His brother David Franco doesn't though.
Yeah. Now, I was saying it's just interesting that I think these guys are like massive Raimi movie stands. I wonder if they preface every single review they have with James Franco is a freak or whatever they said you're supposed to do.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's not and never will benefit anyone. Anyway, now we'll wait for these channels to make their 20th response video where they'll have to admit we were right on what we informed them of up to 5 months ago, which they won't do because of stubbornness, which will then force them to double down and defend a PDF file like they already have, as they cut out parts of this video to make themselves look less horrible. Stay tuned for their totally high integrity. See you on the next one.
Well, we covered the entire video, so,
Yeah.
I guess we can't be blamed for cutting things out.
Yeah, well, what'd you think, Jan? Best video you've ever seen?
Top 10, yeah, easily.
Top 10? Okay.
Top 10 for entertainment. I love, videos like this, where it's just some fucking Joe Rando and his Joe Normie friend who saw some fucking compilation on a Snyder Reddit and now fancy themselves experts on the legal, on the judiciary and the legal system. Those are my favorite kinds of videos.
Right.
You know what? Birdman was right. YouTubers shouldn't be allowed to YouTube. There should be a permit system, I think.
Okay. Well, this was what our fourth video we reacted to today. I think it's about time to call it quits.
Hours, yeah.
Yeah. 6
Jesus.
hours, nearly 6 hours. But yeah,
Casual stream.
Yeah, again, apologies if my mic wasn't up to par. I'll try fixing it next time. I think I did a better job with presentation by just having our icons or our avatars up respond to the videos. I think that's better than just our voices.
Video is a masterpiece. We need a
We need a
CW
CW
live
live
action remake. I want Ultimate Joker to be played by Ruby Rose. That's my only. That's the minimum requirement. And then Resican can be played by the dude who plays Oliver Queen, I guess. And James Gunn can be CGI. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. In other news, I'm working on another video right now. Should be out in a couple days, but yeah, right now I'm just gonna get some sleep. Any announcements you want to make, Jan, before we sign off?
Not really. It was just a fun streameroonie. Yeah, I'll see y'all at some point in the future when next we stream, which I don't know what the subject matter of that's gonna be, but hey, if delicious drama like this pops up again.
I'm trying to get a Mission Impossible,
yeah,
Dead and Final Reckoning, stream set up, but I'm gonna try to like I can't show the film, so I'm just trying to set up screenshots so it's in linear or chronological order so people know what we're talking about while we go through it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Fair
I'm
enough.
working on it right now. But maybe we'll have a different stream covering a different subject, but who knows?
I need SK to get me an in with Mosquito so I can interview him on his politics because I think that'd be fascinating.
We should dedicate a quick stream to. Well, actually, no. Before actually we log off, let me just we need to do this right now. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I think this is his I think this is
Movie box or letterboxed? Oh.
Yeah, I think this is it. Is this him? I'm not sure. There's like wait a minute. I know he has like propaganda films. Make sure I find it. Hmm. Is this him? I'm not sure. But does SK know? Is this his account SK?
Activity tab apparently.
Okay, okay. Let's see.
Damn, did he delete his propaganda tier list? That's
I think so.
unfortunate. Apparently it is him, so. Damn, dude.
Well, this is SK's tweet, but
Doesn't
nobody
include
calls
all
it
the
up.
movies, oh no.
Yeah, he must have deleted this. Oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
live and learn.
Yeah, that being like it apparently SK humbled him, so I guess that's that. But hey, this has been a nearly 7-hour stream. Thank you guys for tuning in. Again, like I said, I'm going to work on my next video. And yeah, if there are any other videos you want me to check out or respond to, let me know.